the only way he's that way is if he's buddy's chaperone. Is that a good image to put in your mind for the day? I said the only way you're the eye candy is if you're wearing his cap. Hey, hi, Val. Yes, yes, this is great. 5 minute call. 5 minute call extenders for Slickshorn Yearling Rams for the 7th and Pivot Yearling Rams for the full Georgia. 5 minute call. Yeah, I saw. Oh yeah, this will work. And then that news alert on it. I think that's good. Okay. So so you're gonna run this. So we're gonna run. Basically, you're gonna run everything through the SD. Yeah. I just think it's good whatever it's fitted the slick running back. Well, and then I like the original that one false start too. The Aspen. Well, I would run it. I would do that. posted that change down on the fence at the entrance point of your classes. We will have them up on the fence up behind the announcer's stand, but I think the way we've made the change will make a little more sense to you. So please check that. It'll follow pretty close to the book for the RAM classes. Whenever we get into the female classes, we're going to change that up just a little bit. We also need the Silby family to bring back best-headed old RAM plaques, the perpetual plaques for Silby, the best-headed old RAM. Now ready in the ring for those yearling ram classes, slip-shorn yearling rams for the Suffolks and fitted yearling rams for the Gold Horses. Bring them into the ring, please.
Debbie, these McCully shirts I really like, but I don't know why they give me chest hair.
Yeah, he does.
I know.
Maybe he's going to be alternating these days. Doesn't want to mess with it. Change it. I don't know. Simplest odd, though. But it looks like Kevin. Right? Pole Dorset fitted yearling rams were missing one entry. Pole Dorset fitted yearling rams final call. Judging the International Suffolk Show for the Slickshear Division is Brad Payne. Brad is from Agency, Missouri. He's the operations leader at the Toyota Motor Sales USA and has been for the past 23 years. Brad is the owner and operator of Plaza Livestock, where they raise Hampshire and Shropshire sheep. In our Dorset ring today, judging that show, is Jeremy Bradford from Wellington, Ohio. Jeremy is married with 2 children, Jared and Jordan. His wife and he both have been teaching school for 16 years. His wife Jennifer is a 6th grade science teacher and he's a high school intervention specialist. He lives on the family farm and that's been in their family for 6 generations. The family's been raising Dorset sheep for 6 generations. Throughout those years, they have had nationally competitive flock at both shows and sales. The recent success with Pole Dorsets have included the breeders of the 2013 and 15 North American Champion Polled Dorset ewes. The Polled Dorsets were dispersed in the spring and summer of 14 to Pillar Dorsets of Illinois. And they currently have a small flock of Hampshire Suffolk crossbred ewes that are being used to produce club lambs for their children to show at the county and state levels. Let's welcome both Brad Payne and Jeremy Bradford to your shows this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to judge your show today. It's been a pleasure to work this first class of Suffolk Slickshear Yearling Rams. Your ram I started out with, just the most complete individual for me. He's really smooth back in through his rack, ties into a nice, really wide, thick top to him. The ram, when you he actually probably profiles to me a little bit better on the move than my second place ram. I think when you get this buck on a track, he's right up on his wheels, he tracks right, he just holds himself together. Maybe I was going to change this buck a little bit. I'd like to clean him up right through his front. When you get around the front of him, he gets a little bit bold-shouldered for me today, but I think a buck easily wins this class. The second place individual is just a little bit different kind. He's a little bit wider through his hip than our first place buck. When you get around behind him, he starts to narrow up right in through his shoulder there a little bit. You get around the side, maybe you'd like to clean him up in through his chest, but a really long-bodied buck, longer-bodied buck than my first place ram. When he tracks out, maybe just doesn't quite track out like I'd like to see for my opposed to my first place ram. Third place buck, you really appreciate the size and the scale of this ram. You get around behind him, he's still got enough width and dimension, but he's clean up through his front end. Ram that walks around on a nice set of feet and legs. I'd just like to clean him up right behind his shoulders for me today to put him up into that second place spot. Really nice elevated buck down here in fourth, a buck that's fairly put together. Just like to clean him up in his chest for me today to move him up right in back behind his shoulders and down in through his lower chest floor to move him on up. The next place buck we've got down here, a ram that's really smooth on the side profile. You get around behind him, he starts to get a little bit narrow for me for hooks to pins to move him on up. Thank you.
Placing on the class of Slickshorn Yearling Rams, first place goes to entry number 3, Macaulay 3222, Kyle Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry number 9, Russell Sheep Company 15094, Russell Sheep Company LLC, Eaton, Indiana. Third to entry 6, Kyle Macaulay Suffix of at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 4, Kyle Macaulay Suffix at Glen, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry number 11, Hickory Lane Suffix, William Zweigers, Thorntown, Indiana. And 6 to entry number 1, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma.
Thank you. Okay, it's right there. Great class of bucks to start our show with here. I think you got a little bit of everything. As a breeder, if you were looking out here, you definitely see some different pieces and some different types of sheep out here. First of all, I'd like I appreciate the opportunity to come out here and judge Louisville this year. When I was nominated back in the spring, I was really looking forward to it. Yeah, give me a second here. Anyway, for my dad to come down with me, I thought I could get through this, but he passed away in October, and it's been a little tough, but anyway, sorry about that, but the sheep business has been good to us, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come down here and look forward to working with the breeders here today. So anyway, thought I could get through that, but let's talk about some sheep now. We get out here and we start evaluating these rams, and like I said, I think there's some different pieces and some different things that you can look at, and some things that breeders are going to like differently. The ram we come out and win our class with here today is probably the smallest frame ram in the class, but I think he's quite easily the most complete ram in the class. We have a super sound individual here. We go ahead and handle him down to his top. He's straight as a board. He's probably the soundest footed ram in the class. When we view him from the side, he's the best balanced ram in the class. And then when we go handle this ram down his top, he's tremendously thick down his top. He carries the widest out over his hips there, and he has by far the most center leg back there. So I think that's a pretty outstanding individual to start our class with. The ram that most closely follows him is the buck we have here in second. When you view him from the side, you sure appreciate the balance in this sheep. You appreciate the little bit of extra bone, got a little bit of extra mass and body in him. He's a ram that, but when we go to handle him down his top, he's not quite as true down his top right there behind the shoulders, but a pretty good buck there in second as well. The big buck that we have here in third, we sure have to appreciate him for his size and scale and the extension that he has, but a ram that just doesn't have quite enough rib and body for me to get him up above these two top rams that we have here today, but three really good bucks to start our class with. You got to sure appreciate the mass and dimension in this fourth place ram, but a ram that when I get to viewing him from the side and get him out on the move, he's a ram that's carrying a little too much condition for me here today. Just doesn't want to quite balance up as nicely as I'd like to see from front to rear, but a pretty good buck there as well. The ram we have in fifth, another nice, very, very functional, very solid ram. A ram that just doesn't have as much mass and volume maybe as the four rams we have above him, but a pretty good class of yearling bucks to start our Dorset show out with. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you. Had to do it.
I just gotta take pictures first.
Really nice class of fall ram lambs. The ram I started with was just a super nice buck, a ram that's very productive. He's got some width and dimension to him, but yet he's not really made nice in his shoulder blade. When you get around beside him, he doesn't disappoint you at all. He doesn't shorten up. He's really long from that 13th rib back. You get around behind him, he's just got a big old wide flat hip in him. Really appreciate this individual to win this class. Second place ram closely follows that, a little narrower package. When you get around behind him, maybe starts to get a little bit narrower in his back in from his rack back in through his loin area. I think a ram that's put together right. He just doesn't quite have enough for me today to put him up in that first place position. Third place buck is a really nice made ram. He just starts to shorten up a little bit, get around behind him. He's just a little bit narrower for me today. Thank you.
Placing on the Pole Dorset class of fitted yearling rams, first to entry 2, Reynolds Stock Farm 1503, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 5, Sid's Dorset's 415, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third place to entry 3, McDaniel Ranch, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to entry 1, Robert Shims, Indianapolis, Indiana. 5 to entry 6, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. 6th place to entry number 4, Arndt Acres, Norwood, Minnesota. And 7 to entry 10, Cole Koning of Edwardsville, Illinois. Placing on the Slickshorn Senior Ram Lamb class for the Suffolks, first place went to entry 15, McCulley 3484, Kyle McCulley, Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 14, McCulley 3465, also Kyle McCulley, Suffolks of at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 12, Swingin' T Ranch, Big Cabin, Oklahoma.
Could have a nice round of applause for outstanding set of bucks out here for senior champion in the slick drive. Just a really nice set of bucks. They're really very uniform in their type and kind. I think hope you can sit in the sidelines and see what I'm doing today. But bucks that are really good on their feet and legs. They track around the ring right. They're made right. They're not super small. They're not big. They're just made, the sheep that are made with my outlook on the sheep industry, but just sheep that are just made right and very useful. The ram I'm going to go with is the fall buck. This is a ram that I think is really puts it together for me today. He's laid in nice in his shoulder. You really appreciate the width and dimension. Buck's right up on his feet and legs. Ram that closely follows that, I'm going to go with the yearling ram. I think these bucks are made right. They're very close in their type and kind, and that'll be your reserve. Thank you.
For the Suffolk Show, our slick-sheared champion, Senior Ram, is entry number 15, Macaulay 3484, Kyle Macaulay, Suffolk, Sac Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve Senior champion is entry number 3, the first place yearling ram, Macaulay 3222, Kyle Macaulay, Suffolk, Sac Glen, Pennsylvania. Now ready for early junior ram lambs, slick-sheared early junior ram lambs for the Suffolks.
Ring. Check out their silent auction item. Proceeds of that will go towards the Junior Association. Bidding NCAA as well as game. Also, staffing members, please cash your vote for next year's show check. To do that, just see Amanda here in the show room. We want to remind folks about the early release policy or release policy being followed this year. The release policy is as follows. With many questions and on-site requests for early releases among superintendents and consultants with the North American management, their position regarding this issue is that all exhibitors will remain at the North American until courtesy after the sale of tables as stated in the 2016 preview book. Pre-approved early releases must present the letter from Steve Ellington to receive, and the time on that letter will be honored for release.
Another good class of Rams here. I don't know that we have that Ram that jumps right out and takes command of this class, but I think we have some pretty good Rams up here at the top end. The Ram we're going to start with does follow the kind of the Ram we used in our last class. He's the most complete individual in the class. When we get this Ram and take a look at him, he balances up the best. He's a Ram that's pretty true down his top. I like the way this Ram gets out and moves off his feet and legs. I wish he was a little taller fronted and maybe a little more up-headed Ram, but a pretty nice Ram to start our class with there. Our up-handed Ram is a Ram that we have here in second. We sure have to appreciate the extension that he has up through that front end. A really extended Ram, a really eye-appealing Ram. But when I get him out on the move a little bit, he wants to get a little tight in that chest floor for me today. A Ram that's pretty good down his top, but a Ram, like I said, I'd like to give him a little more rib there, and maybe we could move him up a placing today. A big frame, heavy-bodied Ram we have here in third. We sure like the length of body that this Ram gives us, and he does have some balance as that goes, but a Ram I'd like to straighten him up in his top a little bit to move him up above the first two Rams, but a pretty good Ram there in third as well. A real eye-appealing Ram here in fourth, but a Ram that gives up too much size and scale over the Rams that we have up on top. Quite a bit more immature than the three Rams we have above him, but we sure have to appreciate the balance and the width as this Ram, as we get to handle him down, back his top. A Ram that gets wider as we go. Pretty nice Ram there in fourth as well. And then we have our fifth place Ram here, a Ram that balances up pretty well, a Ram that's in quite a bit shorter fleece than the Rams we have above him. A Ram I'd just like to give him a touch more base width altogether, but pretty good class of fall Ram lambs here. Thank you.
For the Paul Dorset, we're now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion fitted Ram.
Very nice class of bucks here to start this junior drive. I think a ram that just really puts it all together for me today, a ram that's really long from that 13th rib back. He doesn't give up any length of body whatsoever from flank to flank. He's deep enough for me today. He's really laid in nice in his shoulder, a buck that walks around the ring and just kind of cocks his head up there and says, bring it. I think a buck that he's really, really nice and kind of an easy class winner for me today. Second and third, bucks that are very close in their type and kind. Went with a little longer bodied ram. You get around behind him, he's a little more wedge shaped. He's a little wider at his hip than he is up at his shoulder. Appreciate that about him, but he's laid in nice in his shoulder. Maybe I like to clean him up in his brisket just a little bit. I'd like to see this buck maybe track around the ring just a little bit better for me today, but I think a ram that's very close to our first place ram. A third place ram, a little smaller, a little more youthful type ram. A ram, when you get around behind him, once again, he's a little wider at his hip than he is up through his shoulder. I appreciate that about him. When you get around beside of him, maybe he starts to tail off just a little bit for me today. He's a little bit shorter in his rump structure than my second place buck, and he'll land in third. The fourth and fifth place bucks, fourth place bucks is a little bit different. I really appreciate the overall width and dimension, the way this buck is made in his body type. I just like to clean him up off his wheels just a little bit today. He wants to walk around the ring, kind of wants to squat down a little bit. I don't know if that's just nervousness or what's going on with that ram, but I think a really good buck for fourth place spot. A really nice big frame ram down here in fifth, a buck that appreciate the bone work on him. If I could put some bone work up on some of these other bucks, they'd probably be outstanding. But I think a ram, when you get around behind him, he's just a little bit wider in his shoulder than he is his hip. I really appreciate the elevation, appreciate the bone work on this ram. He just doesn't have enough to him, enough wedge shape for me today to move him up. Thank you.
For the Suffolk Show, we're now ready for late junior ram lambs. Slickshorn late junior ram lambs.
When we get out here for our senior champion ram, I think we have four very good individuals out here. I'm really pleased with the set of rams that we ended up with. I think when you get sheep this size, and if you can have four individuals that are put together as well as these four, I think the breed is definitely doing something correct. For me, when we get out here for our senior champion ram, I think these two first place bucks are awful good sheep. This yearling buck is he something else for me right now. To see a sheep with this amount of size and this amount of scale and still put this package together as neat as he does, and then to boot he gets out and travels as well as he does. I think that's an awful good ram. He's going to be your senior champion today on your yearling. Like I said, I think this buck lamb follows him as closely as we can here. He's going to be a reserve. He fits the pattern and the mold that I'm looking for today. So two really nice rams to start our pulled show off with. I'm really excited to sort the rest of these rams and get into the females. I think it's going to be a great show.
For the Poll Dorset, we're now ready for fitted winter ram lambs. Placing on the class of Dorset fitted fall ram lambs, first place goes to entry 15, Spildy 9168, McLean Music of Camp Point, Illinois. Second to entry number 20, Ram and Ewe Farm 0881, Carly Pannier, Washburn, Illinois. Third place to 17, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to entry 14, Nichols Sheep Farm, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 5 to 18, Devin Walco Dorsets of DeSmet, South Dakota. 6 to 16, Harold and Linda Tyson, Indian Hill Dorsets, Kempton, Pennsylvania. 7 to 12, Blake Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 8 to 21, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 9 to entry 11, Stephen Campbell, Blairsville, Pennsylvania. Senior champion went to our first place yearling ram, Reynolds Stock Farm, 1503, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. The reserve senior champion ram to entry number 15, our first place fitted fall ram lamb, Spildy 9168, McKeon Music, Camp Point, Illinois. Placing on the class of Slickshorn early junior ram lambs for the Suffolks, first place to entry 21, McCauley 3540, Kyle McCauley, McCauley Cephix at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry number 17, Slack 6286, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. Third to 16, Mike O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana. 4 to 19, Kyle McCauley, McCauley Cephix at Glen, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry 20, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois.
Another good class of Dorset Ram lambs. The ram we're going to start with, I feel very fortunate that he's here in this class. I think this is a pretty exceptional individual here as well. Ram that may be a little greener than the buck that's behind him, certainly. A little different in his maturity curve there, but a ram that when you get your hands on him, you sure have to appreciate this buck. He's as straight as a board down his top. He's a ram that gets a little wider out when we get out through his hip. He's a ram that balances up pretty well. He travels as well as any ram in the class. We sure have to appreciate the way he holds that front end up in there. Just a nice buck to start our class with. A big volume, bigger ribbed ram here that we have in second, but a ram that when we get him out on the move, he just wants to shorten up for me from flank to flank. A ram that maybe I'd like to correct him right there behind his shoulders a little bit, but a pretty good buck there in second as well. Just a complete ram here we have in third, a ram that doesn't come out and wow you in any necessarily individual way, but you start observing him more and more and more. He's just a nice complete individual. He balances up pretty well. He's pretty good down that top. A ram that when we get him out on the move, he travels out pretty well. Just a nice ram there for me in third. A little bigger scaled ram here that we have in fourth. A ram maybe we'd like to just give him a little more rib, a little more volume, give him a little more depth there in that fore rib, and then maybe we could move him up a couple spots as well. And then we get down into our ram in fifth here. I think another ram that just is a pretty good balanced ram. I think this breeder has to be happy to take him home and turn him in as well. Just a pretty good set of ram lambs here. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
For the Poll Dorsets, we're now ready for fitted spring ram lambs. Placing on the fitted winter ram lamb class, first place to entry 30, Indian Hill Dorsets 1603, Harold and Linda Tyson, Indian Hill Dorsets, Kempton, Pennsylvania. Second to 23, Spildy 90180, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third place to 32, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 4 to 33, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 5 to 24, Arndt Acres of Norwood, Minnesota. And 6 to 34, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania.
My apologies for the extended period of time to take this judge's class, but I think some bucks in here, there's a lot of variations in types and kinds and size and maturity levels, but the ram that starts the class off for me today is just, he's super, super laid in his shoulder. You love this ram on the side profile, right up in his brisket, back up through his chest floor. When you get around behind him, he's a buck that's made right. He's flat in his hip. He's got a super big rack on him, a ram that comes right out of the top of his shoulders. He moves around the ring quite nicely. Really appreciate this individual and his overall size and mass, but yet he's tied and laid in nice. My second buck he was right there. I'll be honest with you. He's a lot younger ram, but he's a ram that is really, really cute. He's a buck that is on cue today for me. He's right up on his tiptoes. He's laid in nice in his shoulder. For his youth, he's got plenty of width and dimension. He's got a big old rack in him. Comes around into a wide wide base width from 13th rib back. He's one of the longer bodied Rams in this particular class. A ram that's plenty deep in his flank for his youthful and his size. Maybe he's a lot better in his front than my first place buck. I'll admit that, but I think a ram that's really close in type and kind as my first place buck just doesn't have that overall mass. The third place buck's a real long bodied buck. A ram, when you get around behind him, he's got a lot of width and dimension to him. He may be getting a little bolder in his shoulder, just like the two bucks behind him. But I think a ram that's you really appreciate the length of body on this ram. I would like to bring this ram up on his tiptoes just a little bit for me today. The fourth and fifth place bucks are very similar in their type and kind. Bucks that are plenty good for their type and kind. They've got a lot of bone work to them. There's a lot of rib to them. And when you get around behind them, they just start to narrow a little bit from hooks to pins for me today. Thank you.
Now ready in the Suffolk ring for a pair of Slickshorn Suffolk Ram lambs. Placing on the class of late junior Slickshorn Ram lambs, first placed entry 23, Macaulay, 3708. Kyle McCauley, Macaulay Suffolk of At Glen, Pennsylvania. Second placed entry 31, Silver Dollar SW 6093, Tad Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Third place to 27, Kyle McCauley, Macaulay Suffolk At Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 25, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. 5 to 24, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training. 6 to 26, Celia Dodd, Bonacqua, Tennessee. 7 to 22, Martin and Chris Auville, Mount Sidney, Virginia. 8 to 28, WG&I 80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. And 9 to 30, Celia Dodd, Bonacqua, Tennessee. They do. It says it in the rules. We do want to announce in our Paul Dorsett show today, we've got a couple or three awards that'll be handed out. One is the Don Moorhead Memorial Trophy, given by the family as a memorial and presented to the winner of the champion ram. The other, the Windswept Farms Dorset Sire of the Year Award. Dr. and Mrs. George Downsboro, owners of Windswept Farm, State College, Pennsylvania, have presented this perpetual plaque for the owner or owners of the ram who sires the most champions and top placing class winners at the North American Dorset Show. We also have a perpetual trophy for Best Headed Ram presented by Shady Hill Farms. That's both for the ram and ewe. In our Suffolk show, we also have several trophies that will be presented during the day. Best headed classes, the George Buckham Award presented to the exhibitor of the Champion Slickshorn Ram, the Champion Slickshorn Ewe Trophy, which is that award presented to the winner of that Slickshorn Ewe by the Kim Suffolks of Iowa. Best pair of Suffolk Ram Lambs award presented to the exhibitor of the best pair of Ram Lambs by Tom Burke Suffolks of Platte City, Missouri. Sherwood Jackson Award presented to the exhibitor of best headed Suffolk Ram. The Roy B. Warwick Memorial Award presented to the exhibitor of the Champion Suffolk Ram.
Okay, we have another a nice class of rams out here. I think this is probably one of the deeper classes we've had. What we lack in numbers, we definitely have quality out here. These two first rams I think are extremely close. There's some things that you like about each one of them. They're just super complete rams. The ram I'm going to start with, I think, wins this deal on, he gets out and he travels out a little better, and he's a ram that's got a tuck more rib than the ram that we have in second. I really like this ram when he gets out and moves. I think he's a ram you're going to like seeing out in the pasture and breeding those ewes. He's a super up-headed ram, great balance. He's great on those feet and legs. Just a really nice ram to start our class with. Like I said, I think where it gets close here and what got that ram in first over our ram here in second, I think he comes up out of that front end a little better when we get him out on the move. I think he may be a little better there through that forerib. We got a little more width in that forerib than the ram we have in second, but two really good rams to start our spring class off with here. We have a ram here in third that is extremely wide-based. He's a heavy structured ram, but a ram might not be quite as true down his top as the two rams we have above, but another nice ram there in third as well. A really straight top ram we have down here in fourth, but a ram that doesn't quite have as much mass and volume as the three that we have above him. But like I said, this is a pretty good class of bucks from top to bottom. Thank you.
For the Suffolk show, we're now ready to show for Slickshorn Junior Champion and Slickshorn Reserve Junior Champion Ram. So we need the class winners of the early and the late Junior Ram Lamb classes. For the Paul Dorsets, we're ready to show Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion there as well. So we need the class winners of the fitted Winter Ram Lamb class and the fitted Spring Ram Lamb class in the ring at this time. For the Suffolk show, our first place in the pair of Ram Lamb class, Kyle McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Placing on the class of fitted Spring Ram Lambs for the Paul Dorsets, first place to entry 36, Pine Knob Farm, 1613, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second to entry number 25, Purple Ribbon Farm, 1689, Thomas Van Deventer and Purple Ribbon Farms, Carmargo, Illinois. Third to entry 26, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, and 4 to 28, Showgirls Sheep Company, Paris, Illinois.
once again, if we could have a nice round of applause for 4 bucks that are out here in the junior drive. Just rams that are put together nice. When you get around beside them, these rams are out really good on their feet and legs. They walk around the ring quite well for me today. Rams that are laid in nice in their shoulder. They've got plenty of length of body. They're really long from that 13th rib back. I keep talking this wedge shape, and I think, you know, when you get around behind them, these rams are narrower in their front than they are in their rear. They got big old wide flat hips in them. That's what I'm looking for me today. But yet I want some nice, really nice laid in nice in the shoulder. Get around behind them. They don't have, or in front of them, you don't have bucks that are really bold in their shoulder and don't tie in nice. And I think all these bucks fit this particular bill for me today. I'll go out and congratulate your champion in reserve in the junior drive today. Thank you.
Slickshorn Junior Champion Ram for the Suffolk Show is entry number 23. First out of that late Junior Ram Lamb class, Macaulay, 3708. Kyle Macaulay Suffolk of at Glen, Pennsylvania. The Slickshorn Reserve Junior Champion Ram was entry number 31. Out of that same class of late Junior Ram Lambs, Silver Dollar, SW 6093, Tad Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Now showing for Slickshorn Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Ram.
I know.
We could have a nice round of applause for 4 super nice bucks out here in the Slickshore drive for the Suffolk breed. Just bucks that are just, they're stout. They move around the ring like, I don't know, they all walk around this ring like they all say bring it. I mean, these rams are right up on their tiptoes. They've got adequate bone. They're really, really wedge shaped. They're laid in and nice in their shoulder. One thing that's in particular about, that's really nice about these rams is they're really long from that 13th rib back. They're at least 60-40 in my mind. Rams that are very useful for the breed. I'll go out and congratulate your champion and reserve champion in the slick drive this morning. Thank you.
Grand champion Slickshorn Ram goes to entry number 15. Our senior champion Slickshorn Ram. 15 came out of the senior Ram Lamb class, Macaulay 3484. Kyle Macaulay Suffix of At Glen, Pennsylvania. The Slickshorn Reserve Grand Champion was our Slickshorn Junior Champion. Entry 23 out of the late Junior Ram Lamb class, Macaulay 3708. Kyle Macaulay Suffix, At Glen, Pennsylvania. Now ready for Class 1 Slickshorn Yearling Ewes.
I was telling these breeders as I was walking through and handling these rams again, I am extremely impressed and pleased. I feel blessed to have such a nice set of rams to sort here on our fitted rams. Those of you that judge some, we know when we get into some shows sometimes you can get into some frame sheep sometimes that aren't looking quite like you would like them to do, maybe not handle quite the way you'd like, but I've run into a really good set of rams down here, and I'm very pleased from top to bottom. I didn't handle a sheep that I didn't really like, that didn't provide some peace for us here today. I think it gets really close out here. I think there's $3 that I think it gets really close, but I think these two first place rams are extremely close. The winter ram lamb up here on the far end, he's a ram that may not be quite as brightly fitted as some of these other rams out here, so he doesn't catch your eye right away. He's still very good fitted, but a ram that when you get your hands on him, you're like, I was extremely impressed. That ram has the same length of wool clear down his top. He's the highest tail set ram in the class. For his age, would I like to give him a little more rib and a little more volume? Probably. But for a ram as green as he is to look like he does, that's a pretty good buck. And then we get back into our first place spring ram lamb here, who I think is extremely well balanced, extremely well presented ram. He's a big footed ram, a ram that maybe I'd like to correct him just a tick behind the shoulders. But you know, that's a trade-off that we're looking at when we're selecting between these two rams. For me today, I think it gets to movement. And I don't know that I've seen too many sheep that move a whole lot better than our first place spring ram lamb, so he's going to be our junior champion today. We're going to follow him up with our winter ram lamb for reserve. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Our junior champion, Paul Dorsett Ram, went to entry number 36 out of the fitted spring Ram Lamb class, Speldy 90-11, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. The reserve went to entry number 30 out of the fitted winter Ram Lamb class, Indian Hill Dorset 1603, Harold and Linda Tyson, Indian Hill Dorset's, Kempton, Pennsylvania. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Fitted Ram. Following that, we will show Slickshorn Fall Ram Lambs.
Need music? Debbie? You need music down there?
Do need to make a correction on that fitted spring Ram Lamb that was our junior champion for the Pole Dorsets. The entry number is correct, 36. However, it's Pine Knob Farm 1613, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut.
When we get out here for our senior fitted champion ram, or overall fitted champion ram, excuse me, this is kind of making me miss the Dorsets here a little bit, because I remember getting up in the morning and going out and taking a look at the sheep when they're out there on pasture. I think the springtime when you're out there breeding was my favorite time of the year, because you had all that potential, and you think you've made some decisions that are going to improve your sheep for the next year. And I think we have 4 rams out here that I certainly would have been proud of to have running with my ewes. I think the breed, you know, I haven't been down here in a couple years, and I think the breed is definitely headed in the right direction with these fitted sheep, because I think we have some rams out here that have some rib, have some mass, and some rams that get out and travel extremely well. Like I said, when I view my sheep the most is when we're walking around and we're out there with a bucket in our hand and we're out and taking a look. They're not all fitted up as beautifully as these sheep are and presented quite as well, but we have the wool off at home, and we like to take a look at them. When we get out here for our champion fitted ram, I think these two division winners are extremely strong. You know, like I said, I'm very pleased. I talked about them in class a little bit, so I won't talk a lot more, but the big thing for me is the movement on these sheep. I'm going to walk them quite a bit, so everybody have a comfortable pair of shoes on that are bringing their sheep out here today, because we're going to move them a lot. For me today, your senior champion is going to be your yearling up here. I think that's just a powerful sheep. We're going to follow him up with our spring back here for reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Fitted champion ram for the Pole Dorsets is entry number 2, our senior fitted champion. Number 2 came out of the yearling ram class, Reynolds Stock Farm 1503, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. The reserve champion fitted ram overall is entry 36, our junior champion out of the fitted spring ram lamb class, Pine Knob Farm 1613, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Now ready to go into Slickshorn Fall Ram Lambs. Slickshorn Fall Ram Lambs for the Pole Dorset.
I think this is the beauty of where the Poll Dorset breed is at right now, providing as many opportunities as we are for different types of breeders. This is an awful good ram in his own kind out here. You certainly have to appreciate with how straight this ram is down his top. You go and handle him, he wedges the right way as he gets a little wider out through his hips than he is there in his forerib. Just a really nice ram to have out here and a representative of our Slickshear breed. Let's give this exhibitor a round of applause as well. Thank you.
Results of the Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class for the Poll Dorsets. First to entry 29, Maple Hollow 15-125, Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Now ready for Slickshorn Winter Spring Ram Lambs.
Really a super class of yearling ewes from front to rear. A ewe that starts this class, I think it's just, she walks around the ring and very graceful. She's feminine, but she's bold and beautiful. I think a ewe that's got a lot of width and dimension to her, a ewe that's got the most amount of spring of rib in any ewe in the class. When you get around beside her, she's really long from her 13th rib back, big old wide flat hip in her, but yet she's feminine up through her front. She'll be an easy class winner for me today. A second place ewe, I really like this ewe on the side profile. She's really long bodied. She's really long from flank to flank. When you get around behind her, she's got a big old wide flat hip in her. Maybe when you get around beside her, she doesn't have quite that rib shape that I like the way the ewe's made. I just like to give her a little bit more at this stage of the game. I think in November they need to have a little bit more to them. She's really got a super nice chest floor in her, a ewe that's made right. She walks around the ring really nice and easy on those rear wheels. Maybe she starts to get a little posty for me today on the move, but I think a ewe that lays into second quite easily. Third and fourth place ewes are very similar in their type and kind. Just a real long-bodied ewe here in third. A ewe that's got a lot of width and dimension, really close to my first place ewe. A little bit longer body, but a ewe that just lacking the overall bone work for me today to put her up in the upper part of this class. Down here in fourth and fifth, ewes that are very similar in their type and kind. I went with a ewe that's just got a little bit more bone. She's a little bit right up on her tiptoes for me today. You really appreciate the length of body. Maybe I'd like to change her in her shoulder where she kind of ties into that rib cage there for me today to move her up into the third place position. A ewe that's laid really nice and she's really made right. You get around behind her, she's got that wedge shape. She's got a big old wide flat hip in her. She starts to get a little bit frailer in her makeup for me today. When you get around behind her, she's got a lot of wedge and a lot of width and dimension to her. I just like to give her a little bit more length of body overall from flank to flank to put her up in the upper part of this class with this set of ewes. Thank you.
For the Suffolk, now ready for class number 2 of our Slickshorn yearling ewes.
Good class of slick-sheared rams here. The ram we're going to start with is pretty overwhelming and a little bit dominating in this class. an extremely big-topped ram, a ram that comes out with a big, wide, flat hip, a ram that balances up pretty well, a ram that when we get him out on the move, he travels out okay for me today. Just a ram that comes and wins this class pretty handedly for me. The ram that most closely follows him is our smaller frame buck that we have here in second. We sure have to appreciate this buck for the straightness down his top. I really like his balance from flank to flank. Just a nice ram there, fits into that second spot. He's a sound type of ram. I think he can go on and be extremely productive for this breeder as well. And then we have a little bit different kind of ram down here in third, a ram that is a little more extended than the two that we have above him. A ram that I'd just like to give him a little more rack shape, and then maybe I could move him on up, but a ram that I still think will serve a purpose. I think if you take this ram and you maybe put him on some ewes that aren't put together quite as well, I think he can go ahead and improve your flock as well. But three really nice rams here. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
For the Poll Dorsets, now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Slick Shorn Ram. Placing on the Slick Shorn Winter Spring Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 35, Shepherd's View, 1601 Shepherd's View, Bridgeville, Delaware. Second to 37, Belmar Farm, 1732, Cody and Cameron Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And third to 39, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois. Placing on Class 1 of our Slick Shorn Yearling Ewes for the Suffolk Show, first place goes to entry number 44, Silver Dollar SW 5024, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Second place to entry 32, Slack 5109, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Third place to entry number 38, Kyle McCauley, Macaulay Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 37, Kyle McCauley, Macaulay Suffolk. Fifth place to entry 36, Russell Sheep Company, LLC, Eaton, Indiana. 6 to 35, Max Eels, Greenfield, Indiana. And seventh place to 42, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma.
The slick-sheared rams sure haven't disappointed us out here as well. I think we have three really exceptional rams that I think are going to go on and make a difference in the breed. I think they're going to improve these sheep and give us a little more straightness of lines, give us a little more shot of muscle than we've had in there in the past. I think they're three rams that are very exceptional in their own kind. For me, I think for our champion out here, I think it's pretty straightforward. We're going to use our first place spring lamb, or lamb out here. I think he's a pretty sound individual. He gets out and moves pretty well. He's a ram that when you get your hands on him, you love the thickness that he carries out through his top and out into that hip. It gets really close for me when we look between our second place lamb and our first place yearling out here. The ram that we're going to go ahead and use for reserve, I think you don't really appreciate this guy until you get behind him. The amount of width that he carries clear throughout. He's a little longer bodied sheep, which makes him, when I get him out and move him, makes him want to open up a little bit. But there's just too much hip and dimension in that yearling ram not to use him out here for me today. He'll be a reserve slick-sheared ram.
Champion slick-sheared ram goes to entry number 35 out of the winter/spring ram lamb class of the slick-sheared Shepherd's View 1601, Shepherd's View, Bridgeville, Delaware. The reserve champion slick-shorn ram comes out of the fall ram lamb class, entry 29, Maple Hollow 15125, Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Now ready for Weather Sire Fall Winter Ram Lambs.
This class here, I hope everybody's still looking in here. We only have one sheep, I believe, maybe in this division. Is there any springs in here? Okay, so there's going to be a few more, but it's kind of disappointing that there's not more in this class because this sheep's awful good. To get this much muscle and this much power in a sheep and still have the balance and correctness that we have, I think he's a really exceptional ram. Obviously, these breeders are geared for a little bit different purpose, but the dimensions as this ram gives us is just outstanding. I love the extension that he has up through his front and still comes out with a big hip and that huge leg that he has on him. Just a really nice ram there. Let's give this exhibitor a round of applause as well. Thank you.
Placing on the Weather Sire Fall Winter Ram Lamb class for the Poll Dorsets, first to 41, Myers 8924, Tyler Myers, Rushsylvania, Ohio. Now ready for Weather Sire Spring Ram Lambs. Weather Sire Spring Ram Lambs.
Just a super set of yearling ewes here to start this class from front to rear. I understand that there's different types and kinds, but the sheep that just puts it all together for me today is right up here in the front. This ewe is really, really cool in her front. She's right up on her tiptoes. She moves around the ring. She's adequate in her size, makeup, her overall length of body. You appreciate that about her. When you get around behind her, man, she's really, really laid nice from her loin back in through her hip and from hooks to pins there. A ewe that's got adequate amount of meat and muscle for me today. And to me, I think she's an easy class winner. I really appreciate the broodiness and the boldness about the second place ewe. A ewe that's got a lot of width and dimension. Once again, like the ewe in the last class, a ewe that just got a lot of rib to her. You get around behind her, she doesn't disappoint you at all. She's got a lot of width and dimension. She might be just carrying a little bit over condition for me today. Back in that fore rib there for me today. I know she's probably far enough along in her from breeding time, but I think a ewe that she just got a lot of width and dimension, but yet she's pretty and feminine up through her front. And I think she's an easy class second. Down here in third or fourth, I got ewes that are a lot longer bodied. They're really laid in nice in their shoulder. They're ewes that are really, really long bodied. From that 13th rib back, they're the longest two ewes in the class. I went over the ewe that was in third. I went with her, she's got a little more width in her hip and back and through her loin area for me today to match up to the first and second place in this class. The fourth place ewe, really pretty ewe up here, right up and through her front. When you get around behind her, maybe she just doesn't have quite the muscle mass that I'm looking for. She starts to get a little bit narrow from hooks to pins. I really appreciate the next ewe in class. She's laid in nice. She's really pretty ewe to look at. She walks around the ring. She's kind of acting up right now, but a ewe that's got a super amount of width and dimension to her. You really appreciate the way she's laid into her shoulder and down in through her rib cage. She's just giving up some size and some frame for me today to put her up in the upper part of this class, but a ewe that's really got a lot of width and dimension to her, and appreciate the bone work on this particular ewe. Thank you.
Couple nice ram lambs here. Both of these rams are certainly big enough for me. We're going to go ahead and use the smaller scaled ram here. I think this ram just comes out with all kinds of power. When we get this guy and we get him on the move, he just blows apart. We love the amount of width he has in his top. He comes out there with a nice big flat hip. Tons of muscle in the center of that leg, and then he's got the extra bonus here. He's got a ton of bone. Just a super nice sheep. I love the balance with that much amount of muscling that we have there to be that neat and clean up through that chest floor. That's a pretty good sheep. That's just taking nothing away from the ram here we have at second. I think this ram's extremely solid as well. He's a little bigger scaled than the ram we started with, but this ram is really super straight down that top. A ram that comes out fairly level in that hip. Just when we go ahead and compare him to that buck in front, just doesn't pull apart quite as much for me as far as thickness and overall width, but two really good rams here. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit as well. Thank you.
Placing on the class of Weather Sire Spring Ram Lambs for the Paul Dorset, first place to entry 403, Northern Oklahoma College, HN 41296034, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 44, Smith 1665, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Weather Sire Ram. Following the selection of this champion and reserve champion Weathersire ram, we will show pair of ram lambs for the Slickshorn, for the entire Pole Dorset show. Pair of ram lambs will be your next class. We'll follow that pair of ram lambs with overall grand and reserve grand champion ram. So pair of ram lambs for the entire Pole Dorset show will be your next class.
These two first place bucks are awful good, taking nothing away from our second place spring ram here. But I think it gets really close between these two. Both are extremely well balanced sheep. Both sheep have a tremendous amount of thickness. I think what separates these two for me is our older buck lamb up here is just a little bigger and a little wider out there through his hip than our first place spring ram. So he's going to be our champion ram today in this division. Follow him up with our spring lamb for reserve. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as well. Thank you.
Save you a few.
Now ready for our class of pair ram lambs. The champion Weathersire is entry 41, Myers 8924, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio, with the first place in the Weathersire Fall Winter Ram Lamb class. The reserve champion is entry number 43 out of the Spring Ram Lamb class, Northern Oklahoma College, HN 41296034, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. We will show pair of ram lambs now. Pair of Pole Dorset ram lambs is your next class. Then we will do grand and reserve grand champion and then best headed ram for the Pole Dorset show. Placing on the second class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Suffolks. First place to entry 43, Silver Dollar, SW 5023, Tad Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Second place to entry number 40, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training 1532, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Third place to 48, Kyle McCauley, McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 39, Kyle McCauley, McCauley Suffolks. 5 to entry 41, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 6 to 46, Ballman Family Farms, Savannah, Missouri. And 7 to entry 47, Stephen J. Pash and family, Grass Valley, California.
I appreciate these breeders bringing these rams back out as a pair for us, and these groups paired up pretty well. I sure like the mass and volume of the two bucks that we're going to start with, taking nothing away from our bucks that we have here in second. I think we have a really good representative in that second pair as well, but this is the way I see them today. I think it's four really nice rams out there that are going to go out and do the breed a lot of good, so thank you.
Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Pole Dorsets, first to Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to Harold and Linda Tyson, Indian Hill Dorsets, Kempton, Pennsylvania. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. We'll need the Champion and Reserve Fitted, Champion and Reserve Slick Shorn, and Champion and Reserve Weathersire Rams in the ring at this time. Following that class, we will show Best Headed Ram for the Pole Dorset Show.
Another really deep class of yearling ewes over here on the Slick division. Just a super nice ewe to start this class, a ewe that's really feminine up through her front. She's really laid in her shoulder nice, a ewe that walks around the ring quite nicely. Appreciate the overall length of body about this ewe. Not a whole lot of holes in this particular ewe. When you get around behind her, she's got a big old wide hip in her. Appreciate that about her. I think easy class winner for me today. Just kind of puts it all together. Second place ewe closely follows that. A ewe that's maybe just a tick longer bodied. She's maybe got a little bit more width. I just don't like the way she moves around the ring quite as nice as my first place ewe. Ewe that gets, she's really made nice in her overall rib cage up and through her rack. You appreciate that about her. Just maybe like the prettier up on the move just a little bit for me today. The third place ewe, a ewe that's really laid in nice in her shoulder. You appreciate the width and dimension about this ewe. When you get around behind her or beside her, she tends to shorten up a little bit flank to flank opposed to the ewes in front of her. The next two ewes are ewes that are made nice. They just don't have quite that overall the size and dimension that I'd like to see. The ewes that are laid in nice in her shoulder, big old wide hips in them. You appreciate that about them, and they'll be your fourth and fifth place position today. Thank you.
I know I've already said it once, but I feel extremely fortunate to have the quality that we've had out here today in our Polled Dorset Rams. Whether you're looking at fitted sheep, you're looking at the frame slick sheep, or you're looking at the weather sires, I think it's just been an extremely deep show. Like I said, you never know what you're going to get into when you get into some rams this time of year and different things, but this has just been a great set of sheep. It's been a real pleasure to sort them. I've talked about each of these in the class. I think it gets pretty close out here between three individuals for my champion and reserve champion ram. I'll go out and congratulate your champion and reserve champion Polled Dorset Ram. Thank you.
We volunteered and nobody's told us what to do.
I've already got the system going.
Okay.
And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I volunteered to help if you need something. Yeah? They're not working?
No, quit working on it.
Alright.
If you can have them come, that'll be a big help. Call me Class 8.
Waiting Class 8 to the makeup 3. Class 8 to the makeup.
Grand champion Ram for the Pole Dorsets goes to entry number 2. Number 2, the fitted yearling Ram, our senior champion fitted, Reynolds Stock Farm, 1503, Olivia Wagner, West Berlin, Pennsylvania. The reserve grand champion Pole Dorset Ram is entry number 36, our reserve champion fitted Ram, out of the fitted spring Ram Lamb class, Pine Knob Farm, 1613, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Now ready for best headed Ram. For the third class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Suffolks, first place goes to entry number 51, Macaulay 3431, Kyle Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 50, Macaulay 3426, Kyle Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 34, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 54, Ballman Family Farms, Savannah, Missouri. 5 to 55, Celia Dodd, Bonacqua, Tennessee. Sixth place to entry number 49, Celia Dodd, Bonacqua, Tennessee. And 7 to entry number 13, Swingin' T Ranch, Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn pair of yearling ewes. First place to Kyle Macaulay Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Third to Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 4 to Ballman Family Farms of Savannah, Missouri. 5 to Celia Dodd of Bonacqua, Tennessee. Again, now ready for Slickshorn Senior ewe lambs. For the Pole Dorsets, we're now showing best headed Ram. Your next class will be early fitted yearling ewes. Early fitted yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets will be your next class. Those are animals born September 1 of 14 through and inclusive of January 5 of 15. Suffolk exhibitors, we're now showing Slickshorn Senior ewe lambs. Your next class will be for Slickshorn Senior Champion ewe
It's
and reserve.
180.
You get out here for your best headed Dorset Ram, and not only do we have 4 really good headed rams, but we have 4 really good rams as well. I think these were our bucks that were in the hunt here today. but there's one buck I think that stands out for me. I think he is the complete package. He's one of the better Dorset Rams I think I've seen in a long time, and he delivers on his head as well. I mean, our champion Ram's going to be your best-headed Ram. I hope those of you from other breeds and some of those breeders that are maybe around the ring, when they get out here for Supreme, here I guess tomorrow it'll be, I certainly hope this buck gets a look because he's a super good sheep. So let's give this exhibitor a round of applause. Thank you.
Best-headed Ram is entry number 2 out of the yearling Ram class in the fitted division. Reynolds Stock Farm 1503, Olivia Nichols, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Again, that's Olivia Wagner of East Berlin, Pennsylvania with the best-headed on that Grand Champion Ram as well. Now ready for early fitted yearling ewes. Early fitted yearling ewes for the Poll Dorsets into the ring.
Work not.
One of these deep pretty quick. And I'll cut to the chase, there's 3 of them obviously that are looking at out here. All those break those down just a little further for you. I think they are good enough that there's no real justification why or why not. Class 3 though, that's a neat deal. We talk about one that looks athletic, like the shape of this though. He's probably the other 3 we're going to talk about, the one that's most ideal up front in terms of his chest and the way he lays into his keeping himself neat and tucked up to like the elevation that he presents himself with. Really good in the rib cage. So really opened up. I like the way he steps to his own there as well. But maybe if you compare him to those other 3 that he was looking to now, he may not hold it up just like a class for at least one of them at his pace. That's still one I love. The hip connection of that one. I love the rib cage. This is the presence and look. You really get into that really well. What about the class 5? He's probably the different one out here. I love just this extra rib cage. That one's so solid there in terms of when he opens up out of his spine. I love the division to his going over his rack. Of those 3 we're going to talk about, when you watch him go, he is a square grab his chest just a little more, maybe lifting up in his legs a little more. Just in terms of his combination of muscle shape, build, and balance, you gotta respect that little quite a bit. Put those things together and do that wide and still that put together in terms of the way important. Just want to make a little bit of his time, maybe his tone and shape. Still getting out of the class right behind him. He's a really long, extended one of those three. Really up off the ground, elevated. His two handles are coming also. Probably you go just dissecting and talking about how you want to take him. I think he more over that shape. Maybe give him just a little more pulse if you will, and you right behind him there as well. Still one is about positive. You get past that. That's where we need to mind a little extra ribcage and obviously the turning that is getting there as well. So to me, you go a lot of different ways with those three. You keep the two look more like together. Most people probably would. You still or use the one out of class side there. I'm not sure. But I like all three of those really well. To me, one of them just hit me probably the hardest of this division. I'm the one I like to take my first impression. And so we're going to go with that in the second and decide for reserve. Let's see this division big ground ball. Also be right.
Both now? One right now.
Super nice class of senior ewe lambs here. A ewe that I started the class with, she's really nice in her shoulder. This ewe, when you get around beside her, she's from every angle that you look at her at, she's made right. In my mind, a ewe she's adequate on her bone. Maybe you could give her a little bigger foot size, but that's just being super critical. I think a ewe that if I was going to change her, maybe I'd like to widen her out and just open her up in her hips just a little bit, but a ewe that's made right and laid in just about every angle I look at her. The second place ewe closely follows that. She's getting a little bit bolder in her shoulder for me today. She's got a little bit wider hip. She's just giving up a little bit of length of body for me today to put her up into that first place position. Just like clean her up in her shoulder just a bit. Kind of an interesting individual down here in third, a ewe that's super long-bodied, a ewe that's laid in nice in her shoulder. Maybe when you get around beside her in the profile, she wants to be just a little bit deeper right up through her in her shoulder and back in through her rib than she is in her flank. I'd like to deepen her flank just a little bit. When this ewe walks around the ring, she walks around fairly well for me today. She just maybe wants to pull her shoulders down a little bit lower fronted for me. Down here in fourth, a really complete ewe to start this fourth place position. I think a ewe that's laid in nice in her shoulder. You get around behind her. She's got a big old wide hip in her. She's just starting to shorten up a little bit flank to flank for me today to move her up into that third place position. Really a super massive, thick, wide ewe down here in fifth. A ewe that's got a lot of just a rib shape and muscles. She'd just like to clean her up in her front today. She just doesn't have that pretty that I'm looking for to put her up in the upper part of this class. Thank you.
Darby Ross.
We need entry number 120, Darby Ross, for Class 8. Your class is in the ring.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Senior ewe lamb class for the Suffolks, first place to entry 57, McCauley 3450A. Kyle McCauley Suffolks of At Glen, Pennsylvania. Placing on second place to entry 58, McCauley 3460. Kyle McCauley Suffolks, At Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to 61, Mike O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana. 4 to 56, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. 5 to 59, Swingin' T Ranch, Big Cabin, Oklahoma. And 6 to 60, Kyle McCauley, At Glen, Pennsylvania. McCauley Suffolks.
No, I don't want you to do that. Maybe Warren will be back. I don't know. I'll do it. But just keep it down there with that, and I'll look at it when I get a chance. Darby? You Darby? Darby? Good. Okay.
Registration will be open until 4 p.m. today. We will close after 4 p.m.
You could have a nice round of applause for just an excellent set of senior U's out here for Champion. I'm telling you what, folks, this is just a great set of females to me. U's that are very adequate in their bone makeup, Some are a little more, some a little bit less, but I think they use it right up on their tiptoes. They're long-bodied. They're laid in nice in their shoulder. Use that are feminine. They can move around the ring. They're free and easy, but they've got some body capacity, some width and dimension all the way through. Without further ado, I'll go out and congratulate your champion and reserve champion in the senior drive today. Thank you.
Placing on the Suffolk Slickshorn Senior ULAM class, first place to entry 57, Macaulay 3450A, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Slickshorn Senior Champion U for the Suffolk show went to entry number 51. Out of Class 3 Slickshorn Yearling Ewes, Macaulay 3431, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. The Reserve Senior Champion went to entry 44. First out of the Class 1 Slickshorn Yearling Ewes, Silver Dollar SW5024, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Now ready for Slickshorn January ewe lambs.
took a little longer with this class. It gets somewhat overwhelming. Excuse me. It gets somewhat overwhelming when you realize how good all these ewes are. There's not a bad sheep in the class. They're at Louisville for a reason. Everybody brought their best, and they're here. I mean, what a deep, solid set of sheep. You know, I also wanted to take a little longer. I think it gets extremely close between these three top ewes. I think they're all great ewes in their own right. The ewe we're going to start with is the most complete female for me today. She's probably the truest sheep down her top in the class. A ewe that's extremely well balanced. A ewe with a ton of volume. You got to appreciate the amount of rib this ewe has. And then when we got her down between those top two ewes, I think she just moved out a little freer and easier off those rear legs than our ewe that we had in second. Just a really nice, complete female to start our ewe show off with. The ewe that we have in second, you know, we sure don't love her for having the stains that she has on her today. It makes her a little bit more difficult to look at, but we have to take that out of account. And she is a really neat sheep when you get your hands on her. A really big top sheep, a super straight sheep, extremely long hind saddled sheep. Just a really nice ewe up there in second for me. Super eye-appealing ewe that we have here in third. We like her way she gets out and travels, but when we get our hands on this ewe, she may not be quite as straight down the top as the two that we have above her, and that's getting extremely critical. A ewe that shortens up a little bit in her hind saddle and compared to the ewes that we have above her, but a really nice ewe there in third as well. A big frame, big volume ewe we have here in fourth, but a ewe that just doesn't have quite as much style and design as the three that we had above them, but a super good ewe there in fourth as well. And then we round this top five off with a really nice ewe, a big volume, massive, big, stout made ewe, but a ewe that I'd like to fix her right there behind her shoulders to get her up above the four above her. But wow, what a way to start out our ewe show. So I think these breeders definitely need to be commended. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Now ready for the late fitted yearling ewe class for the Poll Dorsets, placing on that early class of fitted ewes. First place goes to entry 51, Pope, Dorsets, 250, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. Second to 45, Twin Oaks, Ross, 1411, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Third to 46, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 4 to 47, Loudon Acres. 5 to 52, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 6 to 48, Stephen Campbell, Blairsville, Pennsylvania. 7 to 53, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 8 to 54, Nichols Sheep Farm, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 9 to 56, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. And 10 to entry 55, Walkout Dorsets, DeSmet, South Dakota. Other awards that we do give out during the Suffolk show, the WEG&I 80 Flocks Memorial Award. This award is given in memory of Harold and Maxine Gergen, presented to the best pair of Suffolk ewe lambs. The Clyde George Award presented to the exhibitor of the best pair of Suffolk yearling ewes, given by Steve and Bob George. The Bill Hurst Award, this award presented to the exhibitor of the best headed Suffolk ewe by friends of Bill Hurst. The Champion Suffolk Ewe Award, this award is presented by W.E. Gergen and Friends. The Annette Benson award presented to the exhibitor of the best Suffolk flock by friends of Annette Benson. And the Best Headed Ewe Award, this award presented to the exhibitor of the best headed ewe by Alan C. Batt.
Following an excellent, very, very deep class in this class of ewe lambs to start off the junior drive. A ewe lamb I started with this class with, I think this is kind of a no-brainer. This ewe lamb is just really, really long. She holds herself together. She's pretty in every direction, every angle. She's really laid in her nice in her shoulder. When you get around in front of her too, her shoulder blade and everything just ties in together. You really appreciate the overall width and dimension from front to rear on this ewe. She's going to be an easy class winner. I really appreciate the bone work and the foot movement, leg movement around the ring in this particular individual. Second, third, kind of a toss-up for me. A ewe that I really appreciate this ewe in her shoulder from her rib cage. She's got a super underline on this ewe. I think when you get around in front of her, she's really laid in nice in her shoulder. She comes right, she blends very well. This is where she probably over excels my third place ewe. Is she tied into her shoulder back into that rib cage just a little bit better for me? I would grant that I would like to give this ewe just a tick more bone for me today to put her up into that first place position, but I think a ewe that's really laid in nice. Appreciate her. And when you get around behind her, she's just a little bit wider from hooks to pins for me than our third place ewe. The third place ewe, she's got a big old rack in her. Ewe that maybe just on the move, she wants to fall apart just a little bit right behind her shoulders on the move, like I said, and she just tends to get a little bit narrower for me than my second place ewe. Third and fourth place ewes are very close in their type and kind. You really appreciate the way they're made. They're really laid in nice in her shoulder. The fourth place ewe, maybe she's got a little bit lower brisket for me today, but I think a ewe that just puts it all together for that fourth place position. Fifth place ewe, a bigger extreme type ewe, a little bit more framework to her. Once again, laid in nice in her shoulder. When you get around behind her, she just starts to taper off just a little bit. A little, not quite as, I just like to open her up in her hip space for me today. Thank you.
Placing on the January Slickshorn Suffolk ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 63, Slack 6147, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to 62, O'Neill 1601, Mike O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana. Third place to 71, Kyle McCauley, Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Fourth to entry 65, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Fifth place to 70, Kyle McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. 6 to 68, Kyle McCauley Suffolks. 7 to 67, Swingin' T Ranch, Big Cabin, Oklahoma. 8 to 69, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. 9 to 72, Russell Sheep Company, LLC, Eaton, Indiana. And 10 to 74, Cole and Wyatt Kirby, Tipton, Indiana.
Anyway.
Another good class of yearling ewes. This class runs extremely deep as well. The ewe that we're going to start our class with, I believe, is our most fault-free individual here that we have in the class. She's a ewe that when you get your hands on her, she's extremely straight down that top. She handles with a lot of width down that top, a sheep that balances up pretty well, a sheep that moves out and tracks pretty well when we get her out on the move. The ewe that we have in second most closely follows her with her neatness of package as she moves about the ring, but a ewe that may not be quite as true down the top as that sheep that we're starting with, but those are two very exceptional ewes up there. The ewe that just kind of keeps rising to the top is the ewe that we have here in third. I have to believe this is one that everybody hopes to have a barn full of. Just a ewe that doesn't really come out and wow you in any necessarily way, but a ewe that just doesn't really have any holes either. I mean, she's just a super complete sheep. She gets out in the move and she just kind of saunters out, and this is what she is, and we sure appreciate her out her there. The ewes that we get down into here are fourth and fifth. These are some pretty big framed ewes. The ewe that we have in fourth, I really love the handle of this ewe. She's extremely long. She's our longest body ewe in the class. She's extremely true and straight down that top. I guess where this ewe runs out of gas for me is when we get her out on the move. She wants to get up under herself there in her rear legs quite a bit. I'd like to free her up there to get her up any spots, but a really exceptional ewe here in fourth as well. A ewe in fifth, a ewe that's not carrying near as much condition as some of the other ewes in class, but a ewe that just wants to shorten up for me when I view her from the side. But a really deep class of ewes from top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Now ready for Poll Dorset fitted early fall ewe lambs. Poll Dorset fitted early fall ewe lambs will be your next class. Placing on the class of late fitted yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 58, Clampy 501, Joanna DeJora, Newburgh, Oregon. Second to 60, Stunkel 2367, Thomas Vandeventer and Purple Ribbon Farms, Carmargo, Illinois. Third to 59, Katie Muir, Sheridan, Indiana. 4 to 69, Pointer Sheep Farm, Paris, Illinois. 5 to 63, Thomas Vandeventer and Purple Ribbon Farms, Carmargo, Illinois. 6th place to 70, Showgirls Sheep Company, Paris, Illinois. 7 to 62, Nichols Sheep Farm, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 8th place to 64, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 9 to 61, Walkow, Dorset, DeSmit, South Dakota. And 10 to 62, Carly Panier, Washburn, Illinois.
fine. Yes, I am. I'll be back when I get it. Yeah, I'm right yeah, that's great what Ventura does. I don't know what work she does with it. I've got her cell phone in this phone. Yeah, give her a call. She might. Sure. That'd be great. Sure, that'd be great. It'll take me a minute. Right.
Test, test. All right, let's try this again. Just a superset of individuals out here in this particular class. There's a lot of similarities, but yet there's some differences. I'll try to talk my way through this. It's kind of this is personal preference, and that's why I'm here, I guess. This ewe lamb I started the class with, I'm not finding a hole in this sheep. She's really laid in her shoulder. You appreciate the way she moves around the ring. I'm going to talk shoulder all day because that's just the kind of sheep that I like. I like sheep that lay in their shoulder from their shoulder back into the rib cage from top to bottom, and this ewes got it. Her head and neck come right out of the top of her shoulders. She's really long. You get around beside her, she's really got a lot of length of body from that 13th rib back. Big old wide square hip in her, flat hip in her. Just the easy class winner for me. There's a close second. This second place ewe, I think, is equally in that same boat. My problem with this particular ewe, if I'm going to pull punches here, is she's just getting a little bolder in her shoulder. When you get around behind her, she's wider in her hip than she is in her front. She's got a big old long goosey neck on her. I appreciate that, always have. If I'm gonna be critical about this sheep when you get your hands on her, I just like to change her in her shoulder blade right there where it blends back into the rib cage. That's just me. That's being super critical, and I guess that's the way I see it today. So that's going to be your first and second. Third place ewe closely follows my second place ewe. A ewe that just, when you get on side profile, she tends to be just a little shorter flank to flank. A ewe that's equally as width and dimension. She's really laid in nice in her shoulder. I'd maybe like to change her brisket just a little bit the way she's made there, but that's just being super critical. Fourth place ewe, really a bold ewe, a ewe that's got a lot of width and dimension to her. She's maybe just a tick wider in her shoulder than she is in her hip when you get around behind her. A ewe that's maybe could use a little more rear leg for me today, but I think a ewe that's really laid nice. Made really nice and going to lay into that fourth place position. Really a nice ewe when you get your hands on her. I don't particularly care for this ewe when you get her on the track. She tends to want to get a little bolder in her shoulder, but I think a ewe that when you get your hands on her, she's really youthful. She's long from that 13th rib back, got a big old wide hip in her. Maybe just like to tie her shoulders just a little bit better for me today. Thank you.
Now ready to show for senior champion fitted ewe and reserve. Placing on the, pardon me. Now ready to show for March ewe lamb, March Slickshorn ewe lamb for the Suffolk show.
Okay, what a nice set of fall ewe lambs here. You know, we got a great set of ewes from top to bottom. Once again, I think these 5 ewes stand out here for me today. You know, it all depends on where you put all your where you put all your weight. For me, this ewe that starts the class, she's not necessarily the kind of sheep that I usually look for. I think she may need to be a tick wider, but she's wide enough. You know, as I'm handling her, I get my hands on her, she's got enough. She's pretty darn green out here. She's extremely straight down that top and extremely well balanced ewe. Love the extension up through the front. This ewe just gets out and travels extremely well. Just a nice ewe to start our class with. Then I think it gets closer down in here when we're sorting these 2 to 5. The ewe that we have in second is my kind of sheep. A sheep that handles really wide when we handle her down her top. A sheep that when you go ahead and handle this sheep in comparison to some of the others in the class and you go ahead and handle right there in her blades, that sheep doesn't have any wool on her. This sheep is as wide as she looks. She's really good and straight down that top. When we get her out and travel her, I wish she held together a little neater in her top. If she were a little stronger there, maybe I could even run her a little higher, but that's a pretty good ewe there in second as well. The ewe that we have in third is definitely not a ewe that jumped right out at me at the beginning of this class, but the more I handle these ewes and the more I work these ewes, this ewe is pretty fault-free. She handles super good down that top. A ewe that we love the way she handles in her loin and she presents in that hind saddle. A really nice balanced ewe, a really up-headed ewe, just a ewe that fit into that third spot. She didn't have quite as much power as the two above her, but a really good ewe there in third as well. The ewe that I think is going to be interesting to see what she does as a yearling is our ewe that we have here in fourth. As far as when we talk base width, she just doesn't have enough for me today. But I think she's an extremely extended individual, extremely long-bodied ewe. I think she's going to be fun to see how she turns out. But at this point, I'm not ready to take that chance and move her up any more spots. The ewe we have in fifth is a really well-balanced, straight-topped ewe, but a ewe that just wants to shorten up for me in comparison to the other four that we have above her. Really great set of ewes from top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
For the Poll Dorset, now ready to show Senior Champion Fitted ewe. Senior Champion Fitted ewe in reserve. Placing on the February class of Slickshorn Suffolk ewe lambs, first place went to 81, Slack 6485, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to 83, Wyford 60716, Wyford Suffolk's Wapakoneta, Ohio. Third place to entry 82, Wyford Suffolk's. Fourth to entry 676, Kyle McCauley, McCauley Suffolk's at Glen, Pennsylvania. 5 to 84, Max Eels, Greenfield, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 77, Kyle McCauley, McCauley Suffolk's at Glen, Pennsylvania. 7 to 88, Martin and Chris Auville, Mount Sidney, Virginia. 8 to 87, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. 9 to entry 90, Wyford Sheep Company, Will Brian Wyford of Powell, Ohio. 10 to entry number 79, Russell Sheep Company, LLC, Eaton, Indiana. Placing on the fitted early fall ewe lamb class for the Poll Dorsets, first to 94, Chrome 2511, Rachel Gately, Summers, Connecticut. Second place to entry 102, Pope Dorsets 309, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. Third to 87, Blake Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 4 to 91, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 5 to 93, Thomas Vandeventer and Purple Ribbon Farm, Carmargo, Illinois. Sixth place to 89, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 7 to 88, Nichols Sheep Farm, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 8 to entry 96, Walco Dorsets, DeSmit, South Dakota. 9 to 92, Robert Shims, Indianapolis, Indiana. And 10th place to 98, Sean Beskid of Byesville, Ohio.
We've had a really good fitted senior U drive out here. I think all 6 of these females, if I were getting ready to get back in the Dorsets, I'm sure any one of these would work. So it'd be a nice way to start. But I don't think that's going to happen. So what we're going to do is we talked about these quite a bit in class. I evaluate them. I think it gets real close between your early and your late yearling ewes, and I like your other late yearling ewe there pretty well as to go along with that. Like I said, we talked about them quite a bit in class, so I'm not going to talk them a whole bunch more. I think our late yearling ewe there is going to be your senior champion ewe, and we're going to follow her up with our early. So we'll do senior champion here, reserve senior champion on our early yearling ewe. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Now ready for Poll Dorset fitted late fall ewe lambs. Our senior champion fitted ewe was entry number 58 out of the late class of fitted yearling ewes, Clampy 501, Johanna DeJora, Newburgh, Oregon. The reserve senior champion fitted ewe, entry 51 out of the early fitted yearling ewes, Pope Dorset's 250, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. Again, now need Poll Dorset fitted late fall ewe lambs.
Really nice set of ewe lambs from front to rear here. I'll be honest, I'm not finding that ewe lamb that just wows me in this class. The ewe that I'm start with is just the most complete individual to me. She's really got a lot of pretty head and neck right out of the top of her shoulders. You get around behind her, she doesn't disappoint you at all. This ewe's really long from her 13th rib back, she's right up on her tiptoes. I appreciate the way this ewe moves around the ring. That'll be your class winner. The second place ewe, just a super wide, lot of width and dimension and thickness. This ewe's got a lot of length of body. She holds it together. When she moves around the ring, she's nice and easy. One thing when I get around in front of her, I'd like to lay her shoulders in just a little bit better, but the ewe that just really tracks out really well, and she's got a lot of width and dimension from that 13th rib back, just a big old wide flat hip in her, and that'll be your second place position. The next 3 ewes are a little bit different type and kind. I really like the style and the pattern and balance about the third place ewe. She doesn't have that just amount of muscle that I'm looking for. I know she's a lot more youthful looking in this particular class. They just use it, just like to give her just a little bit more to her to put her up in the upper part of this class. The next ewe, we really appreciate the overall width and dimension all the way through in this particular ewe in fourth. When I get around beside her, she just gets a little posty off her back legs for me today to put her up into that third place position, but a ewe that you really appreciate from her hips forward. The ewe is made right. And down here in fifth, a ewe that's once again a little bigger framed ewe. She just starts to get a little sluggish, a little softer in her makeup when she's on the move around the ring. When you get around behind her and they have her set up, just an outstanding individual. I think she just starts to get a little soft on her makeup for me. Thank you.
Now ready for Slickshorn pair of ewe lambs for the Suffolk. Slickshorn pair of ewe lambs for the Suffolks, please. Placing on the March and later born Slickshorn ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 99. Phantom Hills 1661, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. Second place to 95, Wyford 62516, Wyford Sheep Company, Powell, Ohio. Third place to 92, Kyle McCauley, McCauley Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 98, Wyford Suffolk, Sam and Pat Wyford, Wapakoneta, Ohio. 5 to 96, Kyle McCauley, McCauley Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania. 6th place to 91, Russell Sheep Company, LLC, Eaton, Indiana. 7 to 94, Swingin' T Ranch, Big Cabin, Oklahoma. 8 to entry 100, Celia Dodd, Bonacqua, Tennessee. And 9 to 93, Jerry Quammen family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. Placing on the Suffolk class of Slickshorn pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to Sam and Pat Wyford, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Third place to Kyle McCauley, Suffolks of Atglen, Pennsylvania. 4, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. 5 to Russell Sheep Company, LLC, Eaton, Indiana. 6 to Wyford Sheep Company, Will and Bryn Wyford of Powell, Ohio. 7 to Martin and Chris Allville, Mount Sidney, Virginia.
Interesting class of ewe lambs here. We definitely have to make some trade-offs on what we're looking for and what we're after. I think from top to bottom, there's some pieces in here. There's some really high-quality females, but there's some pieces that you like, and there's some things you'd love to change. I think the 2 ewes we have up on the top kind of set themselves apart in this class pretty quick for me today, even though they're very different kinds that are ewe lambs that are very different in their maturity curve right now. The ewe lamb I'm going to start with is an extremely eye-appealing ewe lamb. We get her out on the move, and I say I want to see sheep out on the move. I mean, somebody would pick her that just walked through the door. I think she's the one that would stand out for us here today. An extremely well-balanced ewe lamb, a ewe lamb that handles really good and true down that top, but a ewe lamb that I'd like to give a shot more muscle to. I wish she had a little more guts to her. I wish she had a little bit more to her, but I made the decision today that she has enough for me, and we're going to go ahead and stick with that. I love the width and dimension that we have in this second place ewe. Like I said, there's a little bit difference in maturity here. I'm not calling this ewe old or anything like that. I think their growth curve's a little bit different. She's extremely wide base. She's extremely big ribbed. A ewe that we love her when we get our hands on her, but when I get her out on the move, I think she's very similar to this exhibitor's yearling ewe. She tends to want to get up under her rear legs a little bit, and I just like to make her a little freer and easier moving out of those hips. But a really nice ewe there in second as well. A ewe that just kind of falls into that third place for me here is the ewe that we have in third. She's not really extended. She's not really long-bodied, but she's a ewe that's just pretty fault-free. She's pretty good down that top. She's a ewe that balances up. She's pretty sound on those feet and legs. We like her balance, and we like how she fits together there in her rib. Just maybe like to square her up and make her a little wider out over those hips, and then in the hip, and then maybe we can move her up a couple spots. Sheep that then I get into a couple problem ewes for me here today. I love the extension and I love the straightness of top in this ewe that we have here in fourth, but a ewe that just wants to cut up into that rear flank for me. I'd like to maybe pull her apart and extend her out a little bit and maybe make her a tick longer, but a pretty nice ewe there. I think she's going to be fun to watch to grow out as a yearling as well. A really good handling ewe is a ewe that we have here in fifth. A ewe that is pretty wide down that top, a ewe that balances out pretty well here for me today, but a ewe that just having to get a little bit of problems getting around the ring for me, so we're going to go ahead and stuff her here today, but I wanted to make sure we recognize her because I think this is an awful good ewe. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted late fall ewe lamb class for the Poll Dorsets, first place to entry 111, Chrome Dorsets 2533, Thomas Chrome, Marshall, Illinois. Second place to 107, Pointer Sheep Farm, W15, Pointer Sheep Farm, Paris, Illinois. Third place to 115, Thomas Vandeventer and Purple Ribbon Farms, Carmargo, Illinois. 4 to entry 118, Northern Star Livestock, Lonsdale, Minnesota. 5 to entry number 109, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. 6 to 108, Nichols Sheep Farm, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 7th place to 112, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 8th place to 104, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 9 to entry 106, Larry D. Inbody family, Genera, Ohio. And 10th place to 119, Blake Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana.
Could have a nice round of applause for a superset of individuals out here for junior champion. I appreciate that. Just a great set of females out here. Ewes that are very functional. They're long, they're lean, they've got some width and dimension to them, but yet they're feminine up through their front. Really appreciate the way the 6 of these individuals move around the ring. They're step by step, they're right in the track, they're where they're supposed to be when you get around behind them. Without further ado, I'll go out and congratulate your junior and reserve junior champion today. Thank you.
Slickshorn Junior Champion U for the Suffolk Show is entry number 63. First out of the January ULAM class, Slack 6147, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. The Reserve Junior Champion goes to entry 81 out of the February ULAM class, Slack 6485, also Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Now ready to show for Slickshorn Grand Champion U and Reserve. This has really been a whale of a youth show in the Slick Drive in the Suffolk side. Just a tremendous amount of pretty but bold and just the movement about these females, the way they move around the ring is just a tremendous for the Suffolk breed to me. I'll go out and I already talked them in class. I mean, these ewes are what they are. They're big bone, they're broody, they're pretty, they've got a lot of good things about them. Unfortunately, there's only one winner, and I'll go out and congratulate that person right now. Thank you. Now ready for Slickshorn Flock. Slickshorn Flock for the suffix. Our Slickshorn Grand Champion U was entry number 51. 51 was our senior champion, Slickshorn. Out of class 3 of our Slickshorn yearling U's, Macaulay, 3431 Macaulay suffix, Kyle Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve grand champion was entry number 63, our junior champion, U. 63 came out of the January ULAM class, Slack, 6147, Jordan Leininger of Pierceton, Indiana. Now ready for Slickshorn Flock for the suffix. Placing on the suffix Slickshorn Flock, first place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Slickshorn Division is Kyle Macaulay, Macaulay suffix of at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second in the flock, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. That does conclude our Slickshorn portion of the Suffolk show. Our judge has been Brad Payne of Missouri.
pretty good class of winter ewe lambs here. The ewe lamb that we're going to start our class with, I believe, is quite handily the most fault-free individual in the class. She's a very free and easy moving ewe lamb. She travels out extremely well. A ewe lamb that when you get your hands on her, she handles appropriate for her age. She's a ewe lamb that handles with some width down her top. She gets out and squares up in her hip pretty well. An extremely nice balanced ewe lamb. You just can't help but love her when she gets out on the move. A very up-headed, free and easy moving ewe. We love the width and the mass of the ewe that we have here in second. An extremely wide-based ewe, an extremely big-ribbed ewe, a ewe that I can use a lot of times in classes. She just happened to run into one of those ewes that's a little bit special. A ewe that if I were going to change this ewe any, I'd like to make her a little taller in her front end, but that's a really good ewe there in second as well. And we get down into a pretty fault-free individual here in third, another ewe that travels out very well. We certainly like the balance it when we view her from the side, but a ewe that maybe I'd like to bring that tail set up just a tick to get her up there any higher, but pretty good ewe there in third as well. A ewe that we have here in fourth that we like her as well, but when we get her out on the move, she wants to get a little bit high in her loin in comparison to the three that we have above her, but another really long, level-topped ewe. We certainly like her balance as well. She just kind of ran into a pretty tough class here. And then we get down into our ewe here that we have in fifth. It's a sheep that I sure would like to have a bunch of those around as well. It's just a really super complete individual. Maybe not necessarily the show type in comparison to the ones that we have up above her, but a really fault-free, nice individual. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as well. Thank you.
Placings on the class of fitted winter ewe lambs for the Poll Dorsets. First place to entry 130, Loudon Acres 27, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. Second to 129, Spildy 9185, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 120, Thomas Vandeventer and Purple Ribbon Farms, Carmargo, Illinois. 4 to 126, Nichols Sheep Farm, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 5 to 128, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 6 to entry 121, Walkout Dorsets, DeSmet, South Dakota. 7 to 122, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 8 to 124, Lobdell Dorsets, Freeport, Illinois. Judging our fitted portion of the Suffolk Show is Mark Chapman of South Rockwood, Michigan. Mark's a full-time farmer. He and his wife Deb manage and operate the 7th generation sheep farm of 600 acres. Their flock consists of 70 Suffolk, Dorset, and crossbred ewes. The majority of the lambs are direct marketed through farmers markets or on and to the ethnic trade. Let's welcome Mark Chapman to your Fitted Suffolk Show.
Test.
Good, I guess, almost afternoon here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank everybody for inviting me down here to evaluate and judge the Fitted Suffolk show today. I really enjoy seeing good sheep, and I think we'll probably get to see some today. Excited about being here again to judge the show. The yearling ram class, we've only got 3 rams out here. The ram we're leading off with, just a little more bigger volume type of sheep than we see in our second place ram. He's showing me more width and dimension from one end to the other, especially up over that top through his forearrib. I'd like to maybe make him a little neater through the base of those shoulders when he's on the move. He gets a little sloppy down through that lower third part of his shoulder. Tends to walk a little narrow behind, but I think a really wide-topped ram for his size. Shows me a lot more width up over that loin edge and back in through his hip. The second place ram, a really extreme fronted sheep. He's very tall fronted. Runs uphill quite a bit when you see him even on the move. I really like the way the neck comes out of the shoulder blades today. Ram is just too flat in his rib, a little too narrow down through his top. I like to see him walk out a little wider through those rear legs, as well as our first place ram also is a little base narrow when he gets walk away from you. A little more bone than our first place ram here we see in our second ram. The third ram, a real long bodied ram, probably the widest made sheep, the heaviest muscled ram. Ram has a few soundness problems though that I just can't get around today. If we can make him a little sounder, we'd like to see him. We could move him up just for his length of body and his overall thickness and mass. Thank you.
Placing on the class of fitted yearling rams for the Suffolk's first place to entry 104, Tom Burke, 7242, Rogers Suffolk's of Carmi, Illinois. Second to entry number 107, Kansas, 52246, Sandage Farms, State Center, Iowa. Third to entry number 10, Ballman Family Farm, Savannah, Missouri.
In our Suffolk Fall Ram Lamb class, I think definitely a lot of differences as far as type and kind. A lot of difference as far as overall size and dimension when you look at them on the skeletal outline. The ram we're starting off with, to me, is a more complete individual. It stands off square and straighter and truer off his both front and rear legs. I'd like to maybe change his front feet just a little bit. He wants to toe out just a tad, but he walks a little wider up front. A little smoother, definitely a lot smoother up through that front end. He ties together a lot better through his neck shoulder junction. He shows me more natural width and muscle down through that rack and back over that loin edge. A ram that comes out nice and level out through that hip. Walks a little better off those rear legs today. The second place ram, a big massive sheep. You got to admire the depth of side in this sheep. He's tremendously deep from flank to flank. He's got a lot of size and growth. He's got some bone to him. I just like changing him, especially off those rear legs today when he moves out. He tends to get pretty straight. I'd like to see a little more flex in that hock, see him stretch out and reach out with a longer stride today, especially change him up through that front end. But two very productive type rams. Thank you.
Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class for the Fitted Suffolk Show, first to entry 109, Quam 05299ET, KC Suffolk of Parkersburg, Iowa. Second to entry 110, Knutson F15-1, Knutson Girls of Centerville, South Dakota. For our senior champion ram, goes to entry 109, the first place in the fitted senior ram lamb class, Quam 05299ET, KC Suffolk, Parkersburg, Iowa. The reserve senior champion was first place in the fitted yearling ram class, entry 104, Tom Burke 7242, Rogers Suffolk of Carmi, Illinois. Now ready for fitted January ram lambs in the Suffolk ring.
Okay, this is a pretty good class of ewe lambs. Is there one that just jumps right out at me and takes absolute control of the class? No, I don't think so. You know, that's taking nothing away from any of them. I just think it's a very complex class, I guess you could say. We got all shapes and sizes in here. But the ewe lamb we're going to start with, I think, is just going to have to win this thing for me today. We get her out on the move, and that's where she just walks away from this thing. I think she's one of the freer and easier moving ewes that we've seen today. We get her out there. She's extremely level when she moves out. She's a ewe that when you get your hands on her, she's extremely long down that top. She's extremely level down that top. She's extremely wide out over their hip. A ewe that I'd like to see her a little tighter fleece today than she is. I think that would have made it a little easier for me, but a ewe that's going to win her class here for me today. I really like the mass and the muscling in the ewe that we have here in second. She's an extremely wide-hipped ewe. She handles with as much muscle as anything that we got down there in the center of the leg, but a ewe that just wants to shorten up in comparison to the ewe that we have in first. Just two really nice ewes up there on top. A really somewhat fault-free individual here that we have in third. A ewe lamb that just may not be as true down her top as those two we have above her. She just trails off in her hip a little bit more than those other two, but a really nice ewe there in third as well. Then we get into a pair of ewes here in fourth and fifth. These are ewes that are just pretty fault-free individuals. They're ewes that aren't the biggest ewe and the most extended ewe in the class, but they're ewes that lack the faults in comparison to some that are a little bit below them. Nice class of ewes from top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Now ready to show junior champion fitted ewe and reserve junior champion fitted ewe for the Poll Dorsets. Placing on the class of spring ewe lambs for the fitted portion of our Poll Dorset show, first place to 132, Trail Run Dorsets 1627, Sean Beeskid of Byesville, Ohio. Second place to 142, Nichols 1617, Nichols Sheep Farm, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third to 141, Thomas Vandeventer and Purple Ribbon Farms, Carmargo, Illinois. 4 to 136, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. 5 to entry number 138, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 6 to 139, Michael Pope. 7 to entry 137, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota. 8 to entry 144, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois. 9 to 143, Showgirls Sheep Company, Paris, Illinois. And 10 to 140, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut.
Protein code
certainly was a lot of fun to judge the fitted ewe lambs here today, junior ewe lambs, I guess you'd say. I'm really pleased when we bring these 6 individuals out here. I think it shows the quality that was here, because I mean we sent a whole bunch of good ewe lambs back to the pen that those breeders definitely should keep feeding and getting those ewes ready to show here again as yearlings, and then get ready to get them in the barn and see what they can do. For me, I think it gets close out here between a couple ewe lambs. I think this late fall ewe lamb and this winter ewe lamb are awful good. I'm getting real picky when we get down in between them. But I think our winter ewe lamb has a tick more hip, and I think she presents a little better in her hind saddle, so she's going to be our junior champion today, and we'll go ahead and follow her up with our first place late fall ewe lamb for reserve. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Junior champion fitted Poll Dorset ewe is entry number 130 out of the fitted winter ewe lamb class, Loudon Acres 27, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. The reserve junior champion fitted ewe goes to entry 111. The fitted late fall ewe lamb, Chrome Dorsets 2533, Thomas Chrome, Marshall, Illinois. Now showing for grand champion fitted ewe. Following the selection of our grand champion fitted ewe and reserve, we will show Slickshorn yearling ewes. Slickshorn yearling ewes will be the class that follows the selection of our grand champion fitted ewe that's currently in the ring for the Poll Dorsets.
I know. No, I told you. Nancy got 12 breeds, that right? Nancy said that she but it's still falling. I don't think we put that stuff there. Call it something else. Even though she's going the wrong way, we're right there. All
the years we showed down here and all the years we've shown the Dorsets over the years. I think this has been a real pleasure to sort these fitted ewes. You always judge them from the side when you get down here at Louisville, and you're thinking differently than the judge had them set up, but it's been a real pleasure to go ahead and sort these fitted ewes. I talked about them quite a bit in class, and I have 4 females out here that I enjoy to watch on the move, and I think they're ewes that when they take them home and they get them shorn off and getting ready to put them to work, I think they're going to be pretty happy with them as well. You know, our yearling ewes, we have the champion, senior champion ewe here that's a little more of a big broody package with still that little bit of flair that I believe she has when she gets out and moves. She's a little more extended up through her front. A ewe that just really travels out well. She handles super straight down that top. Just a really nice ewe there. And then we get into our reserve senior ewe, which if you want to talk a brute, she's definitely it. I mean, this ewe's just ready to go to work. I think she's going to be a highly productive ewe. She's a big rib, big volumed ewe. Would we like to maybe give her a tick more of that stuff that first one had? Sure. I mean, that would be the perfect world, but there's not too many of those out there. Then we get into our junior ewe lambs, and I think this junior ewe lamb is about as fancy as you can get. I think she's one of the complete sheep that I've seen here today. You know, you get your hands on her, and she sure doesn't disappoint at all. She's extremely good down her top. She presents as well as any sheep I've handled today. A ewe lamb that when you get her out on the move, she's not on a halter or anything, and she just gets out and travels about as well as anything that we've seen. Just another nice female there. And then we get into our reserve junior champion ewe, who is as pretty as a picture. Just a super straight topped ewe and is super sound on those feet and legs. I think just 4 really nice females. Looking at them here today, I think we're going to go ahead and use our yearling ewe for our champion fitted ewe. There's just too much sheep there and too special of a looking ewe there for me today. And we're going to follow her up with our junior champion ewe for reserve fitted ewe. I think she's got a lot of bright future ahead of her. I think she's a pretty special sheep as well. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Grand champion fitted ewe is entry number 58, our senior champion ewe. First in the late fitted yearling ewe class, Clampy 501, Johanna DeJora, Newberg, Oregon. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion. Entry 130 out of the fitted winter ewe lamb class, Loudon Acres 27, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. Now ready for Poll Dorset Slick Shorn yearling ewes in the ring.
Our January fitted ram lamb class here definitely saw a lot of difference as far as type, as far as structure, as far as body style and development, as far as maturity. And we're going to try to line these up. As you can see, as we go through the day, you're going to probably hear the one term a lot for me is complete, sound and complete. We have the soundest, most complete sheep in the class easily here in our first place ram. He's not the biggest outlined, he's not the longest, he's not the most extreme in his pattern, but a tremendously sound, correct, complete individual. I love the bone structure on this sheep. I love the shape to his forerib. He's got some width up over that rack. He carries it back over a nice wide muscular loin. He shows me some muscling back behind when you watch him walk away. And for all this width and dimension he's got and the maturity he's got for his age, he's still holding himself together very nicely up through those shoulders. He's not as extreme or as extended as a lot of the rams behind him. He's just a good, sound, functional sheep. Second place ram, a little longer in his overall appearance. He probably handles longer down his top, but a ram that just does not have near the rib shape, does not have the development of muscle up over that rack we see in our first place ram, doesn't have the bone structure, but a ram that has some length. Like to see him just a tad deeper from front to rear to really balance him out nicely for a ram, make him a little more massive in his overall dimension, but a pretty straight type of sheep. He's got a lot of length out through that hind saddle. Again, pretty correct off those feet and legs. Kind of the problem ram is our third place ram, tremendously long individual, probably the longest handling hind saddle ram you're going to find in the class. I like the bone under him, I like the depth of side. A ram that's just a little too raw up over that rack and down that loin edge. I'd like to see more muscle development up over that top. show me a little more muscle behind, we can move this ram up at least as far as second. I really like, again, though, the length and the overall growth. The next ram, just kind of a ram that doesn't really catch your eye when you first come out here, but a sheep that has some things you need to like about him. He's got some forerib, he's got some depth of side, he's got some muscle down his top, a ram that's pretty long, pretty correct, just kind of a nice average type of sheep. The next ram, a ram that at first I thought I was going to have up in the fourth, a ram I like the length of the top again, he handles with some muscle and back up over that loin and back into his leg. He's got a little bit of bone under him. Tends to get a little wide down through the base of his shoulders when you see him on the move. Doesn't balance out quite as nicely as the rams ahead of him. Just a nice class of rams. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted January Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk Show, first place to entry 116, Ruby Mountain 1601 Buck Naked, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second place to entry 115, Cahill 116, Swingin' T Ranch, Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Third place to 120, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Fourth to 113, Jerry Quam and family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. 5 to 117, Rebecca Krinsky, Washington, Oklahoma. Sixth place to 114, Jerry Quam and family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. 7 to 112, KC Suffolk, Parkersburg, Iowa. Eighth place to 119, Barry Bruce, Linden, Indiana. And 9 to 118, Rogers Suffolk, of Carmi, Illinois.
This is a good class. When I went out there, I told one of the breeders, I said, boy, these things have come a long ways in a short period of time. I think all four of these ewes are extremely good. The ewe we're going to start with is our most eye-appealing ewe. She's an extremely up-fronted ewe. She's a ewe that balances out really nice for me here today. She's a ewe that when we handle her, we love the width that she has in her top there. A ewe that squares out over her hips pretty well. Just a nice ewe, nicely balanced, up-fronted ewe. I think that's where she excels over the ewe that we have here in second. I'd like to lift her and elevate her in her chest floor just a tick, just to make her a little fancier out here today. But that's a really good sheep there too. She comes out and square out over her hip, really super high tail set. Another nice ewe there in second. A really wide ewe here that we have in third as well. A ewe that just doesn't have as much leg maybe as the two that we have above them there. A ewe that maybe we'd like to give her a little more thickness in that way in comparison to the two above, but a pretty good ewe there in third. Then my problem sheep here in the class is the ewe that we have in fourth. Pound for pound, she's our heaviest muscled sheep in the class. I don't think there's any questions there. We love the straightness down her top. This ewe's extremely balanced. I'd like to give her a little more substance of bone, and in comparison to the three ewes above her, I'd just like to pull her apart a little bit. But she's a neat ewe in her own way. She's one of those sheep that when you get out here and you're judging, she's a problem. So you're not sure what to do with her, but I think we sure have to appreciate her. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. Thank you.
Placing on that class of Slick Shorn yearling ewes for the Poll Dorsets, first place goes to entry 72, Freitas Bianchi 1167G, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Second to 78, Pope Dorsets 280, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. Third to 79, Nichols Sheep Farm, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. And 4 to 74, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania.
an interesting class of February Ram Lambs. The Ram we're leading off with, again, one of the sounder, more complete individuals in the class. A Ram that shows me a lot of width up over that top, starting right behind those shoulder blades, coming back all the way through his hip. He stands naturally wide behind. He shows me some thickness through the center of that leg, shows me some shape to that forerib. It's still very smooth up front. I'd like to maybe change him just a little bit off those rear legs when he's on the move. He wants to drop that hip a little bit, shorten up a little bit in his overall makeup when he's on the move, but still one of the sounder Rams in the class. The second place Ram, again, a little bit of a problem type sheep. First, I thought I was probably going to lead the class off with this Ram, but the more you watch him walk, I really want to change him off those front legs, especially that left front leg. He's just got a kind of a funny hitch in that knee. I'd like to see him move freer and take a nice longer stride out there off that front end, but tremendously long top sheep. For as long as he is, he's pretty straight down that top, carries nice and level out through that hip, stands on adequate substance of bone. I'd like to maybe see him a little heavier bone, ideally, but a lamb that stands wide naturally behind, shows me more width from one end to the other than some of the other sheep in the class. The next Ram, a very attractive sheep. I like the front end and the extension through him. He's very clean about that shoulder region. A Ram that when you handle him just doesn't have near the muscle we see in the two Rams above him. Again, a Ram that tends to track a little narrow behind. I like to widen him out through his base, make him a little more overall wider and thicker than what he's showing me today, get him up any higher. The next Ram, a big Ram, a lot of bone under this sheep, tremendous amount of mass and volume. He's very long, but he needs to move better off both those front and rear legs when you get him on the go. Like to make his track out straighter and truer. We can probably move him up as high as second, maybe even win the class. The fifth place Ram, again, a big, long body type of sheep. Needs to see more shape to that forerib, a little more width up through that shoulder region, just expand him from one end to the other, but tremendously long, has some bone. Again, needs to be quite a bit more correct off both those front and rear legs. Thank you.
Take care, Jeff. Good class of slick-sheared ewes here. The ewe that we're going to start our class with, I think, wins this thing pretty handedly. She's an extremely well-balanced ewe. She's an extremely straight-topped ewe. She's got enough thickness out here for me today. We get her on the move, and she just kind of walks away with this thing a little bit. So a pretty nice ewe to start our class with. I think then it gets into a couple ewes here that you've got to make some trade-offs, and I'm going to go ahead and go with the mass and volume of the ewe that we have here in second. She may not be showing off quite as fancy as the other ewes, but this is a pretty stout, sound ewe. Ewe that fits into that second slot for me pretty nicely. Then we get down into a ewe here in third, a ewe that's not as big and as extended as the two ewes that we have up on top. That doesn't necessarily matter to me, but she's a ewe that I'd maybe like to give a touch more thickness, and some of that can be maturity at this point, but a pretty nice ewe there in third as well. Then we get into a couple ewes here in fourth and fifth, some ewes that maybe don't hold together as well as I'd like to see, and as well as the three ewes we have above them, but I think when we're taking the wool off of some of these sheep with some size, we got to be pretty excited with the way these five individuals look. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted February Ram Lamb class for the Suffolks. First place goes to entry 127, Ruby Mountain 1607, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second to 125, KJ Lansing 2524, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third to 128, Rogers Suffolks, Carmi, Illinois. 4 to 121, Knutson Girls, Centerville, South Dakota. And 5 to 126, Jacqueline Elke, Barrett, Minnesota. Placing on the Slick Shorn Fall ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place to entry 146, Pine Ridge Dorsets, 16028, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Second to 147, Larry D. Inbody and Family, 2539, Larry D. Inbody and Family, Genera, Ohio. Third to 148, Cody and Cameron Paulus, Castown, Ohio. 4 to 151, Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. And 5 to 145, Robert Shims of Indianapolis, Indiana.
We have got all three kinds of slick-sheared ewes out here. You know, you just got to make a decision on what you want to do. I'm going to use the ewe that I think's the package deal here. I guess that's the ewe that we're going to start our class with. She's handled a little more condition maybe than I'd like to see today, but we get our hands on this ewe. She's pretty thick down that top, real level and square out over that hip. We have to love the balance of this ewe from front to rear. She gets out on the move and she moves out good enough here for us today. Just a nice complete package ewe to start our class with. We really have to love the elevation and style and the way this second place ewe moves. She's extremely tall through that front. She's extremely straight down that top. I love the added bone that this ewe gives us here. But when we get to comparing her over our first place ewe and we're talking slick sheared sheep here, she just gets beat on width. So, but sure a nice ewe that I'd love to have at home myself. But another good ewe there in second. And then we get down in here to third. She's a little more compact ewe, not has quite as much mass and as width as the two above her. She's a little bit different in her maturity too, a little quicker type of ewe, but a nice ewe here in third as well. Just three really nice ewes and three different types of examples of what the Dorsets have to offer. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion, Slickshorn Dorset U. Placing on the Slickshorn Winter Spring U Lamb class, first place goes to entry 154, Shepherd's View 1602, Shepherd's View, Bridgeville, Delaware. Second place to 127, Nichols 1602, Nichols Sheep Farm, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. And third to entry 155, Tyler Myers, Rushabania, Ohio.
Another nice, interesting class of March Ram lambs. Again, I think there's some differences. Some of them are very fine differences. You have to kind of really analyze these sheep, especially when they're on the move, to pick up some of these the differences that there is in this class. The ram we're starting with, I think, comes to the top pretty easily. He's the pounds heavy sheep in the class. He's the biggest outlined. Tremendous height up at the top of the shoulder for his age and for this class. Really extended up through the front end for as much width and dimension he has through those shoulders. He holds himself together very nicely there. Tends to maybe dip just a little bit coming down that spine right behind those shoulder blades, but not too bad as compared to some of the other rams in the class. Comes out nice and level out through his hip. Again, stands wide both front and rear, and still very smooth and nicely balanced. Very close here between second and third, I think, two very similar type of sheep. Rams that show us a lot of extension up through the front end. They're tall at the top of their shoulders. They have some cleanness about that front end and neck region. They come out of their necks come out of the shoulders right. The ram we're starting off here, or going with in second, just a little wider base sheep. Granted, he is a little frailer in his bone makeup than our third place ram. Doesn't have quite the substance of bone, but stands a little wider, both front and rear naturally. Has some attractiveness, some style. He's really straight down his top, handles nice and long out through that hind saddle. Like to change away, those legs come out of his front knees a little bit as compared to the ram behind him. The ram behind him, again, a little more bone, very smooth and straight in his lines. For his age and for his size, I think he balances out very nicely. We just need to see him a little wider base, a little more width down through that lower leg, standing track out a little wider behind. The next ram is probably the next biggest ram in the class. Tremendously long down his top when you handle him. Really a lot of length of hind saddle in this sheep. Shows us some depth through that rear leg. But the ram, again, doesn't balance out very nicely. We'd like changeaways made up through his front end And again, see him walk a lot better off both his front and rear legs today. The next ram, when we look at him on the side view, I really liked some things about this sheep. He's straight in his spine, comes out nice and level and square out through his hip. A ram, though, when you watch him, especially when he moves, he's tracking out a lot wider up front than he is behind. He doesn't balance out near as nicely. Again, I'd like to change the way those front legs come out of his knees. See him pull himself together a little better down through that lower third of his shoulder and the points of his shoulders, balance him out even a little bit more. But I like the muscle in this sheep. I like the bone structure. We just need to change him in the skeletal structure. Thank you.
I just asked for a little clarification on exactly what we're looking at these at. This is, I don't know if this is the first year, but I haven't been down here since they split the slick sheared class. These are slick shear frame breeding sheep. I guess I just want to make that distinction clear. When I evaluated them in class, I wouldn't change any of my evaluations that I had in class, but there is something to think about when we're out in here, because we got this little ewe lamb down here that's awful fancy and a little bit different than everything else out here. She's extremely well balanced. She's extremely straight down that top. She has a little bit more hind saddle than the rest of the sheep in the class. But what are we comparing her to? Would I like to give her a little bit more bone? Yep. Would I like to pull her apart a little bit more? I think maybe just a tick, but not a whole lot. Then we got our first place yearling. This is extremely big ribbed, high volume ewe that stands on a great substance of bone. She gets out and moves really well. Just a really eye appealing ewe as well. Is she as square in her hip as the little ewe lamb down here? No, probably not. But she's a nice ewe in her own right as well. Then we get into our senior ewe lamb here. Really eye appealing ewe as well. We got her out on the move and we sure loved her there. So she's a nice ewe as well. Would we like to widen her out in her hip and maybe give her a touch more muscle in the center of that leg? Yep, that'd be great too, but that's a perfect world and that's not the one we live in. So I guess when it gets down to me, I got to make a decision what I'm going to do here. I'm going to go with the obvious choice. I'm going to take our yearling ewe for our senior, or our slick sheared ewe, and I'm going to hedge a little bit on this ewe lamb, and we're going to come down here and use this little ewe lamb for reserve slick. But really nice division of slick sheared ewes. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
For our Pole Dorset show, champion Slick Shorn ewe is entry number 72 out of the yearling ewe class, Freitas and Bianchi 1167G, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. The reserve champion goes to entry 154 out of the winter/spring ewe lamb class, Shepherd's View 1602, Shepherd's View, Bridgeville, Delaware. For the Suffolk show, our fitted March and later born ram lamb class, first place to entry 132, Ruby Mountain 1626, Rolling Deep, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second place to 138, Livermore Family Suffolks 81016, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. Third place to 137, Rogers Suffolks, Carmi, Illinois. 4 to 130, Caden Jacoby, Wausau, Ohio. And 5 to 139, Allie Begg, Findlay, Ohio. Placing on the fitted pair of ram lambs for the Suffolk Show, first place goes to Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third, KC Suffolks, Parkersburg, Iowa. And 4, Rogers Suffolks, Carmi, Illinois. Now showing in the ring for fitted junior champion and reserve junior champion ram,
class that's probably sorted about as easy as any has here for me today. The sheep that we're going to start our class with is quite easily the most complete ewe in the class. Extremely well balanced, extremely level down her top. When we get our hands on her, we love the width and dimension that she gives us down that top. She comes out pretty wide out over that hip and has quite a bit of leg down into the center of that leg. She's just the complete ewe in the class here for me today. A big high volume ewe we have here in second. We certainly have to appreciate her for the ton of rib and volume that she does have in her. But a ewe lamb then maybe I'd like to just elevate her in her front a little bit to get her up any higher, but a nice ewe there in second as well. A ewe here in third that I think is a ewe that's going to go in the barn and be extremely productive. A ewe that handles with a ton of thickness, a nicely balanced ewe, but a ewe that I just like to give her a tick more bone. She gets a little frail on me here today for a show, but a nice ewe there in third as well. Then we get down into our bigger framed ewe here in fourth. This ewe is extremely massive in her top. She is the most massive ewe in the class. She's the pound's heaviest ewe, but a ewe that I just really like to clean her up through her front a little bit, maybe balance her up just a tick. But 4 really nice weather type ewes. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as well. Thank you.
For our championship, our junior championship drive out here in the Suffolk Show, I think we've got 6 very nice individuals. For the most part, they represent very nicely what I've been trying to pick today and find and sort out and find, move up to the top end of the Suffolk Show. And that's some sheep that has some functionality. They got to be correct on their feet and legs. They got to be able to move. I'd like to see at least adequate bone in these sheep. I want to see them long where they're supposed to be out through their hind saddles, and some sheep that have some structure, soundness, and most importantly, we have to remember this is a terminal sire breed. They've got to have some body, they've got to have some rib shape, they've got to be able to produce some females. They're going to be able to survive out on forage, raise 2 big Suffolk lambs that we're going to be proud of. I think we've got some nice rams out here for junior champion. In my mind, it's pretty easy. We've got one sheep out here that I think is really super sound on his feet and legs. I love the bone structure. I love the rib shape. And for the amount of rib he's got in him, he's still very smooth up through that front end. Ideally, I'd maybe like to see him a titch longer overall in his makeup, but that's our first place January Ram Lamb. He'll be junior champion. For reserve junior champion, Again, I think it's pretty easy. The ram that follows in type and kind most like him is our first place March ram.
Fitted junior champion ram for the Suffolk Show is entry 116 out of the fitted January class, Ruby Mountain 1601 Buck Naked. Ruby Mountain Sheep Farm, Spring Creek, Nevada. The reserve junior champion is entry 132 from the March and later born class, Ruby Mountain 1626 Rolling Deep. Ruby Mountain Sheep Farm or Sheep Company of Spring Creek, Nevada. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion fitted ram. Placing on the Dorset Weather Dam Yearling U class, first to 83, Heisdorfer, Dorset's 5091, Brianna Knettel, Greenfield, Illinois. Second to 84, Gunsmoke 1513, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Third to entry number 82, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And 4 to 81, Tyler Myers, Rushabania, Ohio.
Again, I think we talked a little bit about in the junior championship drive what we're looking for as far as what we need as far as the industry and the Suffolk breed is concerned, and having to have them functional and have something to them, and remember that they've got to sire fast-growing, productive type of lambs. And I think we've got 4 rams out here that can do that very nicely. We've got a really good set of sheep out here. I think there was some quality in the buck show up towards the top end. I'm happy to find these individuals to bring them out here for the championship drive. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Grand champion fitted ram for the Suffolk Show is entry number 116. The junior champion out of the January Ram Lamb class, Ruby Mountain 1601 Buck Naked. Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. The reserve grand champion fitted ram is 132, our reserve junior champion out of the March and later born Ram Lamb class, Ruby Mountain 1626 Rolling Deep. Ruby Mountain Sheep Company of Spring Creek, Nevada. Now ready to get into Class 1, Fitted Yearling Ewes. Fitted Yearling Ewes for the Suffolk's Class 1.
definitely not the way I'd probably place these sheep when I get them on the move. But there's more than just moving sheep out here today. I think the complete package sheep is the ewe that we're going to use up on the top here. She's a pretty free, easy moving ewe herself. She balances up pretty well for me. She's a nice wide-based ewe. She wedges the right way. Just a nice ewe to start our class with. My problem sheep is my ewe that I have here in second. I like the extension that she has. I like the extra length that she has. I like how correct she is down her top. And boy, I really like her when we get our hands on her. She's extremely wide-based. She's the biggest hipped ewe in the class. But my problem is where she falls apart for me is when I get them out on the move. She wants to get up into her rear flank there quite a bit for me. But definitely a piece that you'd love to have at home, that's for sure. The ewe that we have out here in third is a nice made ewe as well. She's a ewe that just doesn't have as much hip as the ewes that we have up on top, but a nice ewe there as well. Then we get down into a couple ewes that just don't quite hold together as well as the ewes above them, but a nice class of 5 ewes out here. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. Thank you.
For the Pole Dorset Weather Dam Fall/Winter Ewe Lamb class, placings are first place to entry 159, Stillwell 1605, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second place to 161, Heisdorfer Dorset's 6023, Brianna Knettle, Greenfield, Illinois. Third to 157, T. Myers, 8923, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. 4 to 158, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. And 5 to 160, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma.
Now ready for Pole Dorset Weather Dam Spring Ewe Lambs.
On behalf of the United Suffolk Sheep Association, I would like to announce the winners of the USSA scholarships this year. There are 3 scholarships. One was entitled Let's Grow Suffolks, and the winner of that scholarship is with us today, Allison Knutson. Congratulations. Who's this coming?
Dad's not ready. We didn't give him a chance. We didn't give him a warning, did we?
And the other 2 scholarships were awarded to Raylan Thompson and to Regan Zielinski, and they were the regular USSA scholarships. Each of these 3 was worth $1,000. So let's congratulate Allison on this award. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
good class of ewe lambs here to conclude, I believe, our female show before we get to our champion drive of our of weather dams and get to our overall champion Dorset ewe. The ewe I'm going to start with, I think, is a little bit more traditional of the weather type sheep where that industry's headed. She's a little smaller scaled ewe, but I think she's an extremely well-made ewe. She's a ewe that handles really wide in her top. I love the levelness and correctness out over her hip there. A super high tail set ewe, just a really nice balanced, nice complete package. The second place ewe, I'm not sure that she fits into this mold necessarily of the weather type sheep. I mean, I think she's a nice ewe, but I think she would be one ripping slick-sheared ewe. Just another nice sheep here. Would like to give her a little more rack shape to get her above the ewe that we're starting our class with, maybe square her up a little bit in her hip, but that's getting awful critical of a pretty darn good sheep. Then we get into a couple ewes that just don't lack the thickness of the two that we have above them. Ewes that may not be quite as big out there in their hips, but a nice class of ewes from top to bottom. Thank you.
Placing on the Pole Dorset Weather Dam Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 163, Northern Oklahoma College HN 4002-6009. Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Second place to entry 165, Smith 1675, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to 166, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. And 4 to 162, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Now showing for Champion Weather Dam, Champion and Reserve Champion Weather Dam. Your class that'll follow this is pair of yearling ewes. That's all three divisions, pair yearling ewes.
They didn't have a tremendous amount of numbers down here, but this is a pretty powerful set of ewes here. I think that would do the Dorset weather industry extremely proud. There's a pair of ewes out here that I think suit me just fine. We're going to go ahead and, I'm not going to take a lot of time. We talked about them in class. We're going to go ahead and make our yearling ewe up there, our champion Dorset weather type ewe. We're going to come back on our spring here for reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
Champion Weather Dam for the Pole Dorsets is entry number 83, Heisdorfer Dorsets 5091, Brianna Knettel, Greenfield, Illinois. The reserve champion Weather Dam is 163 out of the Spring Ewe Lamb class, Northern Oklahoma College, HN 4002 6009, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. Now ready for pair of yearling ewes, Pole Dorset pair yearling ewes.
Couple different ways you can look at pairs. For me, I'm trying to put the best two females together that I can find. And I think we have this in our first group here. Both these ewes are made extremely similar. They're carbon copies of each other. The one's just a little bigger and a little more massive, but a really nice pair of ewes up there. Then we follow down with another nice complete pair of ewes, a really eye-appealing, super-headed pair of ewes. Then we get into a pair where we got some differences in these two ewes certainly as well, but I think they're both exceptional females as well. Just a nice group of yearling ewes. I really appreciate these exhibitors bringing them on and out. So let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Now ready for a pair of ewe lambs for the Poll Dorsets. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Poll Dorsets, first went to Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. Second, Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. Third to Thomas Vandeventer and Purple Ribbon Farm, Carmargo, Illinois. 4 to Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And 5 to Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma.
you get into some of these groups when you have them mixed and one from this class and one from that class, and how deep that class was and where the power was in the show, because all of our classes weren't the same as far as quality, that's for darn sure, because no sheep's alike. But when we start this class off, I think there's a nice pair of ewe lambs up in here, and I think there's a one ewe lamb in there that just carries a whole bunch of weight for me, and she's going to drive that group right up onto the top. We get down in here, and I think this is about where these ewe lambs sat all day. This is a nice group of ewes. These guys were working the top all those classes all day long, and they brought a super set of sheep out, and that's another nice pair of ewe lambs there as well. We get down into third. We got our ewe lambs with a little more mass and a little more rib. I sure can't throw those away. I like those as well. Then we get down in here into our fourth place group, a really nicely well-presented group of sheep. Some ewe lambs that were up in that run all day long as well. Just a nice group there. And then we get down into our slick-sheared sheep. I think they could have handled significantly more competition in their show today. Just a nice super set of sheep here. So let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the ring. Thank you.
Let's give these Suffolk exhibitors a big round of applause for this nice class of yearling ewes. Definitely, I think a lot more quality all the way down the line than what we saw in the Ram show. Just, I think, really a super set of females, some sheep that have some, number one, they have a lot of size. Anymore nowadays, when you get into a Suffolk show, especially this time of the year, the type of competition you're seeing here, everybody's pretty much big enough. Some are maybe just a little bigger than the others, so we're not necessarily going to look so much at big, but what type of big they are. The ewe we're starting off with, really a long top female, super straight down that spine. She carries out nice and level out through that hip. Yeah, I'd like to see her change her just a little bit off those rear legs today. But when you look at her from the side view, she's got a big old deep jaw, big broody Suffolk head on her. She's feminine up through that front end, yet still has that width and dimension we want to see through that forerib. Carries it uniformly from front to rear flank. Just a really sound, complete female. Good bone. She doesn't have big coarse bone. I think she's just right for what you'd want to see in a Suffolk female, especially of this size and scale. The second place ewe, another ewe that I think follows in her type and kind very nicely. A big ribbed ewe, tremendous forerib in this female. Not quite as long in her overall appearance and makeup. Maybe not quite as balanced from front to rear as what we see in our first place ewe. Tends to get just a little bit wider right up through those shoulders. But again, to stay this smooth and have that amount of width and dimension up through that forerib, I'm really impressed that carries really nice and level out through her tail head. That's where she really beats the third place ewe. Quite a bit square and leveler off that dock today and what we see in our third place ewe. I really like the length of body, and again, tremendous depth from front to rear flank in this female. She's got some width over her top, not a lot of wool on this ewe. Probably a little better right behind her shoulders in her second place ewe, but I think she's just bad enough as far as the set to her tail head compared to the ewe ahead of her. She ends up in third. Another tremendously long female, probably one of the longest pattern views down her top of anything in the class. I really like the length down that top out through her hind saddle. Again, doesn't balance out quite as nicely today on the side view as the ewes ahead of her. She's just not quite as deep out through that leg and down into her stifle region as what we see up front. Like to maybe just make her a little deeper, a little more muscle there to balance her out. But I really like the bone structure again under this female. I like the length of body. Just a good ewe, very straight down her top. The next ewe, a bit of a problem ewe. Probably one of the widest appearing ewes in the class. Tremendous width over her top when you stand behind her and look at her. But a ewe that when you watch her walk away gets pretty base narrow off those rear legs. I'd like to see her stand out, walk out straighter and truer off those back legs today. A little more wool on this ewe, maybe not quite the natural width that we've seen some of the sheep ahead of them, but very attractive. Again, there is an ewe out here that when you look at their heads, there's no doubt what breed they are, and that's Suffolks. Really a nice group of females. Thank you.
Placing on the Pole Dorset pair of ewe lamb class, first place in that class to Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. Second place to Thomas Vandeventer and Purple Ribbon Farms, Carmargo, Illinois. Third place to Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. 4, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 5, Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Concowa, Oklahoma. 6th place to Sean Beskid of Byesville, Ohio. 7 to Larry D. Inbody and family, Genera, Ohio. Now ready for Class 2. Class 2 of our fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolks. For the Poll Dorsets, we're now showing for Grand Champion overall ewe. Following this class will be Best Headed ewe and then the Flock class. Placing on the Class 1 yearling ewes for the Suffolks, first place.
Well, I think we've had a tremendous ewe show. We got into those first couple classes of yearling ewes, and I kind of ran into a brick wall a little bit as far as how my pacing went with my judging. I guess when we start analyzing that, we got so many good fitters out here. We hired all our fitting done, so that wasn't my end of that deal. So it takes me a little longer to sort some of those. So I wanted to make sure that I took time to evaluate everything, and I feel real happy with the set of sheep that I ended up with out here today. I think these two fitted ewes are awful powerful females. I think they're excellent representation of the frame sheep and the fitted sheep, and I think if we took the wool off of those ewes, we'd still be pretty darn happy with them. I think our slick-sheared ewes for the frame division, I really appreciate how these are broke up. It certainly made sorting sheep very nice. I think we got to see some good sheep that sometimes might have gotten lost in the shuffle. So I think that's been an excellent change down here. And then we get into our weather type ewes, and I think we have two really nice ewes down there as well. I think that champion weather type ewes an awful special female as well. I definitely have to take her into my consideration when I'm looking for my champion overall. She's a nice female as well. So I talked about all these in class. I've really truly enjoyed judging the show today. It's been a pleasure. It was everything I hoped it would be. I appreciate all the help getting these sheep up. I think we still have Best Headed and Flock to go, but I would assume most of us are standing around here to see what we're going to use here. So I'll go out and take a little bit of time and look at them one more time, and I'll congratulate your champion in reserve. So let's give all 6 of these exhibitors a round of applause. Thank you.
We do want to let the Dorset families know that Walter Stoker did pass away earlier this week. His wife Linda does thank everyone for all their warm thoughts and prayers that they've expressed over the passing of Walter. Do want to announce the early class of fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolks. Placing on that class, first place to entry 148, McClure, 1514, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second, 161, Pash, 15774, Stephen J. Pash and family, Grass Valley, California. Third place to 175, Ray Lynn Thompson and Avery Jones Taylor, Patoka, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 142, KC Suffolks, Parkersburg, Iowa. Fifth place to 158, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. Sixth to 155, Terry Wren, Pigeon, Michigan. Seventh place to entry number 154, Rogers Suffolks, Carmi, Illinois. And 8th place to 151, Jerry Quammen family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. The grand champion new for the National Pole Dorset Show was entry number 58. 58 was also our fitted champion. Out of the senior championship drive, late fitted yearling U class, Clampy 501, Johanna DeJora of Newberg, Oregon. The reserve grand champion was our reserve fitted champion. Out of the spring championship drive, fitted winter ewe lamb class, Loudon Acres 27, Loudon Acres of Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. We are now showing best headed ewe, best headed ewe. Your next class will be the flock class. Pole Dorset exhibitors, we're now showing best headed ewe. Your next class will be the flock class. We also need to recognize the Downsboro Sire of the Year for the Pole Dorsets. This year, the winner is Pine Ridge 0089 Sampson, owned by the DeJora family, Speldies, Reynolds, and Rapaski. This is the third year out of 4 that this ram has won the Downsboro Sire of the Year. Now ready and trained for Pole Dorset Flock class. Pole Dorset Flock.
Is that her? Nope.
Best headed ewe for the Paul Dorsett Show went to entry number 89, Speldy 9162, Luke Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Placing on the Paul Dorsett Flock class, first place goes to Michael Pope, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place to Thomas Vandeventer and Purple Ribbon Farm, Carmargo, Illinois. Third place in the flock to Loudon Acres, Dalmatia, Pennsylvania. And fourth in the flock, and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Northern Oklahoma College Sheep Center, Tonkawa, Oklahoma. That does conclude our Paul Dorsett Show. Our judge has been Jeremy Bradford of Wellington, Ohio.
I see. Thank you. Oh boy, I love this. Oh. It was kindergarten, you thought, what? First. What I think there? I knew she was going to the group. Be in Indiana and, yeah, well. Oh, yeah. Look at me every year. I know. I do know that. Oh, yeah. See, now she'll make those faces if I drop it. I mean, one of the families that owned Samson to come up and pick up the Downsboro sire at the airport.
Again, let's give these Suffolk exhibitors a big round of applause for the Suffolk Year on You class. Again, I think when you look down the line, there's no doubt that there's Suffolk ewes out here. They've got very good to acceptable to very good breed character. Some ewes that look like females. They look like production type sheep. They've got some internal and external dimension. You were leading off with easily the big ewe of the class, and again, as we said, that's all relative because they're all pretty darn big once we get down here. This is the biggest outline female in the class. She's the tallest at the top of her shoulder. That's neither here nor there, really. She's just a wide-based, deep-bodied ewe, tremendous width down her top, just a tad wider right up over that forerib down her top line, and with our second place ewe, stands just a little wider through her base and a little wider up through that chest forward, and yet she's still very smooth and very feminine about that front end. I'd like to maybe see her carry that muscle down just a little lower into her stifle region to balance her out just a little bit when you get her on the side view, and I'd like to change the set to her rear hocks just a tick. But really a good, big, broody female, tremendous amount of internal dimension, very nice ewe. The second place ewe, and as different as these ewes can look, they're also very similar. The second place ewe, just a little straighter down her top, especially right behind those shoulder blades. A ewe, again, is very feminine about that front end. I like the way the neck comes out of her shoulder blades. She's straight as a string down her, that top line. She's got great bone under her, just not quite the overall mass we see in the first place ewe, maybe not quite as wide in her base. I would maybe like at times maybe just set her just a little wider up through those rear legs when she's on the move, but just two really tremendously good females. The next ewe, a ewe that gives, another ewe with a lot of forerib, a lot of spring of forerib. She's very wide up over the top, again shown in short fleece. She's got a lot of natural thickness and width from end to end. Excuse me, I'd like, this ewe here, she gets a little cowy off those rear legs. I'd like to change those rear legs a little bit compared to the ewes up at the top of the class. And I'd maybe like to see her just a tad longer to balance her out and give her just a little more style off of the side view. The next ewe, a big rugged kind of an individual, really a wide, deep-bodied ewe. Ewe showing more fleece today. She's not near as good right behind her shoulder blades as the ewes up at the top of the class. Doesn't have quite the natural thickness and muscle when you get it back and handle her back through that lower, especially her lower leg. But I really like the depth, the side. Again, very feminine, beautiful head on this ewe. Excuse me. The next ewe, a ewe that just maybe not quite as stylish as the ewes up above her, but here's really a good natural sheep. She's tremendously wide from front to rear, and yet still holds herself together pretty good. Maybe not quite as extended through her front end, not quite as stylish about her front end, but I really admire her for her straightness at top. She's very strong and square down that top line, not over her hip. Just needs to be a little more extended, a little fancier perhaps to get her up any higher today. But 5 very good ewes. Thank you.
Now ready to begin our National Horn Dorset Show. National Horn Dorset Show. We need fitted yearling rams to the ring. Fitted yearling rams for the Horn Dorsets to the ring, please. We also need class number 3 of our fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolk Show into the ring. Judging our National Horn Dorset Show today is Judy Moore of Eagle, Michigan. Judy is a retired first grade teacher. Judy and her husband John raise Hampshires and Border Cheviot sheep. Judy's been a mainstay as a host for the All-American Junior Show whenever we're in Michigan, and she's an excellent coordinator of volunteers for that show. Let's welcome Judy Moore to your National Horn Dorset Show.
remind me, because I will. You know me. I tend to walk. Yeah, okay. Okay. We certainly have a very nice pair of rams to start this Horn Dorset show with. Rams that are just really big, stout rams. They've got a lot of style, a lot of extension. I'm going to go to a ram that's a real big, powerful kind of ram. I really like this ram as he walks out. He has got a long, easy, free stride to him. He's got some length at the top. He carries extremely well out into that hip, down into that leg. Following up with a nicely balanced ram in second place, another real stout kind of a ram. I really like the substance of bone that this ram is standing on. He might be giving me up a little total size, but again, a very super correct kind of ram in terms of his muscle pattern and the straightness of top. Two real complete kind of individuals. Thank you.
Now ready for Horn Dorset fitted fall ram lambs. Placing on the fitted yearling ram class, first place to entry 56, Noah and Natalie Richardson, 971411. Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second place to entry 1, Castle W7001. Chad and Hannah Epley, Canal Winchester, Ohio. Placing on class number 2 of our fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolk show. First place goes to entry 152, Pash 15772, Stephen J. Pash and family, Grass Valley, California. Second place to 164, Silver Dollar PIA 5088, Tad Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Third to 145, Terry Wren, Pigeon, Michigan. Fourth place to 159, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. Fifth to entry 141, Chris Rogers, Suffolk of Carmi, Illinois. Sixth place to 165, Marissa Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. Seventh place to 153, Jerry Quam and family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. And eighth place to 143, Savannah Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin.
Very nice class of Rams out here. We certainly have 4 different kind of individuals. The Ram that I'm starting the class with, I kind of thought won quite nicely in my opinion. I really like his stoutness. I love his rib shape. I love his total overall extension down that top line. When you watch this individual walk out, he really steps out with a long, free and easy stride, and this is what really kind of sets him off from some of these other individuals out here. The next Ram, probably one of the taller appearing Rams out here, and I certainly appreciate him for his height. Maybe not quite that mass down his top line is what I have at the top of this class, but where I'd like to change this individual, make him just free him up in his stride a little bit, walks a little bit stiffer and not as free as the Ram that I have at the top of this class. A real big, massive Ram is standing in third. He's going to tip the scales as probably being the heaviest mate out here, and you certainly appreciate him for his mass, his rib shape, his overall thickness. I'd just like to give him neaten him up a little bit in that shoulder area. I'd also maybe like to free him up in his stride as we watch him walk out, but we certainly appreciate him for his total overall mass and thickness. A real complete package is in number 4. I appreciate his balance and his overall thickness. I'd just like to maybe give him a little bit more total length of top as I compare him to the 3 Rams I placed above him, but certainly a very sound individual. Very nice set. Thank you.
Now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion Ram for the Horn Dorsets. Placing on that class of fitted fall Ram Lambs, first place to entry 5, Paul R. Castle W, 7366, Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. Second to entry 6, Sync 292P, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Third to entry 2, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. And 4 to entry 4, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware.
Very nice set of Rams out here for this championship drive. I'm going to go to my fall as my senior champion today. I really like his completeness, his structural soundness and correctness, certainly a lot of handling ability. They're going to the maturity of my yearling Ram for reserve. A Ram that again is a big stout kind of Ram that's got a lot of length of top, taking nothing away from the other individuals. Thank you.
Senior champion Ram for the Horn Dorset Show goes to entry number 5, Paul R. Castle W, 7366, Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. The reserve senior champion Ram was entry 56, first in the fitted yearling Ram class, Noah and Natalie Richards, 971411, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
Again, let's give these Suffolk exhibitors a nice round of applause for a good set of yearling ewes. Very interesting class, to say the least. Lots of differences as far as type and kind, body structure, body mass. We're leading off with, I think, the easy you to find in the class. She just comes to the top pretty quick and easy for me. She's the most complete female in the class. She's got good bone on her. She's good on her feet and legs. Granted, she's probably at that upper range where we'd like to see her as far as body condition today, but really smooth up front for the condition she's carrying. She's very feminine about her front end. Again, a very nice Suffolk head, good down her top line, comes out pretty level out through that hip. Good on set of feet and legs, stands good on those feet and legs. The next ewe, not near as much wool as anything else in the class. She's really showing short fleece. Yeah, I'd love to see this ewe just a little deeper throughout, a little wider throughout. But again, very sound ewe on her feet and legs. She's good up through that front end, very extended, really straight down that top line. What you see is what you get as far as this sheep. There's no extra wool filling any holes in here. Just a really nice, kind of a complete individual to follow along in the type and kind of our first ewe, just not near as wide and deep, especially up through that forerib today is what we see in our first place ewe. The third ewe, another ewe similar to our second place ewe, and there's not a lot of excess wool on her top line. She's very straight in her lines, stands on a nice set of feet and legs, nice and square out through that hip. Not quite as much length of body overall as what we see in the ewe right ahead of her. I guess, and maybe this is a minor point, I'd like to see her sound her off that one knee today to get her up any higher in the class. It's got quite a bit of swelling on that one knee, but really a nice sheep, just not quite big enough, quite massive enough compared to some of them in the class. The big pounds heavy ewe is the next ewe in class, tremendous width from end to end. When you stand and look at this ewe, she's just wide everywhere. Love the forerib in her, the mass, the volume. Again, carrying a little more condition perhaps and ideally than what you'd like to see. I'd like to see her better and stronger and straighter right behind those shoulder blades today. Just hold herself together just a little bit better. Here's one big massive sheep. The next ewe is just the opposite. Again, a ewe is pretty straight in her lines. She's good on her feet and legs, really long in her design. She just needs to be wider from one end to the other. We just like to blow this ewe apart, put more natural width and dimension into her, get her up any higher, but really a nice pattern female. Thank you.
For the Suffolk Show, now ready for a pair of fitted yearling ewes. Placing on class number 3 of our fitted yearling ewe classes for the Suffolks. First place to entry 167, Oak Hill 151270, EB Suffolks, Powell, Ohio. Second place to 169, Amschetz G16 W706, Jerry Quammen family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. Third place to 157, Roger Suffolks, Carmi, Illinois. 4 to 160, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 5 to 174, WGNI 80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. 6 to 170, Caden Jacoby, Wausau, Ohio. 7 to 156, Wolf Suffolks, Oaks, North Dakota. And 8th place to 144, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma, and 9 to 147, Jenny Brown, Hera, Oklahoma.
very nice set of winter-born lambs out here. The ram that I'm starting with just has carrying a little bit more power for me today, a ram that I certainly appreciate as he steps out on those feet and legs, walks out real free and easy in his stride. I really like the mass and volume of this individual, but a ram that probably for his size, I like to give him a little bit more standing on, a little bit more substance to bone. He's a little bit finer bone than maybe some of the other rams comparingly that we have seen today, but I certainly like his balance and his overall mass and structural soundness and correctness. The closeness came between my second and my third place lamb. I'm going to move to a ram in second place here that just walks out really free and easy in his stride. He's real green in his makeup. He's carrying very little fleece as well as very little, not as much conditioning as maybe the two rams on either side of him. But I really like the way he sets out on all four corners. I like that extension up through that front end. He's just giving me up the mass of what I have in the ram in first place, but I certainly appreciate him for his structural soundness and correctness. I think he's going to mature into a nice individual that's a real complete kind of an individual. The ram in third place, Al Grant's probably a little bit thicker top than what I have in my second place ram, and I appreciate him for his thickness. He carries extremely well in terms of thickness right onto that hip and down into the lower leg. Probably I'd like to change him a little bit and make him move out a little bit longer and free in his stride when I watch him walk out. I'd also like to give him a little bit more total length of side, especially from that last rib back as I compare him to the two individuals I placed above him. But again, I really appreciate him for his rib shape and his overall thickness. A very nice set of individuals. Thank you.
Placing on the class of fitted winter ram lambs for the Horned Dorsets, first place to entry 8, Shots 1583, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second to entry 9, Gallagher G128, Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. And third to entry 7, Mariah Trotwine of Greenville, Ohio. We're now ready in the ring for fitted spring ram lambs. Fitted spring ram lambs. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, fitted for the Suffolks. First place goes to Stephen J. Pash family, Grass Valley, California. Second, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. Third, Terry Wren, Wrenview Farms, Pigeon, Michigan. And 4 to Rogers Suffolks, Carmi, Illinois. Now ready in the Suffolk ring for senior ewe lambs. Fitted senior ewe lambs for the Suffolks, please.
this springborn class, I have a ram lamb that I really appreciate for his balance, the way he sits on those feet and legs. He really carries nicely down that top line in terms of some thickness. Ram that's really got a nice rib shape to him. He's got some depth of side, a lot of muscle in this ram. Just kind of, I think, shuffles to the top quite nicely in my opinion. My second place ram is certainly a taller appearing ram. I appreciate him for his height. I appreciate for his extension up through that top line. He's very long in his side, but I'd like to give him a little bit more depth of side. I'd like to give him a little bit more rib shape, carry him a little bit square in the hip as I compare him to the ram at the top of this class, but certainly a ram that's got some extension in height. Thank you.
Placing on the class of Horn Dorset fitted spring ram lambs. First place to entry 10, TAC W7160, Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. Second place to entry 11, Shots 1649, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio.
Certainly a really big stout ram here for this Slickshorn ram, a ram that's got some length of top to him. I really like him out into his hip, the way he sets down on those hind legs. He's got a lot of volume of muscling. Probably where I'd like to change him, maybe just like to change him right there as he connect right there behind the shoulders. But a ram, you can't fault him for his rib shape, for his overall length of top, and overall muscling. Thank you.
Now ready for Horn Dorset Weathersire Ram Lambs. Placing on the Slickshorn Ram Lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first to entry 12, Paul Castle W7363, Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia.
very nice ram out here for this Slickshorn ram lamb, a lamb that I really admire him for the way he tracks out on those feet and legs, where he sets out on all four corners, and he doesn't disappoint me when I get my hands on him in terms of some natural muscle, some length of top. You really like his rib shape. You like how he ties in together up through the front end. He just carries that muscle pattern right on back. Certainly a very attractive kind of ram, and he doesn't disappoint me. Like I said, when I handle him, this ram could have stood a lot of competition and been very successful. Thank you.
Placing on the Weathersire Ram Lamb for the Horn Dorset Show, first place to entry 14, Gadsby 1627, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Now ready in the ring for pair Ram Lambs, and then our junior champion, reserve junior champion.
Our senior ewe-lamb class, I think a nice class of sheep. Again, I think there's some quality all the way down the line. There is some differences, again, as far as feet and legs and structure, skeletal design. We're starting out with the ewe, again, it's most complete. She's the soundest on her feet and legs when you get her on the move. She's very straight down her top. You like the way the neck comes out of her shoulder blades. She has a tremendous amount of width and dimension up over that top and back into that leg, and still very smooth and feminine about her front end. If I was going to change this female any, I just wish she wasn't quite as peely in her fleece today. I don't really care for that, but I think everything else is good enough about her that she's going to float to the top of the class. The next ewe, just not as nice about that front end. Tremendously wide female when you get behind her down that top line, really wide sprung up through that forerib and shoulder region. But by that same token, she doesn't hold herself together near as nice up through that front end as our first place ewe, not as long in her overall design. The next ewe, quite a bit longer type of sheep. I really like the length of body down that this ewe shows me. She's very long from flank to flank, stands on good bone. The ewe that doesn't hold herself together quite as nicely when you get her on the move, she kind of wants to start coming to get a little piecey. I'd like to see her just pull herself together a little bit better on the move, and she can move right up towards the top of the class. The next ewe, another ewe in the same design as far as the length of body, the overall body structure and style, tremendously long out through her hind saddle. Just not as level and square out through that hip today, not quite as straight down her top line as some of the ewes up at the top. The next ewe, a ewe that at first you almost missed this ewe. She got here late to the class. Really a pretty nice female. She's real long, especially long down that top line. She shows us some natural depth. She's pretty good up to that front end. We just need to change her off those rear legs today, and she could be really a competitive female as far as the rest of the class goes. Nice group of sheep. Thank you.
Placing on the Horn Dorset class, pair Ram Lambs. First place to Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second, Mariah Trotwine of Greenville, Ohio. Now ready to show for junior champion Ram and reserve. Placing on our Suffolk fitted senior ewe-lamb class, first place to 181, Cahill 5215, Rogers Suffolk, Carmi, Illinois. Second to 180, Van Dyke Suffolk 155137, Rogers Suffolk, Carmi, Illinois. Third to 176, Jerry Quam and family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. 4 to 178, Jerry Quam and family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. 5 to 179, Jacqueline Elke of Barrett, Minnesota. 6th place to 177, Randy Dombeck family, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 7 to entry 182, Wayne Scarvet of Christiana, Tennessee.
individual. I'm going to use the slicker. Very nice set of rams out here for your junior champion drive. Lambs that I really appreciate their handling ability. I appreciate their style and their balance. Today I'm going to use the Winterborn lamb as my junior champion ram. And again, I just really appreciate the soundness of this individual. Coming down here to the next, at the bottom here for the slick-sheared weather type as my reserve. Again, a ram that I really appreciate in terms of his soundness, his structural correctness, just a real complete individual, taking nothing away from the other rams. Thank you.
Junior champion ram for the Horn Dorset show was entry number 8. 8 came out of the fitted winter ram lamb class, shots 1583, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. The reserve junior champion was entry number 14 out of the Weathershire ram lamb class, Gadsby, 1627, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram for the Horn Dorsets, your next class will be Best Headed Ram.
Let's give these Suffolk exhibitors a big round of applause for these ewes out of the senior division. I think we've seen a lot of power today in these older ewes, and that's what you would expect. You would expect to see some, the term I guess the best way to say is some broodiness. That internal dimension that says that they're going to make brood ewes, and yet they still have that femininity and style. You look at their heads, there's no doubt what breed they are. A lot of breed character and just really good sound sheep out here in our senior championship drive. And I think it's very, very close. There's a lot of good individuals out here, a lot of ewes I really like. For senior champion, I'm going to go with the ewe here out of the first class. For reserve senior, I'm going to go with the ewe out of the third class.
I really appreciate these 4 rams out here that are for the champion Horn Dorset ram. I think all of these rams just move out real free and easy in their stride. They're all standing exceptionally well on their feet and legs. Rams that are good in their top line. They've got some rib shape to them. They have some meat to them, but just a real complete set of individuals in my opinion. So it's kind of fun to go out here and try to pick the one that I like the best, the one that maybe I'd take home and use if I had a Horn Dorset flock, but certainly I just appreciate these 4 individuals. Today I'm going to use my senior champion as my grand champion Horn Dorset ram, a ram that I just think shuffled to the top quite nicely in my opinion in terms of his soundness, course, his structural correctness, his overall handling ability. From there, it got a little tougher for my reserve champion ram, but I'm going to use my yearling ram for reserve. A big old stout ram that's just super on those feet and legs, just walks out real free and easy in his stride. I'm taking nothing away from my junior champions. Thank you.
Grand champion ram for the Horn Dorset show was entry number 5, our senior champion ram, out of the fitted fall ram lamb class, Paul R. Castle W, 7366 Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. The reserve grand champion was our first place fitted yearling ram, our reserve senior champion ram, Noah and Natalie Richards, 971411. Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in-body Bluffton, Ohio. Now ready for best-headed ram for the Horn Dorsets. Our senior champion ewe for the fitted show of the Suffolk is entry 148 out of class 1 of the fitted yearling ewes, McClure 1514, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion for the fitted division is 167, class winner from class 3 of the fitted yearling ewes, Oak Hill 151270, EB Suffolk, Powell, Ohio. Now ready for fitted January ewe lambs. Best headed ram for the Horn Dorset Show is entry number 6. Entry number 6 came out of the fitted fall Ram Lamb class, Sync 292P, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Now ready to move into our ewe show, fitted yearling ewes. Horn Dorset fitted yearling ewes to the ring. In your National Horn Dorset show today, we have a few special awards. The Best Headed Ram Award, the Marion Mino Honorary Perpetual Trophy donated by the Castle and Merzinski families. Also, the Grand Champion Ewe Trophy is sponsored by the association. Best Headed Ewe is the Jim Lester Memorial Perpetual Trophy donated by the Castle and Merzinski families.
very interesting set of females out here, good group of females all the way down, and I apologize to the exhibitors for taking a little bit longer, but I just kind of like to see them set in my mind a little bit as I place these top 5 individuals. The ewe that I'm starting with was kind of the problem ewe for me. She's the biggest, tallest framed ewe out here in the class, but step that aside, certainly a ewe with the most mass to her, straightest top to you, a ewe that's got a lot of rib shape to her. I like her femininity up through that front end. I really like this ewe as she carries back into her hip. Maybe I'd like to free her up in her stride a little bit as I compare her to some of the other females out here, but a ewe that I really appreciate in terms of her balance and her style. My second place ewe is another very attractive ewe. She's not going to tip the scales as being the biggest volume ewe out here, but to me, she's made right. She sets extremely well on her feet and legs, probably a little freer, easier moving female than what I have at the top of this class. But I'd just like to maybe give her a little bit, blow her up a little bit in terms of her rib shape, as I compare to the female at the top of this class. But just a real feminine kind of a female that's very nicely balanced, a real complete package. Another real powerhouse is standing in third. I really like the body conformation of this ewe. I like her rib shape. I like her thickness. I like her length, probably a little bit longer from side to side than what I have in my second place ewe. You really appreciate her. She carries out into that hip. She's very square and level. She carries down with a lot of volume of muscling. Just like to set her a little bit different on those hind legs. When she walks out, she just doesn't step out quite as nicely as maybe some of the other females we've had the opportunity to look at out here in this particular class. A very attractive ewe is coming in 4th place. A ewe that you really like her straightness of lines. You like her femininity up through that front end. She's certainly got a lot of broodiness and breed type to her. Just like to maybe give her a little bit more total length of side from flank to flank as I compare to the 3 females at the top of this class. A little longer sided ewe is standing in 5th, and I certainly appreciate her length from flank to flank. I appreciate her length from that last rib back. She's probably carrying a little bit more finish. This is where I'd like to change her up through that front end a little bit, and we could have moved her a little bit different in class. A good strong set of females all the way through. Thank you.
Now ready for Slick Shorn yearling ewes, Horn Dorset Slick Shorn yearling ewes. Placing on that Horn Dorset fitted yearling ewe class, first place to 21, Paul R. Castle, BK 337, Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. Second place to entry 15, Gallagher K 187, Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Third at 22, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 4 to 19, Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. 5 to entry 17, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. 6th place to entry
interesting class of January ewe lambs. I think a lot of differences as far as body type, skeletal structure, and design. We're leading off again with one of the more complete females in the class. Easily one of the pounds heavy ewes in the class. Tremendous width and dimension from one end to the other. You know, she still ties herself together pretty smooth up through that front end, holds her shoulders together pretty nicely on the move. She stands on a nice set of feet and legs. She's got good bone, tremendous depth of flank from one end to the other, and yet still has some balance and some femininity. Granted, there's probably some females down the line that are going to go on to make bigger yearling ewes than this ewe is. But again, as we've talked earlier, size is all relative, and I think a lot of sheep out here are big enough. Some are going to just be bigger than the others. This one ewe is going to be big enough. I like a lot of parts and pieces of this ewe. That's why she's first. Second place ewe, definitely a different design type of sheep, not near as far along in her maturity pattern of a real fresh appearing ewe lamb. We'd like to change her fleece, make it a little denser and a little nicer, but tremendously long down her top. She's really straight down that spine. She comes out nice and level and square off her hip. So again, good stands on good bone. She's uniform in her depth aside from one flank to the other. Very extended up through that front end, just very nice, attractive female. Not near the mass and the muscle development we see as we see in the first place ewe today. The third place ewe, I think, follows very nicely in the type and kind as far as her body structure and design as our second place ewe. Again, really straight, good down her top. She's good on her feet and legs, not near the bone structure we see in the ewe right ahead of her, but a really good female in her own right. Then we have two ewe lambs that are designed very similarly. Tremendous bone, big feet underneath these ewe lambs. Some ewe lambs that have a really handle and appear with a lot of width up over their tops. The ewe in fourth, just a little neater about her shoulders today. Her neck comes out of the top of her shoulders just a little bit better. The ewe here in fifth, I like a lot of things about her. I'd like to maybe make her just a little more elevated through that chest floor, give her just a little more depth through that rear flank to balance her out. But two ewe lambs, again, very similar in design as far as their body and their mass and bone. We just need to clean them up a little bit as far as their front ends compared with the ewes up at the top. Thank you.
Now ready for the fitted early February ewe lambs for the Suffolks.
We have three very attractive females out here in this Slickshorn yearling ewe class. The ewe that I'm starting with, just a real powerhouse in terms of that top line. I really appreciate this female in her hip design. She's real square and level out into that hip. You get your hands on her, you really like her rib shape, you like her total overall length. She moves out real free and easy in her stride. Another really super top ewe is standing in second. She really carries out really long in her loin and long out into her hip. She might be giving me up a little bit total length of top, but from that last rib back, she's certainly very long hind saddle. I'd just like to change her just a little bit as she sets down on those feet and legs, but she does move out fairly free and easy in her stride. Another good straight topped, very feminine female is standing here in third. I really like the way she's put together up through that front end. She ties very nicely right there behind the shoulders. She's good. She's got some thickness to her. She might be giving me up a little bit of that total overall mass that maybe the two females that are placed above her, but I certainly like the way she sets down on those feet and legs. She moves out real free and easy in her stride. I think we have three very attractive females. Thank you.
Placing on the class of fitted January ewe lambs for the Suffolk class. First place to entry 199, Knutson 16-9, Knutson Girls, Centerville, South Dakota. Second to 190, Wolf's 16-05R, Wolf Suffolk's, Oaks, North Dakota. Third to 198, Terry Wren, Renview Farm, Pigeon, Michigan. 4 to entry 192, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 5 to 191, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. 6th place to 197, EB Suffolk's, Powell, Ohio. 7 to 194, Rogers Suffolk's, Carmi, Illinois. 8 to 193, Lauren Bruns, Fort Recovery, Ohio. 9 to 200, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And 10th place to entry 189, WEG&I 80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. Placing on the Slickshorn yearling ewe class for the Horn Dorsets, first place to entry 27, Castle BK 305, Paul R. Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second to 25, Gallagher G117, Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. And third to 26, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana.
Two very attractive females out here in this class, ewes that are really very similar in their kind. I'm going to go to a little longer sided ewe in my first place ewe. I think a ewe that just steps out a little bit free and easy in her stride. I like the way she ties in up through that front end. She's super top, very square out into that hip, showing me a lot of expression of muscling all the way down the top line and in her leg. Following up with a ewe that very similar in her kind. She might be giving me up a little bit total length of side, but I certainly appreciate her for her mass down that top line, for that expression of muscling in her hip area. Another very good square hip kind of female that's showing me a lot of expression of muscling. Two very nice females. Thank you.
Placing on the Weather Dam Yearling U class for the Horn Dorsets, first to entry 30, Kevin Whitmer 523, Mariah Trotwine, Greenville, Ohio. Second place to 29, Paul R. Castle, BK 366A, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Again, we're ready for a pair of yearling ewes. Pair yearling ewes, please. For the Horn Dorsets, we're now showing pair of yearling ewes. Your next class will be fitted early fall ewe lambs. Fitted early fall ewe lambs. placing on the Horn Dorset pair of yearling ewes. First place goes to Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. Second, Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Third, Mariah Troutwine, Greenville, Ohio. And 4 to Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 5, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. Again, we're ready for fitted early fall ewe lambs. Horn Dorset fitted early fall ewe lambs, and then after that we'll show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. Fitted early fall ewe lambs.
Joe. Very nice set of females out here for this particular drive. I ran into some problems, but I certainly appreciate the conformation and the handling ability of these ewes from top to bottom. The ewe that I'm starting with, I really like her for her straightness of lines. I like her femininity up through that front end. I like the way she ties in up through that front end. I get my hands on her. She's super long topped. She might not have the conditioning as maybe some of the other females out here, but I really appreciate that. Probably where I'd like to change her is make her step just a little bit freer and easier when I watch her walk out. She doesn't take that long, easy stride as maybe some of the other females out here in this particular drive. My second place ewe follows that pattern in terms of her total femininity, in terms of her overall length of top. She might be a little bit longer from flank to flank is what I have at the top of this class. But a ewe that I'd just like to change a little bit on those feet and legs. Again, she's a female that I'd like to free up in her stride, just make her walk out real free and easy in her stride. But I really like the complete package and the balance of this female. Probably the nicest female that's tracking out here in this particular group is going to be my third place ewe. She just walks out real free and easy in her stride. I really like her femininity up through that front end. I really like her straightness of lines. She's just giving me up a little total length of top as I compare to the two females that I placed above her, but I certainly like her for her balance and her completeness, her femininity, and her also overall mass. A little longer sided ewe, I agree, is standing in fourth, and I appreciate her for her total length of top. A ewe that you really like the way she carries out. She's a little bit longer in her top line than what I have in my third place ewe. She might be giving me up a little over the poundage, but I certainly appreciate for the balance and the mass and the completeness of this female. Another very attractive ewe is standing in fourth place. This ewe is just jam-packed with muscle. You really like her in her hip design. You really like the way she comes off her hip down on those hind legs. She moves out real free and easy in her stride. I'd just like to give her a little bit more total length of top, especially in that hip area, in the loin area, as I compare to some of the females that I placed above her. Good, strong set of fall-born ewe lambs. Thank you.
Our early February ewe lamb class, again, I think a lot of nice females out here. I think the quality runs pretty deep in this class. There's a lot of good ones as far as the overall design and structure. The ewe we're starting out with, the most complete female in the class, probably one of the biggest ewes as far as total pounds. Tremendously wide when you look at it from either end, and yet she still holds herself together very good when she's standing still and when she's on the move. I'd like to see her just a little stronger right behind her shoulder blades today, down that top, but really wide-based female. She walks out nice and wide. She's got stands on a good substance of bone. She's all 4 feet are out on the corners. She's got some spring of forerib, nice deep flank in her, and yet she's still very feminine, very stylish. Really nice head on this female. A lot of good things to like about her. The next two ewes, very similar. They're trimmed a little differently, but they are very similar as far as their body type. Ewes don't have quite the overall internal dimension we see in the first place ewe. Two ewe lambs that are both good off their feet and legs. The ewe we're putting in second, I think, just follows the type and kind of our first place ewe just a little bit better. She's a little more rugged in her overall appearance, maybe just a little wider sprung up through that forerib. Not quite as muscular right down her top and out through that leg as our third place ewe. Maybe, and this is really nitpicking, not quite as extended up through her front end. They're both very extended. I think a part of it is just maybe a little more refined female here in third, maybe not quite the overall substance of bone, but two really good individuals, very, very close. The next ewe lamb, a really long top, long handling ewe lamb when you get your hands on her, tends to come apart a little bit up through that front end, get low fronted when she's on the move, tends to open up in those shoulder blades a little more than I'd like to see. I'd just like to see her pull herself together on the move a little bit better. Next ewe, I really like this female again for her length of body. Beautiful head on this ewe. Again, a lot of dimension internally and externally in this ewe lamb. We just need to change her out through those hind legs and off her hip when she gets out on the move. Thank you.
Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted early fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 32, NN 99154, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. Second to 35, Castle W 7374, Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. Third to 34, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. 4 to 31, Gallagher Farms of Mount Gilead, Ohio. And 5 to 33, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Now ready to show Senior Champion U, Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion U for the Horn Dorsets. Your next class will be fitted late fall ewe lambs. Placing on the class of early February ewe lambs for the fitted division of our Suffolk show. First to entry 211, WHS 634, Whispering Hills, Suffolk, Caldwell, Idaho. Second place to entry 204, Ruby Mountain 1606, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. Third place to 209, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Windsor, Illinois. 4 to 202, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 5 to 207, EB Suffolk, Powell, Ohio. Sixth place to entry 201, Randy Dombeck family, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Seventh place to 206, Randy Dombeck family. Eighth place to 215, Rebecca Krinsky, Washington, Oklahoma. 9 to 210, Jerry Quammen family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. And 10 to 214, James Knable, Antioch, Illinois.
Very nice set of females out here for the senior champion drive. Certainly ewes that look the part, they handle the part. I'm real pleased with the set of females that we've had the opportunity to take a look at so far this afternoon. For my senior champion, I'm going to go with my yearling ewe for my senior champion ewe, a ewe that just really steps out real free and easy in her stride, a ewe that just really appreciate for that overall body conformation. A little closer placing between my reserve, but I'm going to go down here to my junior ewe lamb for reserve. I like the my fall ewe lamb for reserve. I like the youthfulness of this female. I like the way she ties in together. A ewe lamb that just really handles with a lot of length and muscle and volume. I'm taking nothing away from the other set of females. Thank you.
For our Horn Dorset show, our senior champion ewe goes to entry number 21. First in the fitted yearling ewe class, Paul R. Castle, BK 337, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. The reserve out of that fitted early fall ewe lamb class, entry 32, NN 99154, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. Now ready for fitted late fall ewe lambs. Fitted late fall ewe lambs to the ring for the Horn Dorsets.
Very nice set of females out here for this winter-born class. Ewes that certainly have a lot of style and balance about them. So I watch these females walk out. This ewe up here in first place is just a real powerful ewe in terms of her rib shape, in terms of her mass and size and scale. A ewe that I really appreciate in terms of the way she carries out into that hip and down into that leg. I'd like to maybe stand her just on a little bit more substance of bone as I compare her to the female here in second place. I think this is where this female really shines as she walks out, just a real long, easy stride kind of a female here in second place. A ewe that you handle her, she's got some thickness to her. I might not quite as long as the female I have in first place, but I really like the balance of this second place ewe. She certainly has a lot of style and balance. Another nice ewe following up here in third place, a super long topped kind of a female that you really like the way she sets down on those feet and legs. Again, she's just a real easy, free moving ewe. She might be giving me up some size, but I think she's going to mature into a real good kind of a brood ewe in terms of her balance and her style, as well as my fourth place ewe, a ewe lamb that I really like the way she carries out into the hip and down into that leg. Like to stand her just a little bit on those different on those feet and legs and give her a little bit more substance of bone. But I really like her femininity. I really like her overall thickness down her top line. I thought we had a real nice set of Horn Dorset fall ewe lambs. Thank you. Or excuse me, winter-born ewe lambs. Thank you.
Now ready for Horn Dorset fitted winter ewe lambs. Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted late fall ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 37, Epley, W7372, Chad and Hannah Epley, Canal, Winchester, Ohio. Second to 39, Lance Thompson, 7432, Mariah Troutwine, Greenville, Ohio. Third to 36, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 4 to 38, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware.
Nice class of February ewe lambs here. We're leading off again with, I think, one of the sounder, more complete females in the class. I really admire for her skeletal design as far as her extension up through her front end. She's long down her top line. She's long from flank to flank, stands on good substance of bone. She's not overly conditioned. She's just a big old bodied sheep with a lot of width and dimension from end to end, still very smooth and feminine. We switch second and third here at the end. Two ewes very similar as in their design, about equal as far as their bone structure. Ewe we moved up in the second just a tad longer out through that loin and hind saddle region when you handle her. A little neater about her front end. Two ewes very similar as far as their width from one end to the other, and internal dimension, their actual dimension. When you start taking some of the condition off of our third place ewe, I don't think she's actually any wider than our second place ewe. Second place ewe is probably actually a little wider right through the chest floor, stands just a little naturally wider on both ends. Two very good females. I like the length. Again, I like the depth of side and the amount of muscle that they show us. The next ewe, one of the widest made ewes in the class as far as when you handle her down her top, tremendous width up over that rack and down her top, over her loin. Really stands on good substance of bone, stands out on all four corners. Tends to pull that neck down into her shoulder blades just a little bit out here when you get her on the side view. Doesn't balance out quite as nicely as the ewes ahead of her. Not quite as long in her overall design, but this is a very good female, really nice Suffolk head. Likewise on the next ewe, another big body, big massive bone ewe. You know, lots of length, lots of depth. We just like to change the way that neck comes out of her shoulder blades, clean her up about that front end today, just balance her out a little bit better. We can move her right up towards the top of the class. Really nice class of ewe lambs. Thank you.
A nice class of ewe lambs, and I thought that they fell into place quite nicely, in my opinion, in terms of their conformation and handling ability and the way they're walking out. The ewe lamb that I'm starting with just kind of being a little stubborn for those gentlemen, but I really like her when I get my hands on her. She is just a powerhouse in terms of her rib shape, her thickness. She carries back extremely well. When you watch this ewe walk out, she relaxes a little bit. You can really see it, but she's just not wanting to cooperate for them today, but I certainly appreciate her completeness and her mass. I thought she shuffled to the top quite nicely, in my opinion. The closeness became, I think, between my second and my third, but I'm going to a very sound, very structurally correct kind of a female. She's got little fleece on her. She's very youthful. She's probably one of the more youthful appearing ewe lambs out here in this particular drive. She's very feminine up through that front end. I think she's just really going to make a real powerful ewe. You really like her when you get your hands on her in terms of her straightness of lines, the way she carries out into that hip design, just a real complete package. My third place ewe might be pounds heavier than the ewe I have in second place, a ewe that I really appreciate for the substance of bone she's standing on. I appreciate the femininity up through that front end. She's got some thickness down to that top line. I'd like to change her somewhat in her hip design as I compare her to the two females that I placed above her, but another really nicely balanced female. A little taller, a very tall appearing ewe lamb is standing in fourth, and I appreciate that. A very youthful appearing ewe lamb. She's very feminine up through that front end. A ewe lamb that maybe we'd just like to explode somewhat in her size as we compare to the three females that I placed above her, but a ewe lamb that you appreciate the way she sets down on those feet and legs and her handling ability. As well as my fifth place ewe lamb, a ewe lamb that carries out extremely well in terms of volume of muscling down into that leg. I'd like to change her somewhat in her hip design, make her stand just a little bit different on those hind legs, and maybe we could have worked her a little bit different. Good, strong set of females from top to bottom. Thank you.
For the Horned Dorsets, we're now ready for fitted spring ewe lambs. And for the Suffolks, we're showing March and later born ewe lambs. March and later born ewe lambs should be in the ring. Placing on the Suffolk class of late February ewe lambs, first to entry 231, Hoskins, 1632, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. Second to 232, Silver Dollar, RC 6050, Thomas Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Third to 228, Wolf's Suffolks, Oaks, North Dakota. 4 to 227, Allie Begg, Findlay, Ohio. 5 to entry 217, Knutson Girls, Centerville, South Dakota. 6th place to 223, Jerry Quammen family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. 7th place to 221, Terry Wren, Renview Farms, Pigeon, Michigan. 8th place to entry number 224, Rogers Suffix, Carmi, Illinois. And 9th place to 219, WEG&I 80 Flocks, Geneva, Nebraska. Placing on the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first to 41, Shots 1596, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second to 42, Gadsby 1590, Hunter Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to 43, Mariah Troutwine, Greenville, Ohio. 4 to 44, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 5 to 45, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in Body Bluffton, Ohio.
Very nice set of females out here in this springborn ewe lamb class. There's some maturity difference in some of these, but a very good set from top to bottom. The ewe lamb that I'm starting with, I really like her for her mass and her overall thickness. She probably is a little further along in her maturity pattern. What I really like about this female, she's very feminine up through that front end. When you watch her walk out, she really steps out long and free and easy in that stride. She really carries nice out into that hip and down into the leg. Just a nicely balanced female. From there, I followed with another real long topped female that steps out real free and easy in her stride, very square out into that hip. Probably not as long in her side as the ewe I have in front of her, but I certainly appreciate her for her balance and her mass, as well as my third place ewe lamb. Very youthful in her appearance, probably one of the more youthful appearing lambs out here. I'd like to move her a little bit different if I could have changed her in her hip design, set her a little bit different on those hind legs. She just doesn't want to step out quite as nicely and free and easy in her stride as the two females that I placed above her. And this is what I found with my fourth place ewe lamb, a real tall appearing ewe lamb. I certainly appreciate for her extension up through that front end. She handles with them extension to down that top line. Like to maybe change her as she connects right there behind the shoulders. I'd like to change her just a little bit as she moves out and when we watch her walk. But I certainly appreciate her femininity, overall balance. A very attractive set of females from top to bottom. Thank you.
Now ready for Horn Dorset Slickshorn ewe lambs. Slickshorn ewe lambs placing on the class of fitted spring ewe lambs for the Horn Dorsets. First to 46, Castle W. 7151, Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. Second place to entry number 49, Kevin Whitmer, 528, Mariah Troutwine, Greenville, Ohio. Third to 47, Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio, and 4 to 48, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Again, we're ready for Slickshorn ewe lambs.
Very nice set of females out here. I'm going to use the real youthful ewe lamb in this particular drive. I really like her balance. I like her line. She's very feminine up through that front end. She's super correct when she walks out. I realize that she's not the pound heaviest female out here, but to me she's made right. You love her balance. You love the way she lays through that chest floor, up through that shoulder area. Just a real complete kind of a package. I realize that my second place ewe is pounds heavier, and I appreciate her for her mass. I appreciate her for her rib shape. She has a super hip in her. You get back there, you like her length, her hip, you like her squareness of her hip, and she has a lot of volume of muscling. She's just a little further along in her maturity pattern as we compare to the two females, but I like both these females in terms of their pattern, their muscle, and their overall structural correctness, as well as my third place ewe lamb, another just a real up-headed kind of a female. You like her up through that front end. Probably she lays a little bit nicer up through that front end than what I have in my second place ewe, a ewe that you certainly appreciate for her overall top line, the way she sets down on those feet and legs. She moves out real free and easy. She's just maybe giving me up with that total mass down her top line as I compare her to the two females that I placed above her, but certainly a very nicely balanced, structurally correct, sound female. Thank you.
Now ready for Weather Dam ewe lambs. Horn Dorset Weather Dam ewe lambs. Placing on the Slickshorn ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets, first to entry 52, Gadsby 1580, Hunter Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second place to entry 51, Castle 7385, Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. And third place to entry 53, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
Nice class of March ewe lambs. Again, I think some differences as far as skeletal design, and probably quite a few differences as far as maturity and development to this point. I tried to go with some ewe lambs that I think is still fairly growthy as far as and developed to this point in their stage or development stage, but you still have a potential to go on and keep on growing and develop. The ewe we're leading off with, really kind of a green ewe when you handle her. She's not overly conditioned. She's got a lot of length down that top, good set of feet and legs. You'd maybe like to change her just a little bit up through her front end, neaten her up a little bit there, but really a long, deep-sided ewe with some width and dimension from one end to the other, stands on good substance of bone. Probably one of the longest ewes in the class is the ewe and sec, a tremendous length down her top, really long out through that loin and hind saddle when you handle her. Not a lot of wool on this ewe, a lot of sheep here. She's good and deep from up through that front flank, all the way back through her rear flank, and tremendous spring of forward in her. If I was going to change her or anything, I'd neaten her up through that chest floor a little bit, make her a little neater about her breast, change the way her neck comes out of her shoulders. But this is one big, long shape with a lot of internal dimension, good bone, really a nice ewe. The next ewe, a ewe that just gives up that length and size and dimension that we see in the ewe above her. She's not quite as straight right behind her shoulder blades. I do appreciate her for up through her chest floor. She's a little more elevated, a little neater about that chest floor today, but not quite as long, not quite the overall dimension we see in the ewe ahead of her. Likewise, the next ewe, probably one of the younger ewes in the class in this next ewe, a little more wool on her than some of them ahead of her. I think she's got a lot of potential and outcome. She's just given up some actual real muscle and dimension to her when you get your hands on her and start handling through the wool. But I think a sheep with a lot of future, really attractive head, really pretty. I love the bone in this sheep and the way she stands on her feet and legs. Next ewe, another ewe, probably one of the younger ewes in the class. Hardly any wool on her. What you see is what you get. She's really straight down her top, handles a lot of muscling through that loin and back into her leg, stands out square in all four corners. She just gives up the overall size of the ewes ahead of her. Thank you.
Very nice set of ewe lambs out here. Again, we have some age difference between these two females. I'm going to go to the younger ewe lamb in first place. I really like her lines. I like the way she ties in up through that front end. I like her overall length of top. Sets extremely well on those feet and legs. I really like the way she moves out real free and easy in her stride. I realize that my second place ewe is much pounds heavier, a little further along in her maturity pattern. A ewe that's got a lot of rib shape. She's got a lot of mass to her. Probably where I'd like to change her, I'd like to maybe give her a little bit more femininity up through that front end. Just doesn't tie together quite as nicely up through that shoulder area, doesn't sit quite as nicely on those front legs as the ewe lamb I have at the top of this class, but certainly a ewe that you can really appreciate her for overall thickness and overall mass from front to rear. Thank you.
Placing on the class of Weather Dam ewe lambs, first place to 55, Castle 7181, Paul R. Castle, Whitville, Virginia. Second to 54, Lance Thompson 7433, Mariah Troutwine, Greenville, Ohio. Now ready for pair of ewe lambs, Horn Dorset pair ewe lambs. Also, we're ready for Suffolk fitted pair ewe lambs. Suffolk. Placings on the Suffolk fitted March and later ewe lamb class. First place to entry 240, Hoskins 1637, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. Second place to 244, 4 J's and a T, 1677, Graham Jacoby, Wausau, Ohio. Third place to 239, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. 4 to 234, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company. 5 to entry number 245, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. 6th place to 233, Knutson Girls, Centerville, South Dakota. 7 to 242, Rogers Suffolk, Carmi, Illinois. 8 to 235, Jerry Quam and family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. 9 to 237, Casey Suffolk, Parkersburg, Iowa. And 10 to 236, Jerry Quam and family, Wanamingo, Minnesota. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Horn Dorset Show, first, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Second place, Mariah Trotwine of Greenville, Ohio. Third, Hunter Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 4, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. 5 to Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. 6 to Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 7 to Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan, In-Body, Bluffton, Ohio. For the Horn Dorset, now ready to show for Junior Champion in Reserve, followed by the Grand Champion and Reserve ewe. Placing on the fitted pair of ewe lamb class for the Dorsets. First place to Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. Second place to Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. Third, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 4, Rogers Suffolk, Carmi, Illinois. And 5 to Terry Wren, Wrenview Farm, Pigeon, Michigan.
Okay, can I go by that and talk? Can I go? I don't want to squeal. Just a really nice, attractive set of females out here all through all of these individuals. Just really a tough decision here for this junior champion, but I'm going to use my winter-born ewe lamb for my junior champion ewe. I really like the balance of that female. I like the substance of bone she's standing on. A ewe lamb that just pulls it all together to win this today. Going to my spring ewe lamb for reserve ewe lamb that again is just a real powerful kind of a female in terms of her femininity up through that front end, in terms of her handling ability down her top line. Just some really great females out here. I think that these exhibitors deserve a nice round of applause, because when we look at all these females that are out here for your junior champion, there's just an awesome set of females that certainly have a very bright future to them. Thank you.
Junior champion ewe was entry number 41 out of the fitted winter ewe lamb class, shots 1596, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. The reserve junior champion was entry number 46 out of the fitted spring ewe lamb class, Paul R. Castle, W, 7151, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe.
Let's give all these junior ewe lamb exhibitors a big round of applause. I think really brought out a nice set of sheep today. And again, as we talked about in the senior division on the females and through the buck show, I've tried to stay consistent as far as picking sheep that are sound on their feet and legs, some sheep that are functional. They have some rib shape and dimension to them. They have some width down their tops. They're not necessarily the most extreme as far as size or length or height. Just trying to pick good, sound, functional, complete sheep. And I'm very happy with the 8 females I got out here. I think they all fit into that pattern very nicely. There are a few differences as far as body style and that, but they're minor differences. Structure, I mean, when you look at them, they all stand on good substance of bone. They're pretty good on their feet and legs for the most part. I think really a good set of sheep. For junior champion, we're going to go with our first place January ewe lamb. I really like the width and dimension from end to end. She still stays straight and smooth and correct. Or excuse me, not January. The first early February. I got to get my terminology right here. First early February. I just love this female as far as her straightness of lines, the bone, the way she stands on her feet and legs. Really a good ewe. For reserve junior, I'm going to come back and use the late February for reserve.
Junior champion ewe for the fitted portion of our Suffolk show is 211 out of the early February ewe lamb class, WHS, Whispering Hills, Suffolk, 634, Whispering Hills, Suffolk, Caldwell, Idaho. The reserve junior champion is 231, Hoskins, 1632, Hoskins Stock Farm, Jefferson, Iowa. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion fitted ewe for the Suffolks.
Very nice set of females out here for your championship drive. I just really big, massive ewes that's got some femininity and balance to them, ewes that can track out fairly free and easy in their stride. Today I'm going to use my senior champions for my reserve or champion ewe and reserve champion ewe. I just really like both of these females. They're very feminine. They handle extremely well. Ewes that just really step out real free and easy in their stride. I'm taking nothing away from my junior champions. Thank you.
Grand champion Horn Dorset ewe is entry number 21. 21 was our senior champion ewe. 21 was also the fitted yearling ewe. First place animal, Paul R. Castle, BK 337, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion ewe. entry number 32. 32 was first in the fitted early fall ULAM class, NN 99154, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. Now ready for Best Headed U. Horn Dorset, Best Headed U.
Just a couple quick comments here before we pick your champion female for the Suffolk show for this year. Again, I think just really a super set of females towards the top end. There was some quality all the way through, but I think some really exceptional ewes up towards the top end. Granted, maybe some of the show today we've had some it's been challenging to try to keep it consistent as far as the type of sheep I'm looking for. But I've got 4 females out here I'm really happy with. Again, I think they have some production traits, they have some show quality, they have some breed character, really a good set of ewes. And again, let's give these exhibitors plus everybody else that showed here this afternoon a big round of applause.
Following the grand champion selection of the fitted ewe, we will have our fitted flock. Grand champion fitted ewe is entry 148, our senior champion ewe, out of the first class of fitted yearling ewes, McClure, 1514, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The reserve grand champion ewe was entry 167. 167 was our reserve senior champion ewe, came out of class 3 of our fitted yearling ewes, Oak Hill, 151270. E.B. Suffolk, Powell, Ohio. Again, we're ready for fitted flock class for the Suffolks. Best headed ewe for the Horn Dorset show was entry number 16 out of the fitted yearling ewe class, Ridge Betts 123, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. Now ready for Horn Dorset flock. Horn Dorset flock, please. Suffolk exhibitors were showing the fitted flock class. Your next class will be Best Headed Ram.
Kevin.
Placing on the flock class for the fitted division of our Suffolk show, first place in the flock and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the fitted show is Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second in the flock, Rogers Suffolks of Carmi, Illinois. Our fitted show is finished. Our judge over there has been Mark Chapman of Michigan. Now we're ready to go into our Suffolk combined classes, so we need best headed ram. Suffolk best headed ram in, please. Placing on the Horn Dorset flock class, first in the flock and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Paul Castle, Whitville, Virginia. Second in the flock, Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Third is Mariah Troutline, Greenville, Ohio. 4, Ridge Betts, Felton, Delaware. And 5, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. That does conclude our Horn Dorset show. Our judge has been Judy Moore of Eagle, Michigan. We're going to take a few-minute break before we jump into that Monadale show, give the folks here a chance to work the ring down, get it smoothed out before we start, and get those ribbons laid out. Now ready to bring into the ring to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion overall Ram for the Suffolks. We need the Slickshorn Champion in Reserve along with the Fitted Champion in Reserve. Our best-headed ram of the show was entry 125 out of the fitted February Ram Lamb class, KJ Lansing. 2524, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Best headed ewe for the for the Suffolk show goes to animal 152 out of the second fitted yearling ewe class, Pash 15772, Stephen J. Pash and family, Grass Valley, California.
Sorry. Tucker's ready. Actually, Kendra, she's lucky. I was gonna watch her when she went in the door of the bathroom. That's her fault. So she's lucky I waited till she got back.
Let's give these 4 exhibitors here a big round of applause for some really nice bucks for our Grand Champion Drive. I think we've got some good quality sheep out here, a lot of good points, and they're really represent the division that they showed in very well. Some sheep that just have a lot of quality to them. They have some bones, some structure, they have some rib shape, there's some internal dimension, and they still have some eye appeal too. Very functional kind of sheep. For Grand Champion Ram, I think it gets down very, very close. We're going to go with a fitted ram for champion. I think he's a tick sounder off those rear feet today. For reserve, we're going to come up here and use this first place, or the champion slick ram.
As we lead off the National Monteville Show, we've certainly got a nice individual to start with, one that is really the good structured, good moving buck in class. Put your hands on him, certainly doesn't disappoint you. Just a real nice, logical, easy place to lead off today. The buck in second, I think if we just talk about him being straight and true in his lines and more attractive through his shoulder, I think that's where he excels. The one in third probably just holds himself together a little better on the move, maybe a little stronger on those both front and rear pasterns. We put him in motion. Really like the mass and the body of the buck stance in third. Just like straighten him up down his top line just a notch and maybe strengthen him up on the go a little bit, but nice class of yearling rams to lead off with.
For the Montedales now ready for Senior Ram Lambs, and our Grand Champion Ram for the Suffolk Show was our fitted ram. Entry number 116, Ruby Mountain 1601, Buck Naked. Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. The reserve Grand Champion Ram for the Suffolk Show was our Slick Shorn Champion Ram. Senior Champion, Senior Ram Lamb McCully 3484, McCully Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania. Now ready for our champions and reserve champions from the U Division. Placing on the yearling ram class for the Montedales, first place to entry 3, Smith 1522, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to entry 2, Minter 1503, Kent Minter, Minter Montedales of Akron, Ohio. And third to entry 1, Chad Bruns, Herman, Minnesota. Again, we're ready for Montedale Senior Ram Lambs. Judging our National Montedale Show today is Tucker Beckmeyer. Tucker grew up showing Hamps and Columbias and Montedales and currently shows South Downs and Club Pigs with his family. He's from Atwood, Illinois. He's a nutritional sales representative for Rosen's Incorporated. He helps oversee and fit multiple flocks of Dorset, Hamps, and Suffolks. His wife Megan and 3 boys, Logan, Tanner, and Riker, are helping him with the operation and their sheep business. Let's welcome Tucker Beckmeyer to your National Monadale Show.
Well, we have a little variation among these two, and if somebody wants to come out and flop them around, I certainly probably wouldn't argue with them. We'll just kind of talk about what I see and how we lined them up. But really, the fresh handling straight true buck leads off in first hole, and really the flat-shouldered one that gives a really nice look. Would like to stretch him out just a notch, and that's where the one standing in second certainly has an advantage. But I like just the balance and the correctness of that buck, and we're going to lead with him. The ram in second, certainly the pounds ram in class certainly has a performance advantage. Starting to push quite a bit more just condition for me than where I like, and really getting more open about that shoulder and maybe putting out in that chest just a notch. But obviously a big stout, big performing one, and if you need to body him up and mass him up, I think this guy certainly can fit that bill. Nice class of rams.
Now ready to show for Monadale Senior Champion Ram and Reserve Senior Champion Ram. Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class for the Monadales, first place to entry 5, Smith, 1606, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to entry 6, Jacobson, 1609, Cody Jacobson, La Grande, California.
We get out here for Senior Champion Drive, and I think we can sure make some correlations between our class winners, sheep that are really good on their feet and legs, very straight and true down their top line, really good hip drams, move around the ring very, very well. We move on to our second places, obviously, and we've got a couple that are all different shapes and sizes, but I think there's quality in these guys. I think there's value in them, and I'm glad to see that we're moving and starting to body these sheep up and mass them up just a touch. Today we're going to go ahead and use the yearling ram for champion. We're going to come back to the fall ram for reserve.
For the Monadale Senior Champion Ram, it was entry number 3, the first place yearling ram, Smith, 1522, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve senior champion was our first place in the senior Ram Lamb class, Smith 1606, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Now we need January Ram Lambs. Monadale, January Ram Lambs in, please.
If we could start off with just a huge round of applause for 4 outstanding individuals out here for the female drive in the Suffolk today. Just on both sides of the ring, I was standing around watching the fitted show a little bit here and there, and just a tremendous amount of females on both sides, slicks and fitted. Use that just are so functional, and they've got rib and capacity, but they've got big enough outline for me today on both sides. Not to take anything away from these sheep, they are very functional, can move around the ring. They've got some femininity about them, but they've got all 4 of these individuals have a big old deep jaw in them for a ewe. I appreciate that about them. Without further ado, I'll go out and congratulate your champion in reserve in the grand overall drive today. Thank you.
Grand champion ewe for the Suffolk show is the fitted champion ewe. Out of the yearling ewe class, senior champion, entry 148, McClure, 1514, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The reserve was our reserve champion fitted ewe, entry 167, the reserve senior champion, also a yearling ewe, Oak Hill, 151270, EB Suffolk, Powell, Ohio. That does conclude our Suffolk show today. In just a few moments, we'll get started with Border Leicester White Division. Border Leicester White Division, give us a chance to get the ribbons out.
when we get out here for the Spring Ram Lambs, the Januaries, and certainly a competitive class and quality, I think, and pieces run all the way through this one. Got to kind of make some decisions on where you set your priorities and what's important. And I think the one we're leading off with is the combination sheeping class. He's the complete sheeping class. He's a structurally correct, good looking, good moving one in class. And today that's where our priorities lie. And I guess this one gets up here and does this for me pretty comfortably. After that, I had some more decisions to make. I think the one that closely follows him in class from a substance and a mass and a build standpoint lays in second, and that's why he's here. One that, again, you handle him down his top line, you watch him get around the ring. I think he's the one that most closely follows one we're leading off with. Really, the big attractive buck in class stands in third, and if you like him big and good looking, I mean, this is your guy. He's straight and true down that top line, hits his feet pretty square. Just like to make more of him for me, just from a mass and a muscle standpoint, but one I think's got a whole lot of good in him, and he's really fun to look at. The buck in fourth, maybe a little more moderate in class, but I like the added dimension and rib shape and bone that he brings to the table, and that's why we're going to land him in here. Actually, he's cooperating quite a bit better now, giving the boys a little better look, and nice sheep standing there in fourth. The buck in fifth, again, very straight and true in his lines, very square on those feet and legs. Just need to make more of him from a mass and a dimension standpoint, and I think we can move him up a long, long way. And rounding out the class again with a very attractive one that I think's got a lot of good in him. We just need to really work on how this one's constructed in his rib cage and really rip that rear flank down, just open him up a little bit, and he could certainly move up as well. Nice class of Rams.
Placing on the January Ram Lamb class for the Montadales, first place goes to entry 7, Smith 1619, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewartson, Illinois. Second to entry 8, Poppin E67, William Poppin, DeSmet, South Dakota. Third to 13, Craig and Kendra Fleck, Brookings, South Dakota. 4 to entry 12, William Poppin, DeSmet, South Dakota. 5 to entry 11, Gene Stitzer, Melrose, Wisconsin. 6 to entry number 10, Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. Judging the National Border Leicester Show today is Sam Wyford of Wapakoneta, Ohio. Sam has been judging full-time all over the country. He's also one of the two coordinators, along with his wife, Pat, of the All-American Junior Show Skillathon, and also the Skillathon at Wisconsin Lamb and Wool Festival. Let's welcome Sam Wyford for your Border Leicester Show today.
It's my pleasure to get to judge these Border Leicesters, something I've looked forward to for a long time. Very nice class here of yearling rams to start off the show. Very appreciative of what you brought out. Ram I'm starting with, a very long-sided ram, a ram that you're really appreciating for that length of hind saddle. I really appreciate the rib shape of this ram, both fore and rear. He's got good bone, travels out very nicely for me. And then I open up that fleece and it's very uniform throughout. Really appreciate that about him, really appreciate that fleece length. Come back to our second ram, a ram that's a little shorter sided than our first ram. I really appreciate, again, the bone under him. I'd like to see maybe a tad more rear rib or shape to that rear rib. Again, pretty nice fleece on this buck. Would like to see him maybe a little leveler as we come out over those hips. The buck that closes the group down here, a ram that I do appreciate his length. I appreciate the way he travels about the ring. I just need to see a little more length of fleece there to move him up any higher today. Thank you.
Now ready for fall ram lambs for the white division of our Border Leicesters. Placing on that Border Leicester white yearling ram class, first place to entry one, Deacon 15-1974, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Second place to entry 3, Vincent Farms, 1524, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Third place to entry 2, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania.
Well, really nice pair to lead off with. I think you could lean either direction and be very comfortable about it. For me, we're going to use the one that's just a little longer in its top line, a little longer handling buck. Probably freer a color down on his feet, like that about him, and one that I think balances up really, really good from the side, good enough when we get him in motion, and just a logical place for me to tie to. The one that's super attractive in class certainly lays in second, and I like that about him. As I said, we compare him to his class winner, maybe wants to shorten up just a notch, but one I think's got a whole lot of good in him, really good pair of rams. The ram in third, he's the one I guess that follows the two ahead of him. He's the more massive, bigger footed, more rugged buck. I like that about him. Maybe just doesn't tie together quite as smooth and straight down that top line. Maybe he wants to get a little more in at his knee when compared to the two ahead of him, but one that's really rugged and I think going to grow out to be a big stout one. We round out the class again with one that's very attractive in his line, certainly not taking anything away from him. Very, very nice as well. Probably just when you put your hands on him, there's just less sheep there, less muscle, less mass, less power, maybe a little frailer featured, but one that gives you a really, really nice look when they get him put together.
For the Monadales, we're now ready for pair of Ram Lambs. Pair Ram Lambs, please. Placing on the February and later Ram Lamb class for the Monadales, first place goes to entry 15, Jacobson, 1629, Cody Jacobson, La Grande, California. Second place to 17, Smith, 1633, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewartson, Illinois. Third place to 16, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. And 4 to 18, Chad Bruns, Herman, Minnesota.
Just a single entry here in the white borders with Senior Ram Lamb. Very, very nice ram. I really appreciate the breed character of this ram. I really like the bone he's walking on. He travels out very free and easy when he does decide to walk out. He's kind of been belligerent here with this young man. But a long-topped ram. I really appreciate that about him. Carries out nice over those hips. And then we look at that fleece. I really like the way the locks are formed. I like the length of them. I appreciate that I don't see a lot of kemp or hair in there. Just a very, very nice ram here for this entry. Congratulations.
Placing on the Fall Ram Lamb class for the Border Lesters, first place to entry 6, Deacon, 16-2025, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Placing on the pair of Ram Lamb class for the Monadales, first place goes to Smith Sheep Farm, Stewartson, Illinois. Second, Cody Jacobson, La Grande, California. And third to William Poppin, DeSmet, South Dakota. Now showing for Junior Champion Ram and Reserve.
Diane Snyder. Diane Snyder, please come to the show.
Well, I thought the quality of the Ram Lamb was really, really good. We got to sort through, and it's been a lot of fun. And I can honestly say I probably haven't sat up here and watched the Monteville Breed Show in several years now. So it's good to see what everybody's bringing and the direction their flocks are headed. There's a couple out here that I find pretty quick for me. Your January buck's going to be your junior champion. We're going to come back to the February for the reserve. Congratulations.
Junior champion ram goes to entry number 7, the January Ram Lamb Smith, 1619 Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve junior champion to entry 15 out of the February and later Ram Lamb class, Jacobson, 1629 Cody Jacobson, La Grande, California. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ram.
Well, really impressed with the quality we've got out here, and look through all 4 individuals out here. We've got good-footed ones that move around the ring very, very good. Very straight and true down that top line, really square hip sheep. Really sheep that proportion very well and give us an attractive look. And I guess for me, we get out here, there's one that I found in class and did so really comfortably. And I think this is the one that if I was in the breed, I'd be taking home and trying to restart stuff with. The junior champion ram's going to be your champion. We're going to go back to the reserve junior for reserve champion. Congratulations.
Grand champion Montedale for your national show is entry number 7, the junior champion ram, the January Ram Lamb Smith, 1619 Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve grand champion ram is our reserve junior champion out of the February and later Ram Lamb class, Jacobson, 1629 Cody Jacobson, La Grande, California.
Very nice class here of spring ram lambs. Ram I'm going to start with, a very youthful ram. I really appreciate the youthfulness he shows me. He's a ram that when I put him on the move, he travels out very free and easy. Really like the rib shape on this ram, both fore and rear. He carries back with a really long hind saddle. A ram that, yes, maybe you'd like to see a little longer fleece on him to evaluate it a little better, but I don't see any kemp in there in what I do open up. A ram that I feel is just very, very youthful and very right for this class for the winter. The ram in second, I really appreciate this ram. The fleece is just uniform throughout. I really like that I separate those locks. They open up very nicely. I like the formation of the locks. Like the bone under this ram, where I would like to see him is just maybe a little more extension and through that front end, just a tad. Two very, very close rams. Next ram here in class, a ram that tends to shorten up for me on that side profile. He tends to get a little shorter. Like to see maybe a little more depth in that rear flank, but it's a ram that is good straight down that top. He's got good bone work. Really appreciate that about him. Then we come down here to two bigger skeletal type rams. Rams that I do appreciate the bone that they have under them. I appreciate their breed character. Pretty good fleeces when I open them up, but I put these rams on the move, and I'd really like to change them off of those rear legs. The ram that closes the group down here is a ram that I'd like to see him a little stronger out of those shoulders into that rack area, but very nice class here. Thank you.
Now ready for Border Leicester White Division Intermediate Ram Lambs. In the class of early Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 7, Taylor, 16013, Callie Taylor, Petersburg, West Virginia. Second to entry number 8, Deacon, 162040, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Third to entry 10, Taylor, Callie Taylor, Petersburg, West Virginia. 4 to entry 11, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. 5 to entry 9, Marilyn and Raymond Fogel. Pardon me, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio.
They say worried about the armbands look right. We weren't checking the distance. They don't always
Can't teach an old guy new trick. Here in our Ram Lamb class, I really love this ram that we're starting off the class with. Just a very complete individual. He's long from flank to flank. He's got good depth of body. Really appreciate the bone he's walking on. He travels out free and easy. Beautiful breed character about this ram. And then we look at that fleece. You open those locks up, they open up very nicely. I really like the crimp to them. I like the curl to the end, and I don't see any hair or kemp in that fleece. Just a very, very beautiful fleece on that ram. Very complete ram to start off our class. Our ram here in second. I appreciate this ram for his straightness of lines. I appreciate him for his extension through the front end. Where I'd like to change him to compete with that first ram is lengthen him out just a little bit, but I do like the spring of rib that he shows me, both fore and rear. Shorter fleece, but what I can see looks very, very good. Those locks look like they're going to develop into a very nice fleece for that ram. The ram here in third is a ram that I'd like to change him a little bit in that rear flank. I'd like to deepen it just a tad, but I really like the rib on this ram. I appreciate the bone he has. I appreciate the breed character. A ram that has just a little bit of kemp in that hair, in that wool in some places that I'd like to clean out. Then the ram that closes the group down here, a long-sided ram that you appreciate for that, but when you put him in motion, start walking, he really rolls those hind legs, and I just got to change that about him to move him up any higher today. Very nice class. Thank you.
Now ready for late Ram Lambs. Late Ram Lambs. Placing on the class of intermediate Ram Lambs for the White Border Leicesters. First to entry 16, Colin Deacon, 16-2062. Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second to entry number 13, Taylor, 16047, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 12, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. And four to entry 15, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware.
very, very youthful ram here to start off this spring class. Extension through that front end, those shoulders laying there nice and smooth. That ram's long. When we get down, handle him down that top, he's good and straight. He's got a long hind saddle in him. Really appreciate the rib dimension on this ram. Really appreciate the bone. That fleece, you open it up, those locks are just very, very nice. I don't see any hair in them. Locks that just show me a lot of crimp, show me a lot of character, and I really appreciate that about that ram. Our ram here in second, I really like this ram when he come in the ring. Tremendous length of body on him. He travels out very nicely, very good breed character, very good extension through that front end. The only problem I see when I open those locks up and start looking at that fleece, I see a little bit too much hair and kemp to get around this first place lamb. But two very, very nice rams here to lead off the group. The ram in third, again, a long-sided ram. One thing I like about this ram is I like that testicular development, and that scrotum hangs down away from that body just a little bit, and I do appreciate that about it. It's a very important thing, and when we're evaluating these rams, again, a ram that's straight in his lines. The problem with that ram, when I put him in motion, he really rolls that right hind hock, and I just got to correct that to move him up any higher today. But a very, very nice class here. Thank you.
Now need pair of ram lambs, Border Leicester pair ram lambs. Placing on the late class of ram lambs for the Border Leicesters, first to entry 17, Taylor, 16097, Callie Taylor of Timblin, Pennsylvania. Second to 19, Deacon, 16268, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. And third to entry 18, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania.
Wow, the Montedale show just got pretty real here, guys, and what a set of females to get to look at and get to put together. And we're going to lead off with just the big horse in class. She's the long-topped UN class. She's just massive. She's straight and true down that top, really good and square out of that hip still. Really like her head shape and her character about her as well. Just one that I think needs to find her way into this first hole. Congratulations. The UN second, now she does have an advantage certainly in foot and bone, and I like that about her, and boy, she gets around the ring really, really good as well. Gives you a great look, probably shortens up just a notch in relation to the one ahead of her, but a nice pair of ewes. The UN third, I think she's the one that closely follows the ewe in front of her. Again, really a good structurally correct ewe, not a hole in this one. Really like her type and her character as well. Just maybe becomes the small ewe of the top six here, and third seems to be the nice landing spot for her. The ewe in fourth, very straight and true down her top line. I like that as well. We get this one in motion. She maybe wants to gather those feet up underneath her a little more than the ones above her. Maybe like to make her take a little nicer, longer stride, and we can move her up. Next ewe comes in. This kind of the lunch pail ewe of the class, I guess, for me. Maybe she doesn't wow you anywhere, but there's a lot to this one, guys. Great big foot, maybe the big-footed ewe in class, really massive and stout and square. Just runs out of look for me and ends up in fifth. We round out the top six here with another one that gives you a really attractive look, really straight and true down that top line as well. Maybe it becomes the shorter necked ewe that shortens up from the side as well, but one that I thought was certainly worthy of talking about. Nice class of ewes.
Placing on the class of fitted yearling ewes for the Montedales, first to entry 20, Mum, 1427, Richard Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to 24, Kuykendall, 918, Kuykendall Montedales, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 31, J.W. Sims, Albrin, Illinois. 4 to 34, Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. 5 to 25, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. 6 to 28, Craig and Kendra Fleck, Brookings, South Dakota. 7 to 23, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. 8th place to entry 33, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. 9 to 32, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. And 10 to 26, Richard Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the white Border Leicesters, first place to Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Second place to Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. Third to Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion White Division, Border Leicester. Then we'll show Best Headed Ram.
Thank God. Best white
We got a nice class of slick ewes here, and we're leading off with one, and she may not be the most muscular ewe in class. In fact, she's not. That one lays in the second hole, but what this one is a really good balance, good looking one that maintains a really level top line, really square and true out of that hip. She's got enough stoutness for me, and she's a real logical place for me to start. As we said, the muscular ewe stands here in second. She gets a little shorter coupled, maybe a little shorter necked, a little coarser through that shoulder, but one that's got an awful lot of power and certainly needs to be up towards the top end. The next logical UM class for me comes in the third hole. This is the next one that combines balance with some muscle and some performance, and I think this is an awfully nice U as well. The one in fourth is the one that closely follows her. Maybe wants to taper and flatten just a little more when you get right around behind her. If we could bust her open, her pins maybe a notch and stouten her up there, I think this one probably moves up. Round out the class with one that's really attractive from the side and very nice footed U like that about her, very good looking one. Just runs out of muscle and mass compared to the group ahead of her, but a nice classy use.
Well, first of all, a very nice class out here for our champion drive in the white borders. Rams out here that are stout. They're rams that have rib shape to them. I really appreciate the bone work on these rams. And then we look at the fleeces, and you just really got to appreciate them. Today it's quite easy for me. This yearling ram is going to be your champion. Very stout ram. Really appreciate the rib to him. I appreciate his length at the top. Just a tremendous fleece on that ram. And then we're going to jump clear down here to this nice youthful spring ram. Just a tremendous balanced ram. Really like his length of top. I like the bone work on him. And what fleeces there is very, very nice. I don't see any hair kemp in it or whatever. I really like this lamb. Just a tremendous set of rams. Congratulations to you.
Grand Champion White Division, Border Leicester goes to entry number 1. First place yearling ram, Deacon 15, 1974, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. The reserve Grand Champion goes to the late ram lamb, entry number 17, Taylor, 16097, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. Now ready for Best Headed Ram. Best Headed Ram.
Yeah, send me a short note. Drive safe. Are you riding? You're not riding. You're flying. So that means you're safe. The alcohol in the back of the firearm folks won't get you. They'll just get Nancy.
Yearling ewes. Now need Border Leicester early yearling ewes to the ring. Early yearling ewes. Best headed ram for the white Border Leicester show is entry number 3 out of the yearling ram entry number 2 out of the yearling ram class, Taylor 15033, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Placings on the Monadale class of pair yearling ewes. First place goes to Smith Sheep Farm, Stewartson, Illinois. Second to Richard Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, William Poppin, DeSmet, South Dakota. 4, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. And 5 to Gene Stitzer, Melrose, Wisconsin. Placing on the slick-sheared yearling ewe class for the Monadales. First to entry 39, Smith 1521, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewartson, Illinois. Second to entry 37, Smith 1519, also Smith Sheep Farm. Third to 36, Cody Jacobson, La Grande, California. 435, Cody Jacobson. And fifth to entry number 40, Gene Stitzer, Melrose, Wisconsin. Now showing senior ewe lambs. Monadale senior ewe lambs are coming into the ring. And we have Border Leicester White Division early yearling ewes. Those animals born prior to and including February 28.
Well, not all classes are created equal, and not all of them go together the same. And occasionally you get one of these here with these 5 in it that we just got 5 different sheep out here, and just, I guess we'll just talk about my priorities and what I saw here. Really, the good handling stout UN class leads off, and she's just, I think, the fault-free one in class when I view her, the one that I think's just got the most good in her, and it will go on to make a heck of a brood ewe for the young man, I'm sure. I think the one that closely follows her falls into second, one that's very straight and true in her lines. Again, probably not as long-bodied as the one ahead of her. Certainly doesn't handle quite as well as the one ahead of her, but one that I think is just a logical, good-footed one to stand here in second. The problem child for me in class comes in third, and I mean, if we want to talk about frame size and which one's going to be the big yearling ewe, there's no doubt this one's going to be a monster. For me, she wants to close in underneath, gets a little narrow coming and going. If we could crack her open just a notch, I think we move her up and lead off with her and do so very, very comfortably. Work down into 4 here, and we got one that's starting to just push plenty of condition for me, really wanting to get a little, carry more weight through that front third than I would prefer, but one that's very good on her feet and legs and very true down her top line as well. And we round out the class with one that is a little more like our ewe standing in third. We just need to really pull her down in her flank and soften her up in her center. And we can talk about moving that one up quite a ways. Nice class of lambs.
Now ready to show for Montadale Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion ewe. Placing on the Senior Ewe Lamb class for the Montadales, first to entry 43, Jacobson, 1608. Cody Jacobson, La Grande, California. Second place to 42, Smith, 1602, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to 45, Craig and Kendra Fleck, Brookings, South Dakota. 4 to 41, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. And 5 to entry 44, Cody Jacobson, La Grande, California.
We're not going to spend a lot of time on the Senior Champion. There's a couple that I thought certainly surfaced to the top of their class fairly easily, and our 2 fitted yearling ewes are going to be our Senior and Reserve Senior Champion. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Senior Champion ewe for the Montadale Show, entry number 20, first yearling ewe in the fitted division, Mum, 1427, Richard Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. The Reserve Senior Champion was our second place animal in that fitted yearling ewe class, Kuykendall 918, Kuykendall Montadale's Richland Center, Wisconsin. Now need January ewe lambs to the ring for the Montadales.
Well, here on the border side, folks, you want to see 5, 6 good ewes. I need to count better. 6 good ewes. There's not a bad one in this bunch. These are classes that are fun to judge for me because then I can nitpick things that I really like and I'd like to change. The ewe that leads off the group, tremendously long-sided ewe. I really appreciate the hind saddle that she has. She's very, very long in that hind saddle. I really like the bone work on her. Yes, maybe you'd like to see a tad more bone, which we have in our second ewe. But she travels out very nicely for me. Ewe that I'd like to see maybe a little longer fleece, but that fleece is very, very good. got a little close on this side, but you open those locks up and they're just very, very good on there throughout. There's not a bad spot on her. The ewe then second. I love the length of this ewe. I love the bone that she has. I love her breed character. Pretty darn good fleece. Where she doesn't get around that first ewe is back over that tail head. She tends to round off just a little bit. Like to maybe see her a little square there. Not that much. Like I said, you can get awful picky on these. Very, very two nice ewes. Our next ewe down here, another big volume ewe. A lot of rib to this ewe, both fore and rear. Really appreciate that. Little lighter bone. Like to see her maybe have a little more bone to move up. But again, a very, very good ewe for that hole. The next one down here is a ewe that very extended, a lot of style, a lot of balance to her. I really like that about the ewe. I just like to make her a little longer in that hind saddle, but a very, very nice ewe to fit in that hole. The next ewe down here tends to give up some of that body mass that we had in those ewes above her. She has good bone on her. She's got good fleece, very uniform throughout. I really appreciate that. Then the ewe that closes the group down here is a ewe that just a little lower at that shoulder. I'd like to raise her up a little bit there, like to, again, square her up a tad over that tail head. But again, folks, excellent fleeces on these females. These females have the bone, the substance, the volume, the rib shape that they should make very, very good mothers. Very, very appreciative of a class. Thank you for bringing these kind of animals out for me to evaluate. Thank you.
Cynthia Huckins, please come to the show ring desk.
Well, this one puts itself together a little nicer than the last one did for me. We got one to lead off with here that I think's just a really, really nice female. Really good and fresh when you put your hands on her. Is good footed as the in class, really attractive from the profile, balances very well, and a nice logical place to start. We got one rolling into second, and I think this one's going to make a whale of the yearling ewe, and she's as straight and true down her top line and as square on her feet as you can make one. Maybe doesn't have quite the rib shape as the ewe up ahead of her, but one that I think's got a very, very bright future. Really, really like one. The ewe in third is really a great handling ewe, really massive and square down that top line. Where this one challenges me a little bit, so we put this one in motion. She really wants to get short and choppy off both ends. If we could just get her to stride out, we'd probably move her up a little bit. The ewe rolls into fourth, is straight and true in her top line as the in class, really square on those feet as well. Maybe just need to add more rib and body and dimension to this one. We can roll her up a spot or two. Round out the class, or the five again, with one that I think has a very, very bright future next year. This one maybe just wants to funnel out in that hip a little bit, want to pull those hind feet up underneath her when we get her on the go, but one I think should grow into a nice ewe as well.
Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Monadales, first place to entry number 46, Marshall, 523, Marshall Sheep Farm, Monticello, Illinois. Second to 49, Poppin, L, 632, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. Third to 48, Cody Jacobson, La Grande, California. 4 to 47, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. 5 to 50, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. Sixth place to entry 52, West Wind Farm, the Anderson family, Houstonville, Kentucky. 7 to 54, Minter Monadales, Kent Minter of Akron, Ohio. And eighth place to 53, West Wind Farm, the Anderson family, Houstonville, Kentucky. Placing on the yearling ewe class, early yearling ewe class of the white division of Border Leicesters. First place to entry 22, Taylor, 15042, Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. Second to entry 23, Deacon, 15204, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Third to 24, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 4 to 21, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. 5 to 25, Callie Taylor. And sixth place to entry 20, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois.
Okay, again, a very, very nice class here of yearling ewes. I'm going to start with a big volume ewe, a ewe that I really like the shape to that rib, both fore and rear. She's got a lot of substance to her. She's a long-topped ewe, a ewe that's very long hind-saddled. I really appreciate the bone that she's walking on, a ewe that you just got to appreciate her throughout. Then you look in that fleece, and that fleece, I really like the lock formation, like the tips on it. Just a very, very nice ewe to start off our class. Our ewe here in second, little shorter fleece on this ewe. Like to maybe see that fleece just a little bit longer, but a ewe, again, you got to appreciate her for her substance, her volume. She travels out very nicely. Again, a very long hind saddled ewe, a ewe that's got a lot of width of top. Our ewe here in the third hole, a very long-sided ewe. Appreciate that about her. A ewe that shows me some good rib. Where I'd like to change this ewe is back over those hips. Just like to square her up just a tad more. Ewe that you got to appreciate that fleece when you open it up. Just a very, very good fleece on that ewe. Our ewe here in the next hole, a little more youthful kind of a ewe that like to maybe give her just a tad more length and from flank to flank. Appreciate the bone that she's on. Again, would like to see her in a tad longer fleece to really evaluate that fleece, but what I can see looks very nice throughout, very uniform fleece. Our next ewe down here is, again, a big volume ewe, a ewe that's got a lot of rib. Again, I'd like to change her back over those hips, like to square her up a little more, raise that tail head a tad. But again, a ewe that you got to appreciate for that substance, the volume that she has. Our ewe then that closes the group down here, a ewe that a little shorter sided. I'd like to lengthen her just a little bit, like to square her up as we come back over those hips, like to raise her up at that front end just a tad. She's a little bit lower at the front end than the hips. But a very, very nice class here of yearling ewes. Thank you.
Now ready for a pair of yearling ewes with the Border Leicesters. Placing on the class of late yearling ewes, first place to entry number 31, Fogel 1036, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Second place to 27, Taylor 15063, Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. Third to 29, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. 4 to entry 26, Callie Taylor of Timblin, Pennsylvania. 5 to 30, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. And 6 to 28, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio.
Well, a really nice pair of ewe lambs up here to lead off the February class, and I think we kind of got to talk about them as a pair. When we put these two in motion, all those feet hit where they're supposed to, stay very level and true in that spine, get around the ring very, very well. Structurally very correct ewes. Where they sort for me is I think we just got a more rugged ewe leading off. She's a little bigger in her foot size. She's a little bigger hipped, bigger loined ewe, and I think there's just a notch more power in that one. Really love the attractiveness and the look of the ewe in second. Think this one's going to be a really nice yearling ewe for the young folks next year. I'm sure really a pretty headed ewe as well. Like I say, maybe just runs out of mass and foot size compared to the one ahead of her, but one that's awfully attractive. The ewe in third, again, gives us a pretty nice look when we get her propped up. Put this in motion. She wants to really dump her hip and pull her feet underneath of her. We'd like to darken her nose in just a touch too in relation to ideal if we're going to talk about moving her up. The next ewe comes in line, and again, very straight spined ewe, appears to be very correct on her feet and legs. When we put this one in motion, she really wants to lay down on those real pasterns and claw a little bit for me today, and if we can get her moving around the ring a little better, I think that one moves up as well. We get down another long-sided straight spined ewe, just maybe not as comfortable in the ring, a little tighter in that top, and maybe doesn't want to give us a look. We get around behind her, she tends to flatten and narrow more. Like to just add a little more sheep to her from right around behind her.
For the Monadales now need March ewe lambs in the ring. For the Border Leicesters, we're now ready for fall ewe lambs. Placing on the Border Leicester white pair of yearling ewes, first to Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Second to Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. Third to Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. 4 to Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. And 5 to Paige and Connor Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Placing on the February ewe lambs for the Monadales, first place to 58, Smith 1622, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewartson, Illinois. Second to entry 64, Eckern 623, Lauren Bruns, Fort Recovery, Ohio. Third to 63, Marshall Sheep Farm, Monticello, Illinois. 4 to 57, Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. 5 to 55, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. 6 to 59, Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. 7 to entry number 62, Richard Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 8 to 56, Gene Stitzer, Melrose, Wisconsin.
Well, as I told these exhibitors here, I really appreciate these females. As I told them, the ewe that we're going to start off with here, yes, I'd like to maybe lengthen her just a little bit, but tremendous rib on this ewe, a lot of substance there, a lot of bone. She travels out very free and easy. And then I open that fleece up and I don't see any hair kemp in it. That's what got her to the top. I like the length of the second ewe. I like the stoutness that she shows me. A very, very good brood ewe. But I got to clean a little of that kemp out of there, that little bit of that hair to move her around the first place ewe. But two very, very nice fall ewes here. Congratulations to you.
Placing on the fall ewe lamb class for the white border Leicesters, first to entry 33, Deacon 162028, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Second place to entry 32, Deacon 162026, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Now ready for early ewe lambs. Border Leicester White Division early ewe lambs to the ring.
Well, another nice class of March ewe lambs, and we get in here, and again, I think we grabbed the two that can just flat out get out and go and motor, and all their feet go in the right places, their spine stays where it's supposed to. Structure really is what sorts through these five for me, and we're going to lead off with what I think is a real good footed one that's still got some look to her. Really kind of the Callie one in class comes here in second, and she's a big-bodied one that gets around the ring very well, maybe just gets a little plainer from the side when we compare her to the ones on either side of her, but an awfully nice female, doesn't have a whole winner. Really an attractive view comes in third again. If we could square her up front just a notch and have her hit those front feet a touch better, maybe get her reach from behind just a little bit more. This one gets up and probably rolls in this class. Really the big attractive view in class, and one that when she stopped, she kind of gets there pretty easy, but when we put this one in motion, she really struggles from behind again. Gets really short in that stride and choppy. Need to get her to get out and reach, and this one just rolls right up to the top of that. Get to the fifth hole, and one of the bigger footed ones in class, one of them when the young man's got her presented gives you a really good look. Put this one in motion, she wants to dump that hip and get those feet underneath her as well, but awfully nice class of ewe lambs.
Now ready for Monadale Slickshorn ewe lambs. Monadale Slickshorn ewe lambs. Placing on the March ewe lamb class for the Monadales. First place to entry number 69, Smith 1641, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewartson, Illinois. Second place to 72, Poppin E 629, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. Third to 67, Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. 4 to 68, Richard Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 5 to 70, Marshall Sheep Farm, Monticello, Illinois. 6th place to 71, Marshall Sheep Farm. 7 to 65, J.W. Sims, Albion, Illinois. And 8 to entry number 66, Gene Stitzer, Melrose, Wisconsin.
Well, it's a set of four, really a nice group of slick-sheared ewe lambs here, and ewe lambs that all have quite a bit of value in them and quite a bit of good. The one we're going to lead off with is really the muscular ewe lamb in class. Put your hands on her, she certainly doesn't disappoint you. Really the wide skeleton one, got as much leg as any and still gives you a really attractive look from the side. I think that's just a really nice ewe lamb that gets up to the top of this deal fairly handily. The ewe lamb in second, I think this one just has an advantage over the one in third as she just balances a little better from the side. Her flank to chest relationship's just a little bit better. Both ewe lambs, if you want to go power standpoint, don't think there's a lot of difference between those two. Just like her lower skeleton balance a touch better. The ewe lamb in third, another very fresh handling one, handles very well. Just shove her up in that chest floor, maybe give a little more behind her when you get right around behind her. Nice ewe lamb in third. Ewe lamb in fourth kind of becomes a short couple to one in class, probably funnels and runs out of power as well. Nice class of ewe lambs.
Now ready for Montadale pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs. Placing on the Slickshorn ewe lamb class, first place to entry 75, ODM 0541, J.W. Sims, Albion, Illinois. Second place to entry number 79, Smith 1638, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to entry 74, Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. And 4 to 78, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois.
Again, a very, very nice class out here. A real pleasure to evaluate these lambs. The lamb I'm going to start with, a big volume lamb, a lamb that I really appreciated for her bone. She travels out very free and easy when I put her in the move. A lamb that's got a lot of forward and rear rib, balances nicely, very long topped, a long hind saddled lamb. Very good fleece on this lamb. It's very uniform throughout. I really like the way the locks open up when I separate them. I don't see any hair in there. Just a very nice lamb to start off the class. Good breed character to her. A little more up-headed lamb here in the second hole, but a lamb that gives up a little bit of that thickness to our first place lamb. But again, she has tremendous rib on her. She's got good bone work. I really like her length of top. I like her squareness. Just needed to see a little more thickness there to get around that first ewe. The ewe in third, really like the style, the balance of this ewe. Very youthful ewe, very good on her feet and legs. Just need to see a little more shape to that rear rib especially. Just like to change her there, but she is, again, very good through that front end, very extended. Really appreciate that. The next ewe down here is a ewe that has a lot of that good rib, both fore and rear. I really appreciate this ewe for her capacity, a ewe that shows me a lot of bone. I really like the breed character. Where I'd like to change her, I'd like to change her over that tail head just a little bit. Tends to round off just a tad. Not saying that they got to be level, but I just like to see it raised up just a little bit. Next ewe in class here, a very young ewe. A ewe that you really like the style, the balance of this ewe. She just gives up some of the substance to the ewes ahead of her. A very good fleece on this ewe lamb. Just a very, very nice class from top to bottom. We got some awful good lambs over here. It just was a very deep class. A lot of fun to judge these. Congratulations to you.
Now ready for late ewe lambs for the Border Leicesters. And on the Monadale side of the ring, we're ready to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion ewe. Placing on the early ewe lambs for the White Border Leicester show, first place goes to P. Hopkins, 1612, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. Second place to 36, H. Barkley, 16022, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Third place to 39, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry number 42, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. 5 to 40, Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. 6 to entry number 38, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. 7 to 34, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 8 to 37, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. And 9 to 41, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Placing on the Monadale pair of ewe lambs, first place to Smith Sheep Farm, Stewartson, Illinois. Second place, Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. Third, William Poppin, DeSmit, South Dakota. 4 to Marshall Sheep Farm, Monticello, Illinois. 5 to Greg Miller, Bruce, South Dakota. 6 to Richard Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 7, the Anderson family, Westwind Farm, Houstonville, Kentucky. And 8th place to Gene Stitzer, Melrose, Wisconsin.
Well, I think the quality in the female class has been really, really deep, and it's what I expected it would be, I guess. And we get 8 individuals out here, and whether they're slicked or fit, high-quality sheep that give you a nice look from the ring, get around the ring very, very comfortably, and just a ton of quality here. Really impressed. I want to commend all the breeders on putting together such a fine set of females. There's a couple that in class I thought were really, really strong and hit me pretty hard. The January today is going to be our junior champion. We're going to come back to the February for reserve. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
Junior champion ewe for the Monadales is entry number 46 out of the January ewe lamb class, Marshall 523, Marshall Sheep Farm, Monticello, Illinois. The reserve junior champion was entry 58 out of the February class, Smith 1622, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion ewe.
Well, when I got the call, the opportunity to come sort through this show, I was hesitant. I was hesitant at first. I didn't know. It's a big deal. It's the breed I grew up in. It's the breed that we really were the most competitive through as a child. It was, we ran the most ewes. We ran the 75, 80 Monadale ewes for a good long time, and we had our national, their local, and the breed support local was outstanding. And I mean, the breed's in good hands. It's a fantastic set of females. It was a privilege and an honor to get to sort through them. I'm sure I did some things today that some folks may scratch their head on, but it was a privilege and an honor to share my opinion and commend all the exhibitors on an outstanding set of females. And thank you for what this breed has brought to me over the years and the breeders in it. And thanks for having me. I will go select your champion in reserve.
Grand Champion ewe was our junior champion. Entry number 46 came out of the January ewe lamb class, Marshall 523, Marshall Sheep Farm, Monticello, Illinois. The reserve grand was our senior champion out of the yearling ewe class. Entry number 20, Mum 1427, Richard Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Now ready for the flock class. placing on the flock class, first in the flock and also the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Montadale Show is Smith Sheep Farm, Stewartson, Illinois. Second place to Cody Jacobson, LeGrand, California. Third to Gene Stitzer, Melrose, Wisconsin. That does conclude our National Montadale Show. Our judge has been Tucker Beckmeyer of Illinois.
Again, a very nice class here of ewe lambs. Very complete ewe lamb here to lead off the class. A ewe lamb that I really appreciate the bone work that she has. She's very structurally correct on those feet and legs. You put her in motion, she travels out very nicely. I really like the rib shape to this lamb. A lot of rib, a lot of depth of rib. A lamb that, again, is very long topped, comes out to a very good hip. We separate those locks. Just a nice fleece on this lamb, very uniform throughout. Really appreciate this kind of an individual to start off our class. The lamb in second, a little more extension through that front end, I will grant you. But when you look at him, she doesn't quite have the hip structure that we had in our first lamb. I do like the bone work under this lamb. I like the rib under. She's very good in that fleece. Just a little change up there as we get up in that front foreflank, but very, very nicely here to put in the second hole. Then we come down here to three nice young lambs that you got to appreciate them. They're a little shorter fleece than the two ahead of them up here, but they're lambs that are very straight in their lines. They're lambs that have that rib that I'm looking for. They have a good clean front ends, good extension. The lamb here in the third hole, very straight top lamb, the most dense fleece that I've opened up today. Very, very nice fleece on that lamb. The lamb here in the fourth hole, a long-sided lamb. I switched those two. I like the length of her a little better than I do that fifth place lamb. She's tremendously long, got good rib under, got good bone, good fleece on that lamb. Just got to appreciate her. That's why she moved up. The lamb that closes this early group out here, a little shorter sided. Like to see her a little bit longer, maybe a little more shape to that rib, but what extension, what a beautiful front end on the lamb. Just a very, very nice class all the way through. Thank you.
Placing on the intermediate ewe lamb class for the Border Leicesters, first place to entry 48, Sweet Meadow 1601, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. Second place to entry 49, Siegman 1610, Siegman Family Farm, North Grosvenordale, Connecticut. Third to 44, Callie Taylor,
Very nice lamb here to lead off the class, a very thick lamb, a lamb that really appreciate, again, the bone on this lamb. You put it in motion, and boy, she tracks out very nicely, very free and easy. Would like to maybe get her so she gets her head up when you walk her, but it's just something she does. But I'll tell you what, I like the length of hind saddle that she has, the width she has down that top. She's very thick, wide down that top, good rib to her. A very, very good fleece on her. Really like that. I opened that up. Those locks are very nice. They got good curl to them. I really appreciate that kind of a fleece. Our lamb here in second, a lamb that's a little more extended through that front end than our first lamb, but it's a lamb that starts giving up that thickness, especially down that top. It doesn't have the width of rib that we have in the first lamb, but I do appreciate this lamb for the way it travels about the ring. I appreciate its breed character. The lamb here in the third hole is a lamb that I really appreciate. This lamb just doesn't quite have as much rib as we had in that first place lamb. I like to clean a little bit of that Kemp out of that fleece. I know it's getting ticky, but these are 5 good individuals out here. Like to clean a little bit of that Kemp out of that fleece to move her up any higher today. Next lamb down here, very short fleece on it, kind of hard to really evaluate it. It does have a dense fleece, but a lamb that I just need to see a little more length to it from flank to flank to move her up any higher today. Then the ewe that closes the group down here, big volume ewe, but I just got to see more character, more luster to that fleece to move up any higher in this round today. Very good class. Thank you.
placing on the late class of ewe lambs for the white border list. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the white division of the Border Leicester Show, first to Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. Second place to Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Third to Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 4 to Callie Taylor, Timblin, Pennsylvania. 5 to Sigmund Family Farm, North Grosvenordale, Connecticut. 6 to Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. And 7 to Connor and Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for bringing out a tremendous set of females. You exhibitors can be very, very proud of what you have. Yeah, some of them are back in the pens, but I'll tell you what, folks, they're good females all the way down. There wasn't a bad female out there. It was a pleasure evaluating them. I've got two in mind out here, not taking anything away from the rest of you. You look at this lineup, and if you stand back and look at it objectively, this was a good set of females out here, folks. You couldn't go wrong with any of them, but I have to pick two. Again, congratulations. Thank you for bringing out this kind for me to evaluate. It was very, very fun. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve. Thank you.
Grand Champion U for the white division of the Border Leicesters came out of the early yearling U class, entry 22, Taylor 15042, Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. The reserve Grand Champion to entry number 23, Deacon 152004, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Now ready to show Best Headed U, Best Headed U. We'll do Best Headed Ewe, Best White Fleece, White Get of Sire, and then Flock. Now ready to show Best White Fleece. Best White Fleece, please. Our best headed ewe was our Reserve Grand Champion ewe, entry 23. Deacon 152004, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois, out of that early yearling ewe class. Best White Fleece goes to entry number 31. First out of the late yearling U class, Fogel 1036, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Getting ready for White Get of Sire.